No, I wanted to get your comment on the fact that both the State Fair, the Des Moines Register, and just generally the people of Iowa have adopted the phrase Iowa nice to describe themselves.
Okay.
And I'm wondering how you feel about that.
Well, okay. So there are that is my favorite. Who just one of those interchangeable guys we read every other week. I was surprised at how Max Boot was I was surprised that the people in Iowa didn't beat my ass and
Didn't throw
pull my underwear so hard up my asshole that my colon bled. Which usually happens to me, but it's there are nice people anywhere really except for New York, but Iowans, yeah, they can be super nice, but they're also the most pissed Americans I ever met were Iowans because they're all they all have 4 brothers. Everyone's named Connor and Ian. They all wrestle. They all just get the shit beaten out of them by their older brothers all the time. And they're just they're the people buying all the Five Finger Death Punch albums.
Well, and Slipknot, hometown heroes of Des Moines.
Cory Booker from Slipknot's woke.
That was the best part, is that we got there and they had a listing of all of the acts from 90s mainstays, Hootie and the Blowfish, to relatively recent hit makers, Chainsmokers.
Yeah, Chainsmokers.
But the only group that was sold out was fucking Slipknot.
Rewind that shit.
No, we will be editing that.
No edits. We're not editing.
That's not making the fucking episode. Take 2. Slipknot.
Wait, what did you say?
He said Slip Cloud.
Look,
That's
Man,
Hey, any listeners out there? Does anyone have a hookup to where I can get some pink sauce? Please hit the line. Please hit the Chapo email. I'm trying to get my hands on the wonderful, wonderful new dipping. It's a sauce for dipping, and you can only buy it on TikTok. And man, oh man, does this stuff look good.
You know what? It's true what they say. Condiments that you buy over TikTok from a person who makes them in their house and ships them to you without refrigeration hit different.
Yeah, and when every bottle is a different hue and color and consistency,
Well,
tells you that a bunch of love is going into each batch.
And when the nutritional information is in wingdings, that's always a good sign.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Man, this killed me.
I've been Matt. You shared the pink sauce revelation with us. Matt's been on the pink sauce train for some time now. He's dipping everything in it. You know, he's dipping. Dipping tenders in it. He's dipping crudités. He's
absolutely.
Sometimes
steak au poivre. I'm putting bananas in there.
It's a dipping. Look, if you got a dip, get some pink. And I've not tried the pink sauce yet. You know, Matt, you got the rare limited edition hot pink sauce.
Yep.
I see a lot of people. They have sort of a lighter pink sauce. But yeah, it's the sauce made in the bathtub and sold on TikTok. And it absolutely will not give you food poisoning. But it won't give you food poisoning, but it will give you joy as you dunk it will instantly make better any fast food item if you dunk it in the pig.
Not just fast food. I went to Nobu and I just squirted one of those bad boys all over the Chef's Choice. And Robert De Niro himself came up to my table and shook my hand.
He said, "Hey, where can I get some of this pink?"
Yeah, and I was like, "Here, you order it from this woman who's apologizing for the pink sauce."
Yeah. Oh man. The pink sauce. I've been thinking about the pink sauce for probably 24 hours straight. Since
I can't stop thinking about it.
There's something about the video, like the reaction videos of people just dousing like a chicken drumstick in pink.
It costs $20.
That's reasonably priced.
Like the idea, like the United States of America, the country where wherever else you want to say about it, all of its manifest and manifold failings. At least the one thing it has going for it is that any kind of snack or condiment or flavor is available at your fingertips from reputable merchants. And we're like, no, I'm gonna get some fucking shit off of the internet for $20, like I'm fucking like smuggling it across state lines, and then so I can shit my guts out. Do not tell me that this society is not governed entirely by a death drive. That's the only way to make sense of this. To see the pink slime, the ooze, the shit from Ghostbusters 2 on TikTok and be like, I need that in my home. I need that in my mouth.
Okay.
So like, yeah, apparently it's basically ranch dressing and dragon fruit, which
wonderful,
delicious,
the two great tastes that taste great together.
Yeah.
It's like chocolate and peanut butter, dragon fruit and mayonnaise and
dragon
ranch.
fruit ranch. Who hasn't seen one of those and wished the other was there with it?
That is like something they would eat in Demolition Man.
Yeah, and I mean, like, just the researchers out there who are, finding. I mean, look, everyone's a critic these days. Everyone has to find flaws in something, and just because the pink sauce comes to you basically just sort of like in a plastic bag, not wrapped, sauce leaking out of the packaging, and already spoiled in July, not sealed properly, and
going on? I've heard people say, like, people have been scamming each other on stuff. It's forever. It's like, yes, but most of the time they're offering you some like special thing. Like the value add is like, the medical establishment doesn't want you to know about this thing that'll cure cancer or keep you healthy or something. This is just something you're supposed to dip chicken wings in.
You could dip anything in it.
There are 75 things that I could buy to dip chicken wings in a 3-block radius of my house right now. None of them made by a person in a bathtub.
But are any of them have an interesting color though? Because I mean, most dipping sauces they're white.
The least
they're
appetizing
yellow,
color on
they're
earth.
brown. They're sort of
like
a dark
your
red.
reptile brain knows what colors are associated with like edible food, and pink is not on that list.
Okay, smart guy.
Your brain, your like deepest nervous system is telling you not to eat this. But
what about ice cream?
Just microwaved our brains, and we're like, no, I need the pink sauce because I'm looking in my pantry, and what do I not have? I don't have anything pink.
Well, wouldn't you say then that it symbolizes man's victory over nature?
It's true. We're dabbing all over those losers in the natural world.
Yeah. I've seen some very good defenses of the pink sauce brand and the lady. The best one I saw, it was one of those people where it's like you read their bio 78 times and you still can't figure out what it is they do. It's one of those things. They're one of those things that has like 4 X's in the title, where it's like Harvard X Yale X TED X Yum Brands X Shangzhou Steel Company X 30 under 30, and she was like, she tried to make it a racial thing. She was like, wow, so she's done considerably less damage to the black community than McDonald's. But yeah, let's go after her, which is an awesome argument. That's a fucking amazing argument. But then she was like, hey, look, I think she has an amazing idea. I think her idea is so fucking good. All she needs is a chemist, a compliance officer, someone who knows what FDA standards are, like listing all the shit that anyone should have, anyone selling like a mass-produced food product should have, and then she'll be fine.
Guys, I mean, look, I've been kicking myself that we never got the PPP loans. And now, I mean, like, our sauce merchandising is in shambles here. We're internet personalities. People would buy sauce from us. So how about this? How about like a sort of a sort of neon green dipping sauce? We call it Gak Goop. I mean, I'm sure Nickelodeon's lawyers would be all over us, but if we put an umlaut over the A or something. I mean, actually, you know what? We don't even need to consult a lawyer on this. I'm pretty sure we can just call it Gak and sell it as a dipping sauce. What do you say?
That's an idea. I actually I stumbled over this big hole in the ground recently, and there's this fluffy white stuff just kind of bubbling out of it. It looks pretty appetizing. I think we should slap that into boxes. Maybe call it, I don't know, the stuff. You could sell that. The thing that's unrealistic about that movie, if anyone has seen The Stuff, is at the end when Michael Moriarty reveals, hey, this alien goo is hollowing out people's insides, everyone stops eating it. That would not happen. as we know now.
It was made in the 80s.
They would just turn it pink, and then people would go crazy for it.
Okay, here's another great branding opportunity for us. We start selling our own ketchup and call it Heinz 57.
Ooh.
No, it's Heinz 58. It's the 58th variety that they won't let you have. The cucks at Heinz will not release this 58th variety.
Okay, we've released the secret 58th variety of Heinz tomato ketchup with no seed oils in it.
Zero seed oils.
It's made with ghee, coconut oil, and just a little bit of dragon fruit for flavor. Just a little bit of dragon fruit for flavor and color.
Okay, spirituality is a huge thing. Younger people, Zoomers, are more religious than millennials. God, religion, spirituality, it's coming back. How about we combine, because pink sauce, it came from a great base, ranch. You could do anything to ranch, and it's going to make it even better. We take ranch, and we add water from the Ganges River.
That shit's sacred.
That's what I think.
Well, speaking of dietary fads,
and we send it. Sorry, we send it through envelopes.
Yes. Yeah, nice big manila envelope.
You have to sort of wring out the envelope to get that Ganges out of it. Just sort of squeeze that styrofoam, get some Ganges up in your gut.
Yeah, and it's going to be like, oh, are you having a hard time getting the sauce? Well, you think it was easy for Vishnu and the Theravedas? No, probably not.
I was going to say, speaking of weird dietary fads and the shit people are doing with food nowadays, I'm sure you guys saw the Twitter post from that guy who has cards to hand out to restaurants informing them about his seed oil or like how no meal he can eat should be prepared with.
Congratulations,
canola.
You have turned into the exact thing that you are. You have become what you have beheld. Well done.
Yeah.
You are now the allergetic bug person causing a scene in a restaurant out of neurotic narcissism. Congratulations. You've done it. If you're going to go anti-seed oils, guess what? That means you got to fucking cook all your own food. Sorry. That's the deal. If you're going to do that and be based, then that means not going to restaurants at all.
Let's not go that far.
No, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me just follow your logic here, Matt. Are you telling me that if you were a chef at a restaurant and a customer, someone whose money that you're trying to take, just simply hands you a card that just says which of these dozen common cooking oils can't be used in the preparation of their meal, that you wouldn't respect that? It's a customer, Matt. I mean, do you not understand that restaurants are in the business of making money?
You're right. I'm going to go out with a bow and arrow and fucking hunt down a duck so you can squeeze it for grease to cook your fucking hoagie in. No, thank you.
So a lot of people compared this to like millennials and gluten allergies and like Orange County moms with their eating disorders, which I think there's definitely some parity there. But to me, this more struck me as like Tumblr 2014. People's weird self-diagnoses, who these people would also go around and like hand out cards that are like, oh, I have a Tumblr diagnosed disorder where if I see fluorescent lights, I have a panic attack and I need to be hospitalized. Oh, I'm seeing a movie at your theater and I need a ball pit or I could choke on my own tongue. And I honestly think like there's more. They have more in common with their Tumblr predecessors. Every American is the same, ultimately at the end of the day. Every middle class American.
No, everything is the same. Everyone is the same. That is well, yeah. I mean, everybody who you're going to likely encounter in the discourse cerebrosphere that we've mistake for society is the same person. The fact that they're in there means they're the same person. And that is really the skeleton key to avoid going down any of these stupid fucking rabbit holes and having to argue any of these stupid fucking points, because you are just seeing Spider-Man pointing at each other in every direction. It's just Spider-Man.
Yeah. No, that's really it.
It's Spider-Man all the way down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like if you have if you think seed oils are like poison or whatever, I mean, like thing is like everybody needs just a little bit of poison. And I'm sure a lot of cooking oils are bad for you. Like vegetable oil is very bad for you. I'm sure canola oil is too. But the thing is, like, yeah, like if you're health conscious or want to control, your diet, then yeah, obviously preparing all your own meals is the way to go. But like, that's a lot of work. And like, but like, I just feel like you shouldn't rob yourself of the pleasure of just eating at a restaurant, not really worrying about what's in the food. Just enjoying a meal, just know it's bad for you, but just have like, just treat yourself to a little bit of poison. I truly believe in all aspects of life, exposing yourself to just a little bit of poison is like builds up immunity. So you're not, you won't get sickened by like many of the other toxic things that surround you.
So you're saying that like willingly imbibing toxic things that are known to be so will protect you against just the constant stream of DNA melting shit that you have no control over, which is actually what people are hysterical about, but which, since they don't have control over it, they don't want to dwell on it. So they rather create a fantasy world where if I just avoid the seed oils, I will keep my T levels up. I will keep my HP.
Yeah, it's I don't really like know the seed oil shit. Like, I don't know what's supposed to be like bad about them or whatever. I haven't really been following it. It just, this one isn't as fun to me as other things they've done, so I've chosen not to get into it. But even if it is like bad for you, which like probably, I guess, it seems to me that this is like the equivalent of like carrying around a pocket constitution during the Bush administration.
Yes,
To like roll back the Patriot Act.
Yes.
I mean, like, I just think, like, look, I think it's, if people, I mean, like, most of what we eat, breathe, and drink in this country is poisonous in one way or another to some small degree, or it's like a lot of things are bad for you. And there are other things that are good for you that are like less fun to do or eat or fucking spend your time thinking about. But the thing is, I just think it's like, it's the need for total control, especially as it relates to eating, that I think does cause cancer and drive people to lose their fucking minds. Because it's just like, look, just have some junk food, have some pink sauce every now and again. It looks good, eat it.
Or
just
get a pallet of pink sauce. Intravenously administer it to yourself.
Just get a pink drip going. It's just like treat yourself every now and occasion. Like just stop worrying about what's killing you or what's not killing you, because like it all is. It's all killing you.
Yeah, you're dying. Congratulations, you're a human being.
Yeah.
This is not. This is not a permanent situation for anybody.
Yeah. Okay. Does ranch have seed oil in it?
Almost certainly.
I know dragon fruit isn't a seed oil. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just the ubiquity of these things. I mean, it's hard to get away from, like I said, unless you prepare every meal yourself, which like that's a lot of work. I mean, I think it's a good standard to aim for, because I genuinely think, regardless, like any meal that you prepare for yourself in your own home with like real ingredients is going to be better for you than something you order or get at a restaurant, like just in terms of nutrition and possibly poisonous chemicals inside of it. But the thing is, who wants to live like that all the time? Go to a restaurant, just have a dozen oysters and just dollop a little pink on top of all of them. Like a little horseradish and a little pinky sauce.
But here's the thing: part of going to the restaurant and having fun for people is ordering people around and giving them your stupid little card and telling them, "Oh yeah, actually, you're going to need to use liquefied butter on this and not the canola oil you use literally for everything." You get to feel like you're in charge. The real goal of going out to eat. They want to be validated by strangers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just. I guess it's just sort of like the baseline of what people really want from a dining out experience, because like I don't want to worry about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to worry about anything. I don't want to sort of haggle and fucking just like demand things of my waiter. I want to ask for what's on the menu, and hopefully it'll be good. But it's just sort of like I like the not worrying about anything, not working, and just enjoying a good meal.
By the way, ranch, if you make it at home, no seed oil. But if you buy it in the store, guess what?
Seed oil.
Guess what's going to be in there?
Yeah.
Dragon fruit actually contains enzymes that break down seed oil. So if you just squirt your pink sauce all over your meal.
Look, I'm just saying, whether it's seed oils or not, just try to be conscious about the foods that you purchase through TikTok fads.
Absolutely.
Some of them may not. Some of them may be perishable. I don't know how shelf stable I don't know how shelf stable the shellfish that I bought from an influencer.
Oh my God,
that's the other one. Have you heard of the spicy bowl?
Yeah, wait, what's this? Is it
my
a TikTok
God.
fad?
The spicy bowl. So some other person is selling homemade crawfish bowls and mailing them to people.
Okay, is this Jacques?
Yeah, I'm going to get that for you. No, it's some lady on TikTok, I think, again. And it is some sort of bowl that they make in their home with crawfish and then mail it to people's house. And then there's people on TikTok showing it once it gets to their house where it's like a fucking brick with tentacles.
Is it frozen?
No, I think once again it is not actually in any way preserved. They just send it to your house
and then just mail it to you.
Yes, with shellfish.
I don't get it. What do you mean? What do you mean a brick? If they're not freezing it, what are they doing?
It's just like congeals.
So it's like a nice like gumbo Jello block.
I mean, I'd have to buy one to really find out. I only saw briefly, like in the background of someone's video, talking about how they, were fucking shooting out of both ends after they got it.
Man, I always feel bad for mailmen, especially in summer, but now it's like they're gonna get hit with fucking chest bursters.
Usually dogs.
They're gonna have like pink little aliens bursting out of their throats.
I was gonna say usually dogs chase mailmen, but like now that they're trafficking like fucking I don't know, a sturgeon or fish and shit in the summer, they're gonna have 30 cats following them around the fucking neighborhood.
This is great though. We've got polio coming back.
Oh, that's right.
We got the monkeypox. We're gonna get like maybe some sort of like extinct diarrhea that has not existed on the North American continent for 1,000 years.
I can't wait to get.
Maybe
I'm going to be one of the first to
cholera.
get that.
I'm gonna start selling bushmeat through TikTok.
I love, dude.
Anyone like some
That's something you cannot get at 7-Eleven at least.
Would anyone like some gorilla jerky? I tried it myself. I could see the
seed oil guy.
When you say meta, you mean their pursuit of the metaverse sort of thing?
Yeah,
that idea.
yeah.
The metaverse shit is wild to me of like how fast it came on. Like, do you guys,
I think for me, it makes sense because like what we're seeing here is capitalism finding another frontier that it requires, right? Capitalism cannot function without a frontier of accumulation. There is none in the terrestrial world anymore. So this is the last frontier. And for that to work, you have to transfer real social value from the real world to the cyber realm. Like the logic of an NFT is that owning this thing digitally has the same emotional connection that I have to things I own IRL. And as soon as you make that transfer, as soon as people are actually operating a circulating economy in digital currency, in a digital world, then you are creating the social conditions where everything that libertarians of the technologically inclined ilk have been horrified of comes to pass. You don't want to eat the pugs. You don't want to live in the pod. Web 3.0 leads directly to a world where you live in a fucking dog kennel and you have an Oculus strapped to your face and you live and work and you do a real job. And even in there, you think that you're like the alpha, like post-left, smart guy who avoided the trap of Globo Homo. And you're literally living that world. But it's okay because you've transferred everything, including your emotional connection to objects into this cyber realm that you'll have to immersively engage with. It can't be a screen. That's where meta comes in. And that's why meta is a necessary component of this.
Everything you just said is what Mark Zuckerberg would say, but good. Like, exactly. With a positive spin on it, right?
Right.
Like,
that's
not as a bad thing.
That's how politics and is impossible in like inside the framework of capitalism. Because if you're like these guys and you are horrified by what's coming, by what capitalism is giving us, but you can only see like its Janus face of like multiculturalism and woke capital and all that, and that's its face to you. Like the only alternative, because collectivism is out of the picture, is every man for himself, every man grasping at technology, and then the better man, the smarter man winning, the Darwinian struggle. And I'm going to be that, of course. And so then your attempt, your depoliticized
sort of, basic setting American libertarian response is to grasp these weapons of technology, and by doing that, forging your own fucking chains.
Well, I mean, as long as we're talking about Zuckerberg and Meta, Mike, I mean, you've recently written about, like, could you just provide some context for which, like, the Facebook is now, they're Meta. They're launching the metaverse, and it was so successful that they lost $230 billion of market valuation in one day.
But to me, it's like, obviously, this is just Uber on an accelerated scale. Like, you're loss leading forever because you're not really making a product that anyone wants to buy or that has a business model that works at its heart. This is building capacity for what comes later. Like the way that Uber destroyed labor regulations at the municipal level and broke us through to another level of labor exploitation. This is going to bust us through to another level that way.
But what I mean is, for Mike, for a company like Facebook / Meta, for a company like them, for them to lose 23% of their stock value in one day because of how shitty the metaverse looks, is that really a disaster for them? Is it like, for Mark Zuckerberg, is that truly the end goal here? I mean, are they jumping out of windows at Facebook headquarters? It doesn't seem that way.
So I think a few things. I think one, Mark Zuckerberg really does want this metaverse to happen and actually believes in it. Yeah, he absolutely.
The Silicon Valley economic engine does not work if this doesn't work.
Yeah.
So that essentially means it will work.
Yeah.
Because the government will do whatever it takes to make sure it works. They're the finger on the scale. They're picking the winners like they always do. And this is the only hand we have economically as a system. There's nowhere else for us to go. All other paths have been burned. We cannot reindustrialize with our current political structure. So that means we will just run headlong into the fucking into the pods to live. And we can imagine, we're still fighting all the old culture battles, and we're still free because we're able to express ourselves there online. And there is still a chance that you can make enough money that you don't have to do a crappy job with the, in the goggles. You don't have to be a widget sorter or an email sender. You can be a philosopher king, but you're still doing it in the fucking goggles.
No, and that is the sort of self-propelling nature of this too is also really fascinating to me. Just in the beginning, we were talking about how it came on so fast. I get emails daily now about, here's the 10 best metaverse stocks to pick or whatever, just sort of a thing that didn't exist now is an inevitability. Right. And I think I think in tech, they kind of always talk in terms of inevitability. When Uber came on, it was this is the way labor workers' rights or lack thereof is going, whether you like it or not. We're dragging you into this version of the future. And eventually, the folks that I would talk to, they'd say, when this is legalized, not if we win this battle or not, this is what it's going to look like. And I agree with you, Matt, that that's they sort of create their own momentum around it and sort of push us forward. I think Zuckerberg wants this to happen and believes in it. Read Snow Crash and literally read Snow Crash.
Yeah.
Neil Stephenson.
They have the literature memorized.
The whole canon, but read it. It's sort of the most surface level version of what reading is, I think, on a lot of this, not really. They would argue
these guys are all bimbos is the thing. They really are decapitated by their STEM knowledge. Their STEM ability created this firewall between their the basic self-doubt that you need to propel you through actually knowing anything.
Yep.
That engine of well, maybe I don't know everything, that's going to push you into interrogating your beliefs. But they're so convinced by their material success that they know everything, that they are Dunning-Kruger proofed. And since everyone around them is either in the same lobotomized condition or directly benefits from them, is gathering around the fucking fish that eat between shark teeth. And so they never will and they never can intersect with reality, especially since the Fed at this point exists to keep them afloat.
Well, yeah.
It's a kid thinks they're driving, they're riding their bike, but their dad is still holding on to the seat.
In the same way that Protestantism is the sort of side toxicity of American/Ulster Protestantism is the thing that no one thinks about is the inherent problem that comes with being a human living in the human world, but thinking you know all the answers.
Exactly.
There's no further investigation to go.
I have a personal relationship with God, i.e., that's me. God, whatever I'm thinking, that's him.
Yeah,
it's and just from a third point, from a third perspective, admiring me, basically.
Yeah, right. And there are problems with any religion, obviously, but with most forms of it. I mean, actually, this is true for the most reactionary forms of Islam you'll see in Saudi Arabia, but Judaism, Catholicism, but there's a billion other things. The thing isn't we've figured it out.
Yeah.
It's varying degrees of we know very little but this one thing. But this, what you just described, the blinders that come from having figured out this one linear progression tract, it's Protestantism without any pretense of God. So it's
exactly because it's the chronological accumulation of Protestantism. Protestantism is the beginning of to articulating a fracture from the social church, and creating a new way to understand the universe outside of the context of a socially reinforced church hierarchy, which is no longer viable in that early modern era. And it starts with, God is real, but I have a personal relationship with him, and then I get to spend all day working out these fucking math problems to reconcile myself to God, because I can't feel a connection to God. I have to keep doing algebra to get back to God existing separate from me, and then subverting my will to him, right? Being a good person. And that, transforms into American Protestantism. But as time goes on, the technology that we're using to accelerate capitalism is also accelerating scientific knowledge. And people who pride themselves on faith through rationality, which is the premise of the Reformations, that human reason can get you to belief, then eventually you don't need God. You have your mastery of nature to stand in for God, and heaven on earth could be possible. And as soon as technology accumulates far enough, you can even imagine an eternity. You can even get rid of the idea of ever having to reconcile yourself to mortality. And that's where the very tip of the spear these guys are. Guys like Musk and Thiel, these guys legitimately do not think they will die. That's not an exaggeration. And that is just Protestant heaven that they can believe in, because they're not depending on God's grace, which, what's that? It's abstract. It's not real. But they can have faith in their understanding of technology, their ability to ride the wave. And they can believe in that because believing in yourself is that final existential faith, belief that we all need just to live. It's the end state before your brain essentially destroys itself, because you can't live that way. You can't live among people that way. And if everybody is living that way, you have to alienate all of your actual agency to this algorithm that wants to strip the flesh off of your fucking bones. And you end up helping it do that, because somebody else's flesh is always going to get torn more than you, and you fear becoming them. And if it's going to get torn less, you envy them and want to become them. And so you'll never stop. No one will ever stop this, even though they all think they are, all these Web 3.0 guys who think that they're defeating the beast. They're defeating central banking. They're defeating all these state structures that cause oppression. When it's no, that is just the machine parts, the carapace of this algorithm. The real spirit of the fucking thing cannot be captured by any of your formal politics, and certainly not by trying to outsmart technology by utilizing it, because it only serves its own agenda. It only serves your agenda individually and accidentally.
And similar to its predecessors in political Salafism and Wahhabism and Protestantism, it is sold to you as being decentralized. You don't like this big centralized church coming down on you. You don't want to deal with this bureaucracy. It's in everyone's hands. Your relationship with God is in your hands. And then it ends up being, as oppressive, but in a shitty new way.
That's really
right.
Good.
Because what do you want? Okay, congratulations. You get to pursue your own life on your own terms and do what you want. Oh, what do you want? What we tell you to fucking want. Through a filter of experience, but your social goals, the things that make up your being, tell you the things you should be pursuing, the things that draw you in one direction or another, that direct your animal spirits through your life, are not made up in your head. You didn't come up with them through some like examination of like a totally like untouched central identity node, spirit or something. You're just a confluence of social influences. And so what you want is, at the end of the day, freedom through consumption, because that's all it can offer you. And you will flee towards that and build structures to reify that all the time, thinking you're doing what's best for everybody. You're in your mind, you're even thinking you're doing things like democracy. And you think that you're adhering to notions of individual freedom and autonomy. But all you are actively doing with your time on Earth is furthering the creation of this fucking self-loading guillotine that we're all in the middle of.
So Matt, what do you remember from Wolf Warrior 2? Like, what's the general plot?
Before I begin, I have a statement to read. Dear Eternal President Xi, from afar, I have greatly admired your stewardship of the Chinese Communist Party. It is clear by now that socialism with Chinese characteristics offers the only viable global alternative to terminally declining U.S. dollar hegemony. The comprehensive deepening of reform at home, coupled with the visionary Belt and Road Initiative abroad, are offering a stable basis for the development of a worldwide alliance of progressive national elements towards the long-term goal of overthrowing Anglo-American finance capital and establishing global communism. However, there is one issue with your leadership that sadly prevents me from offering my official endorsement of Xi Jinping thought. A black mark on your record that has become increasingly difficult to ignore. The presence of CGI blood and muzzle flashes in Chinese action blockbusters such as Wolf Warrior 2. If the 1980s-style action films of your regime are going to insist on using the contemporary Washington consensus approach to action special effects, sacrificing verisimilitude and awesomeness on an altar of grim budgetary efficiency, perhaps party-led development really is functionally identical to neoliberal capitalism. As such, I am hereby calling for the U.S. to renew its commitment to defending the sovereignty of Taiwan, supporting the struggle of freedom fighters in Hong Kong, and calling on our State Department to increase diplomatic pressure to force regime change, to punish the continued persecution of the Uyghurs, whatever they're called. Anyway.
I knew it. I knew it was coming. The first one was a piece that came out last week called "The Right to Vote Should Be Restricted to Those with Knowledge." This was, this article makes the case that only a certain class of people, aka those with knowledge or the correct knowledge, should be allowed to vote. And I think that's a terrible idea, or at least I did until I read the second article I want to talk about this week, the Washington Post profile of the woman who really loves Daddy Donald. Did you guys see either of these articles?
I saw them both, but I knew we were going to talk about them, so I didn't read them.
Okay.
I always love getting surprised by you, Will.
I generally don't read articles. I think it sort of makes your worldview biased if you read articles one way or the other. I only read them live on the show. But I do agree with the premise of the first article, where, we've talked about this for years, that our smartest members of society are marginalized. And we know who the smartest members of society are, but we've never had a pro gamer in either House of Congress or in the executive branch. So anything in that direction, I'm good with.
Now, okay, the first article, it's written by this guy, Jason Brennan. And I think to sort of give you a flavor of where this article is going to go, I just want to read you the bio that's at the top of this article. You ready for this? It's Jason Brennan is Associate Professor of Strategy, Economics, Ethics, and Public Policy at Georgetown University. His latest book is Markets Without Limits, and he is currently writing Against Politics under contract with Princeton University Press.
Oh my God, we got to get him.
How about that?
This guy he's gonna end up being one of the consultants for that fucking disruptor party that we read about a couple weeks ago.
No, this guy said, he's a professor at Georgetown, and he's the author of Against Politics and Markets Without Limits. If that isn't a fucking horror show, I don't know what it is.
You can buy a kidney in a vending machine.
Bartertown. Markets Without Limits.
So let's dive into this guy's. There's another manifesto we're going to read from now. He writes, "Who should hold power, the few or the many? Concentrating power in the hands of a few, in monarchy, dictatorship, or oligarchy, tends to result in power for personal benefit at the expense of others. Yet in spreading power among the many, as it is in a democracy, individual votes no longer matter, and so most voters remain ignorant, biased, and misinformed. We have a dilemma." And he says, Republican representative democracy tries to split the difference. Checks and balances, judicial reviews, Bill of Rights, and elected representatives are all designed to hold leaders accountable to the people while also constraining the foolishness of the ignorant masses. Overall, these institutions work well. In general, people in democracies have the highest standards of living. But what if we could do better? See, there we go. You guys already anticipated the turn here.
You cut to a black and white film of somebody like trying to vote, and like they keep stabbing the paper, or like they fall through the booth, and like from one of those infomercials, and they just look at the camera and like shrug and go, "What the hell?"
Black and white footage of a perfectly good child being unsold. Its price not being determined by the market.
He says, there is a better way. Consider an alternative political system called epistocracy.
Oh boy.
Epistocracy.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm getting riled here. This sounds good.
Epistocracies retain the same institutions as representative democracies, including imposing liberal constitutional limits on power, Bill of Rights, checks and balances, judicial review, blah, blah, blah. But while democracies give every citizen an equal right to vote, epistocracies apportion political power by law according to knowledge or competence. Oh, wait, no, he says the idea here is not that knowledgeable people deserve to rule. Of course they don't. But that the rest of us deserve not to be subjected to incompetently made political decisions. Political decisions are high stakes, and democracies entrust some of those high stakes decisions to the ignorant and incompetent.
1 out of every 10 Americans is what you call an influencer.
Yeah, this is an argument for democracy by influencers. He says voters tend to mean well, but voting well takes more than a kind heart. A kind heart, you can collect shopping carts in a supermarket parking lots, but it's not good enough to vote.
No, it's not. I mean, running a bake sale, putting your coat over a puddle for a young lady, pulling out chairs, holding doors. These may, well, actually, they won't get you laid. Women don't like nice guys. You can read about it more in my ebook, but they certainly won't prepare you to make the decisions of state. Being nice won't allow you to connect with the moderate rebels of Arar Asham, or work on the F-35 project, or make Uber for universal basic income.
I would just like to slightly push back against the epistocracy and just say we should have government by nice guys only.
No way, we're gonna get pushed around by alpha countries if we let that happen.
Yeah.
And then Putin's gonna come and fuck Canada right in front of us.
You know what? I mean, it's sort of like communism. I mean, being a nice guy works on paper, but in real life, the babes only go for assholes, and the statecraft will be taken right out in front of you.
Well, yeah, no, this is the problem with my nice guy-ocracy, is that the voters just wouldn't respect it.
Cucks.
Just like they don't respect nice guys in general.
No one does.
He says voters tend to mean well, but he says it takes more than a kind heart. It requires tremendous social scientific knowledge that most citizens lack. Most voters know nothing, but some know a great deal, and some know less than nothing. The goal of liberal Republican epistocracy is to protect against democracy's downsides by reducing the power of the least informed voters or increasing the power of better informed ones. Okay, now let me ask you, Guy, do you think that voting or just choosing a politician that you think best represents your interests requires an enormous amount of very highly technical knowledge.
No, that's the whole fucking point. Like, he's missing the literal entire point of representative democracy, which is that you don't need to know a lot. You just need to have a general idea of what your interests are or your preferences are, and then you elect people who you think will carry them out, and then those people, in collaboration with like a permanent sort of bureaucracy of professionals, try to carry out those policies. It's pretty fucking straightforward. I mean, unless you're doing some insane nightmare deal where everybody's got to do a plebiscite on everything, which is not the case. That stuff is supposed to be figured out like at the level of representatives, not at the level of voters.
Disagree. Most voters are more interested in taking selfies, doing OxyContin, and generally being ne'er-do-wells. Like the typical voter, he goes in the voting booth and he's like, how do I vote for Kid Rock? And the educated voter, for which there are 20 of the Kid Rock voter for every one of the guy who's like, ooh, I would vote for a neutron if that was an option, because I know what that is. They're not represented. So
I'm skeptical of this guy, but if his proposal is that you get one vote for every major character from the West Wing you can name, then I'm down with it.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this. He says there are many ways of instituting epistocracy, some of which would work better than others. For instance, an epistocracy might deny citizens the franchise unless they can pass a test of basic political knowledge.
Where have I heard this before?
That's a bold and innovative approach to politics. Wow, this guy's a real disruptor.
I have
just like Strom Thurmond.
Guys, I have a really innovative approach to politics. Check this out. So the uninformed citizen, their votes are worth 3/5 that of an informed citizen.
Well, check this out. He says they might give every citizen one vote, but grant additional votes to citizens who pass certain tests or obtain certain credentials.
Yeah, baby.
I got my voting merit badge. President Evan McMullen, here we come, baby.
This pisses me off because it now I'm regretting never finishing grad school because I wanted 10 votes for myself.
Well, you can either graduate from grad school or you can recite an entire song from Hamilton. Either one gets you extra votes.
Well, actually, that makes sense because actually the actual Alexander Hamilton would have been in favor of this.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he hated the idea of actual representative democracy.
He continues. He says they might pass all laws through normal democratic means, but then permit bands of experts to veto badly designed legislation. For instance, a board of economic advisors might have the right to veto rent control laws, just as the Supreme Court can veto laws that violate the Constitution. Okay, is there a single person?
Oh, wow. Here it comes. What a shock.
Oh, my God.
All this smartness is actually just deeply, deeply ideological. Who could have thought?
Yeah.
Who could have thought that these ideas of intelligence and knowledge that are presented as being apolitical are actually just ideology? This is blowing my fucking mind.
He says, or an epistocracy might allow citizens to vote at the same time as requiring them to take a test of basic political knowledge and submit their demographic information. With such data, any statistician could calculate the public's enlightened preferences. That is, what a demographically identical voting population would support if only they were better informed. I can't imagine how that, wouldn't work. He says, an epistocracy might then instantiate the public's enlightened preferences rather than their actual unenlightened preferences. So I guess the public's unenlightened preferences are like having enough money to support their families and like being able to afford going to the doctor. But once we put that through some sort of enlightened statistical metric, they would realize that were they smart enough, they would realize that actually they don't want all those things.
Like when the army shows up to evict you, because of eminent domain, or they've increased the rent 300% to make it a luxury dwelling or something. They're just dragging you out, and you're like, "This is illegal." And they're like, "No, you made it legal because you like smartphones, and that's capitalism, which means you like capitalism. So shut up. I'm going to tase your child into incontinence."
He says, as the political theorist Ben Saunders says, in a democracy, each person's power is so small that insisting on equality is like arguing over the crumbs of a cake rather than an equal slice. Well, when you say it like that, I mean, I'd rather not be equal. I'd rather have the whole piece of cake. On the other hand, it's true, at least right now, that certain demographic groups, such as rich white men, are more likely to pass a basic political knowledge test than others, such as poor black women. Hence the worry that epistocracies will favor the interests of some groups over others. But this worry might be overstated. Political scientists routinely find that so long as individual voters have a low chance of being decisive, that they will vote for what they perceive to be the common good rather than their self-interest. Further, it might be well that excluding or reducing the power of the least knowledgeable 75% of white people produces better results for black women than democracy does. So in closing, he says, democracy and epistocracy both spread power among the many, but epistocracy tries to make the informed many are not drowned out by the ignorant or misinformed many.
He wrote this on the inside of a locker after he got stuffed in there in high school.
I mean, again, like the worst idea in this, in the fundamental fallacy that is going on here is the idea that voting for politicians requires some kind of highly specialized knowledge that only like a very educated few are able of accessing. I would genuinely much rather be subject to the whims of genuine dullards and dunces than anyone like Jason Brennan and the author of Markets Without Limits, because I guarantee you it would result in less mass murder.
Well, I mean, okay, but like, wouldn't you rather have the abilities of the weighted, like say certain students of Leo Strauss have more influence over the democracy? Like, I mean, look at take for example, like the Project for the New American Century. Tons of Princeton graduates, like our friend.
Incredibly smart people.
Incredibly smart. Maybe they've become a little bit too clever by half, and they think that we need to start a civil war that our country is a part of for some reason to chase Leo Strauss's weird dream of constant struggle against good and evil that ultimately exhausts resources and kills a million people and plunges a region into chaos for longer than our own lifetimes. But at least they're not dumb.
They're smart, the smartest guys.
You know what? I've got a rejoinder to that, though, in the form of musical theater. Close your eyes and imagine 1976, Santiago City. Pardon me, are you Mr. Pinochet, sir? I'm sorry,
sir.
I'm Milton Friedman, man.
I think markets are the only thing that ever freed man.
Well, okay, that's the argument for epistocracy, and I think self-evidently we regard that as laughable on its face, and I think that guy's right to vote should be taken away.
Cinema.
We see films.
Yes, absolutely.
We don't see movies. We see films.
No, in fact, the first one we're going to be talking about was in 4 languages, something like that.
Far too many.
A ton.
That's my main complaint.
So
too much globalism in this.
It was pretty. I mean, it was a pretty blatant bit of literally culture. This was actually cultural Marxism. If you want to wonder what the hell people talk about, it's mostly an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. But you watch the film we're talking about today, and it's literal cultural Marxism. The film being Raoul Peck's The Young Karl Marx, which is a genuinely perverse film because it situates the budding bromance between Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels and their specific romances. Karl with his wife, Jenny Westphalen, and Engels with the firebrand Irish factory worker Mary Burns and her sister. Yeah, that's how he.
That was only alluded to.
Yeah, well,
also Lynch and the maid was just kind of mentioned.
Yeah. She's just sort of sitting there. She's a little Chekhov's gun for the sequel.
That's the thing, though, is that like we were talking about. This is for the real Marx heads.
Oh yeah, there's all these little things in the movie that you're not going to get unless you have read at least one terrible Marx biography, and without them, they just are sort of things that happen. But yeah, one of them is the maid, who if you know about Marx, that when they move to London, he's gonna knock up, and then have Engels take credit for the paternity of the kid.
Yeah.
That actually probably would have been a funnier movie. Actually, what we mostly spent talking about this movie is just how many other more interesting slices of life they could have chosen.
Oh my God, they really picked boring shit. I was kind of thinking it would be kind of, soap opera-y.
Yeah.
And they would focus on, maid and partying and
Yes.
maid impregnation, partying,
Yeah.
affairs with sisters and
Yeah.
whatnot. No.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that they took this thing, the emergence of Marxism as an ideology in the conversations and actions of these two men, and put it in the most bourgeois artistic framework possible, which is the gray-looking, middle-brow BBC-style adaptation, like Middlemarch or something.
It was very difficult to watch them trying to create tension and indicate the passage of time with orchestral music over someone scribbling.
Yeah, there's a lot of montages of people writing things.
Yeah. But the thing is, they did do cool things, and not just, it didn't have to be like, sensationalist or sexed up or anything. I mean, there was a few, kind of Benny Hill moments where he's running from creditors.
They run from the creditors. They run from the police at one point. They get kicked out of Paris. So there is there are action moments broadly construed. It actually
There's
opens.
titties.
There's some boobs. It opens with an actual action scene because the beginning of the movie is when Marx is at the first newspaper that he sort of helped co-found and write for that was shut down by Prussian authorities when he stood up in inflammatory fashion for the peasants who were being persecuted for collecting dead wood on noble lands. And he tells this, over him reading the article is images of these put-upon peasants having their heads caved in by the local constabulary on horseback.
For picking up sticks.
For picking up sticks, yes. And that's sort of like the primal scene of injustice that sort of generates all of the thinking on how to solve these horrible social inequalities and injustices. So it starts off with the first scene is him getting yelled at by his editors for writing the thing, and it kind of feels like they're going, Marx, you've gone too far this time. Your renegade ways are going to get us all in trouble with the mayor. Turn in your quill. And
But
he's like,
McGarnagle
"Fuck you."
gets results.
Yeah, fuck you, buddy. I do what I want. And then he just yells at these guys about how they're a bunch of dumbasses and they don't have any good theories and they're just talking vague bullshit, which is very true to life. And one thing that the movie gets very much right is that it's largely Marx criticizing and insulting other socialists.
Yeah.
For not having a theory, not being smart enough, just basically being a bunch of sort of addle-pated do-gooders.
Also, he fat shamed.
Yes.
They left out that specifically, but then another moment for the real motherfucking Marx heads out there is like they introduced Proudhon,
Yes.
who was very much a moralist,
Yes,
moralist
yes.
anarchist.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he was so nice.
He's adorable. He meets Proudhon. Proudhon is very nice to him. First thing he does is heckle him. His first encounter with Proudhon is heckling him from the audience of a speech. But then they meet him and he's nice to him.
So
And
nice.
They interact, and then it's one of those things where if you know your Marx, you're sort of watching it like, oh, hell no. There's a scene where he gives Marx and Engels copies of his book, the Philosophy of Poverty. And they're like, I hope you enjoy it. And you're like, oh, hell no. Because the real Marx heads know that they wrote a scathing denunciation of the thing that Marx, in typical dickhead fashion, called the poverty of philosophy. And the next scene is them hawking it at a labor meeting. So yeah, he's just mean to this nice guy.
Who is very wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Totally wrong.
Is that the one?
And he was fat.
Yeah, and the thing you get though through the whole thing of him being pricks to everybody is that it's true. Everybody who he's criticizing, and the entire kind of concept of socialism as it was burbling up in the ferment of the Industrial Revolution of the mid-1900s was very much formless. It was basically, this is not right and it should be different. And Marx's clarion call throughout the entire movie to everyone who he sees and yells at and insults is, that's not good enough. There needs to be a theory behind it. And we need to focus on articulating it in a way that people can understand. And people get very mad at him throughout the course of the film, but at every turn they're just like, damn it, Marx, I'm so mad at you, but you get results.
Yeah.
That pamphlet was so goddamn good. We just have to keep you into this organization.
The man could write a pamphlet. I did think one of the strong things about it is that it dealt with the fundamental antagonism between Marxism and anarchism being a kind of sense of communal brotherhood, and Marxism recognizing that no, there is a capitalist class that by its very nature is in direct conflict with the working classes, and he pushed back against the all men are brothers thing.
Yeah.
Which was like extremely, I mean, there was this super kind of churchy move towards, a fellowship of poverty and sort of liberal values or whatever. And Marx and Engels too were pretty upfront about the fact that it's like, no, they don't want to be your friends.
Yeah.
They want to exploit your labor.
Yeah, there's an irresolvable conflict of interest between classes that can't be resolved through any other form than the overthrow of class as a concept. And that's what he's talking about the whole movie, and everyone's getting their feelings hurt. Multiple scenes of him yelling at people and then them storming out of the room, but then him writing something that everyone just has to agree is too good not to recognize.
It's too damn good.
So the real through line of the film from a character perspective, to sort of fill out all of the yelling, is the budding friendship between Marx and Engels. And they have a classic meet cute at the beginning where they meet in Paris and their first words are sort of like, hey, fuck you, buddy, you're being a rude dickhead. That's, Engels says that and he's like, dude, sorry, but I'm strutting right here. I can't hear you. But one thing that was very credible is that they basically cement their friendship by complimenting each other's writing.
Yeah.
Like they sit down.
Well,
after,
and it was such a fucking corny movie moment too, where he was like, I've read your book. You want to know what I think? I think it was amazing.
Yeah, that was it. That's it. Yeah, because it starts.
The condition of the working class in England is one of the greatest books on the subject.
Yeah, because they start off, they're yelling, they're kind of like snipping at each other in a sort of a parlor way. Then they sit down and have a drink, and Engels just gushes all over Marx, but in a very restrained German way. It just says, you're a genius. This work is brilliant. You're the greatest social scientist of your era. And then Marx goes, you know what I think of your book? You want me to be honest? And then there's a nice pause. And he's like, it's genius.
By the way, I just want to say I looked it up and I messed it up. He didn't call Proudhon fat. He called him all kinds of other things.
Yeah.
He called Bakunin a monster, a huge mass of flesh and fat, and is barely capable of walking anymore. To crown it all, he is sexually perverse and jealous of the 17-year-old Polish girl who married him in Siberia because of his martyrdom. He is presently in Sweden, where he is hatching revolution with the Finns. Which, hatching revolution with the Finns is also an insult. Like, it's included as being, like, he put, like, revolution was sarcastic in that.
Good luck getting the Finns to do anything.
Marx was a hard hater, is what we're trying to get at.
Big time. And, but it was, they cast, the guys who played Proudhon and Bakunin were not very large, so that wouldn't have worked. He couldn't.
They
have
were
done
not
it in the movie.
sloppy, amphibious-looking people as Bakunin and Proudhon were. They also had one of the best characters,
Weitling?
Yeah, it was Weitling.
Weitling, yeah,
Weitling.
Yeah, he was another guy who was a competing voice in socialism, and he would give these huge stem-winding speeches to big crowds of workers, and they would all love them. But
He
they
was
were
an
totally devoid
insane
of
person
content.
and deserves his own biopic.
Yeah.
Because he was a complete psychopath. He also apparently invented a machine that did button sewing or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he was definitely a practical human being. He was also actually poor.
Yeah.
And grew up in horrible destitution. And he was sort of a preacher for the working class, but also just a wild, unpredictable idiot.
Yeah. And according to this film, Marx literally ran him out of the socialist movement just by owning him in a meeting.
Yeah.
He just yells at him and says, you don't have any theory. You don't have anything besides your piety, you dumbass. And he just leaves.
He was
and he's not seen
super
for
pious.
again in the rest
Yeah,
of the
he was super pious. And he was definitely annoying, and they did a really good job at playing him as a subtle, a zealot and a street preacher.
Yeah.
But also extremely cool character from history.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, all those early socialists were very fascinating characters. In
I
their
think
own
he was a
right.
Fourierist.
Yeah.
One of those doofuses.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the big. The Fourier was like one of the big currents that Marx had to sort of push against, and that was all based on sentiment. Yeah.
Fourier said he was an extreme logic guy. He said, "Oh, they're like, how will garbage pickup be handled under socialism when it's a job that no one wants to do under like this his kind of weird agrarian socialism?" And he says, "Let little boys do it. They're filthy. Just let children do it. It's fine. They love it. They fucking love it."
They love garbage.
He also said that everyone, I think, there would be like a social prostitution class that would. He said, I think he said,
Pepe's on your side if you brought that out now.
a special like group of, he said, particularly amorous and benevolent individuals. So
The
it was
girlfriend
like
battalion.
UBI, but for sex.
Yeah, you just got all the Pepe's on your side.
Yeah.
Now. Alt-right has just all switched to Fourierist socialism.
Yeah.
So
You know
after
what? I can deal with that better.
So
to be
after
honest.
they're friends, after they become friends, they go out drinking and they're talk late into the night. And then in the funniest scene in the movie, they're puking in an alley.
Yeah.
While they're puking in the alley, Marx formulates his 11th thesis on Feuerbach, where in between blorks, he goes, Engels, in the history of philosophy, they've sought to understand the world. But what if they changed it? And
then it's like,
yeah.
he broke the fourth wall and they both looked at the camera
they
and
might as well.
grinned and like put on sunglasses and it was like, ting.
Yeah. And there are moments strewn throughout that sort of wink at Marxist, classic Marx quotes, but that is the most blatant one.
Yeah.
That's the sort of the funniest moment where they just really break it.
That's
through
when they're playing to the cheap seats.
Oh, yeah.
Which we appreciated in our own dumb delight.
Yeah,
the
it was
way
funny.
we appreciated Proudhon handing
Yeah,
the
oh,
book
yeah,
and being
like,
like, I can't wait to hear what you have to think about.
Yeah,
it.
we were like, oh, hell no, when he said that. We're like, we know what he's going to think. He's not going to like it.
He doesn't
Poor guy.
like it.
Poor guy.
And
his
you're so
nightly-
nice.
His nice chin strap beard. He's about to get owned so
Yeah.
badly. Poor guy. So, and then the movie splits between Marx being poor as hell, dodging creditors in Paris, and then Brussels after he gets kicked out of Paris, and then Engels working for his dickhead father at their Manchester factory and falling for Mary Burns, and basically putting up with the needs of being a bourgeois piece of shit in order to sort of fund the lifestyle of Marx.
He even literally said, like, I don't think this is right. And Marx was like, no. Let's slow down here.
Yeah.
No clean hands in a dirty world, buddy. How else are you going to fund...
Yes. In fact, that's a moment from their life story that isn't in the film, but is more sort of the most Curb Your Enthusiasm moment in the history of the Marx-Engels friendship, because for a long time they mostly corresponded through letters. They didn't see each other very often because he was in Manchester and Marx was on the continent or in London, and a lot of their letters are him asking for money. And there is a scene in the movie where creditors are literally at the door yelling at Jenny Marx, and Marx shows up with a bunch of lobsters and money for them, and it's all came from a money order from Engels. But years later, after the course of this film, Mary Burns, his live-in lover, who we meet in the film, died. And Engels wrote a letter to Marx telling him how sad he was and how wrecked he felt that she was dead. And Marx responded with a letter that said, I'm very sorry to hear that. By the way, if you could send me some more money, that'd be really great. And that's the one time in their correspondence where Engels is palpably angry at him.
Yeah.
In the letter that he responds to her, he says, "You are cold and unfeeling, and to think that all of you can manage to worry about is this money when my love of my life is dead." But they patched it up. But that was Marx at his most Larry David.
Well, and it was kind of, I mean, it is, Marx really did have like no fucking money.
He did have no money.
So there was,
Yeah.
I mean.
He didn't have any pirate treasure.
Yeah.
According to some insane conspiracy theories that some people think are mind blowing.
He had pirate treasure?
There's this idiot thing that literally comes from like the John Birch Society in the 50s.
Oh, hell yeah.
This theory that Marx got a bunch of slave-based pirate treasure from Jean Lafitte's family to help fund the Communist Manifesto.
Those famous communist partisans, the privateers.
Yeah. But still, no, he was poor the whole time, and he really depended on Engels. And you see the beginning of that relationship.
Yeah.
But it's
and Engels did have a pretty good life.
He did. Yeah.
He was also like very like, I mean, he was much more bourgeois than Marx, not just in sort of the money sense, but in terms of values. He had like the free love thing, huge partier. I think his son-in-law or somebody, I can't remember how many kids Engels fathered. But they referred to him as the great beheader of champagne bottles.
He was bottles and models, baby.
Yeah.
Marx was much more staid. He was much more classic.
Marx was
middle
a family
class,
man.
Classic middle class family man. Knock up the maid.
The maid. Yeah.
That is. He really was sort of the picture of a 19th century gentleman in that way. Whereas Engels much more had the sort of bohemian style of I live with 2 Irish sisters. I do what I want. I'm not marrying anybody.
Yeah.
Just having kids.
I think he did. Did he refer to Mary Burns as his wife?
He did, but I don't think they were ever actually married.
I don't think they were actually
married. He
married.
would say it to sort of not scandalize people.
Yeah.
But they never actually got married. She didn't believe in marriage either. So she was a radical in her own
they
right.
included. She didn't believe it. I am glad they included Mary Burns and Jenny Marx, and I'm very kind of anti the sort of revisionist herstory stuff. I think Mary Beard has the correct line about this, where she said, "There were no Amazons, there was no matriarchy. That in itself is a male fantasy." However, Jenny Marx and Mary Beard were incredibly influential to the history of socialist thought to communism.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't even. They did make a few jokes where like no one could read Marx's handwriting.
Yes, he lost jobs. He tried to get jobs with the railroad,
like the
post office,
and they're like, "We can't
and he couldn't
read your
get the gig because
handwriting."
nobody could read his goddamn scribbles.
So, like, literally in an administrative capacity, Jenny Marx was incredibly important, and as a labor activist, Mary Burns was incredibly important.
Yes, and there's
as a thinker.
Yes, and they have that moment. That's another sort of comedic high point where they're on the beach and they're talking, and Jenny and Mary are watching as Marx and Engels are sort of struggling,
growing out.
Whether there's sort of, it seems, I don't know how true this is, but I think they invented this for drama. It's like 48. It's like beginning of 1848, and they've Marx and Engels have basically wrested control of what was called the League of the Just, or Justice League, as we called it.
Yeah, we call it Justice
and
League.
turned it into the Communist League. And we're now tasked with writing a short pamphlet for workers that laid out their program. And Marx is having a crisis of faith. Yeah, a manifesto, if you will. And Marx is having a crisis of faith where he's like, "I'm tired. I don't know what else to do."
Yeah. And he can't pay bills. And
Engels says, "We've got to continue. You have to keep doing it.
We got a communist.
Yeah, we got a communist
harder than we've ever communisted before."
But while they're having this conversation, Mary and Jenny are sitting on the beach, this hellish windswept English beach.
Yeah, one of these like horrible, shitty Northern European beaches where they're like, "Let's go on holiday."
Yeah, let's all wear 5 layers of clothing and sit on
get freezing wind, sand whipped into our face for a lovely beachside holiday.
Sit on these awfully uncomfortable chairs next to flapping tents and get grit in our faces. And they're talking about family, and Mary Burns just says, "Yeah, I don't want to have kids. We're making sure I'm not having kids." And Jenny's like, "Really? You don't want kids?" And then Mary says, "Yeah, if he wants kids, he can have them with my sister. She's dying for it."
Yeah.
And she can almost see sort of the invisible monocle drop out of Jenny's eye.
Yeah.
So it's basically them fighting for control, becoming friends, fighting for control of these communist groups, yelling at all of the bad, dumb socialists, and then culminating with them deciding we're going to write the Communist Manifesto. And along the way, you see them writing several different things and having little mini montages of them writing.
Yeah.
They're like the candles burning down, and they're sleeping on the desk, and they're pacing back and forth. Classic stuff.
Yeah.
So that's such as it is. That's the arc. It's not very dramatic. It's almost perversely anti-dramatic.
It was some weird choices because they weren't dramatic moments. Or particularly salacious moments. There's a few there's a few allusions to it. We were both sort of confused as to why they picked the moments they did, but I don't know. I did enjoy it.
I think what I think it was I think that I honestly think that this is a movie that is sort of like The Big Short in that it wanted to be didactic, and to be didactic and to teach the audience something, it wanted to package it in a cinematic form that they recognize, so that the lesson stuff sort of goes by without being too difficult to digest. And this is classic period drama, people in drawing rooms and all that stuff. And so along the way, the real point, I think, of the movie is the moments where they stop to sort of explain specific elements of Marxist theory in the context of these dramatic moments.
Yeah.
Like when they go to a fancy club in London that Engels is a member of, and they run into a factory worker or a factory owner.
This was actually pretty good.
Yeah, like that's it's a good way of explaining like the concept of exploitation of labor.
Right. Well, and in the confrontation, which I'm sure never happened, he asked him, it's like, how many children do you have working in your factory? And I thought what was good about that is that he was in no way defensive about it. He's like, oh, about half.
Yeah.
And they're like, mornings, nights? He's like, oh, both.
Yeah.
And it was like, he gave sort of at some point they pushed him into a justification. It was a little, I call it exploitation.
Yeah.
But I think it is sort of important to be like, just so you know, people were definitely employing children and not even seeking to justify it because they were just like, oh, well, we're giving them jobs.
Yeah, if they're not there to do
That's
it,
how we
it's not
build
going to get done.
society, and if it doesn't get done, we have no economy, and
Right.
then we're much worse off.
And the key moment in that for me, in terms of because it's incredibly easy. Dickens did it all the time to just show how awful exploitation was at that time, and how unjust it was. But the other thing was to say what the mechanism of it is, and that's where this differs from any kind of like an Oliver Twist adaptation or something, is that Marx at the end of the scene says, oh, so this isn't to have an economy, this isn't to make sure things are produced, this is to make sure that you have profit.
Yeah.
You are superfluous to this process. These people's misery is so that you can, without working, gain money.
Right.
And that's the driving force of the class conflict that is irresolvable, and the exploitation and misery that accompanies class conflict. And that is the essential Marxist insight that I think the movie is trying to sort of show the birth of in the way these guys talk about it.
It does seem like there were two audiences that they kind of had in mind. One was the person that's like, oh, Marx, communism, I kind of know about that. And then for those people, the most didactic moment would be that moment where he's confronting the capitalist factory owner. And then there's a leftist audience, because Raoul Peck is like Minister of Culture of Haiti.
Yes.
Which, like, cool, but also weird, but also, a country with, let's say a Marxist history.
Yeah.
To put it lightly. And for leftists, I think the most interesting scene would be when they go into the Justice League Friends meeting. Yes. And, there are these kind of liberal, kind of humanist type leanings that a lot of the crowd has. They go from this all men are brothers to Workers of the World Unite or something like that.
That was it.
It's a little
they literally, and it's very good visual filmmaking. When they come in, there's a banner on the wall that says "All men are brothers."
Shit banner.
Terrible,
very boring banner. Very brown.
Poorly done, brown monochrome. And then Engels goes up and gives a speech. He reads some of Marx, of course. And then by the end of it, they carried the day.
Take down the banner.
They've won the vote. They take down that stupid banner and put up a big, bright red one that says
Excellent
"Workers
banner.
of all
Beautiful.
worlds,
It's
of all
gold.
lands unite."
It's beautiful.
Gorgeous. Yes.
We're gonna make communism great again.
Yeah, and that is that switch from the slogan "All men are brothers" to "Workers of the World Unite" is a perfect capsule explanation of the change in the socialist movement before and after Marx showed up.
Yeah,
because it really was a movement of basically
it was religious people.
It was a religious moral sentiment to a actual analysis of economic conditions and what they create, and then how to deal with those actual on the ground material realities.
Yeah, and an understanding of the vehicles that would lead us to an egalitarian society, and this is a often misused word, but like praxis. Like, okay, this does have to be a workers' movement.
Yes.
So I think it was kind of two audience, and then I guess to some degree it was just for like history buffs too. Which for history buffs, I think you'll find some embellishments, but it's fun.
Yeah, and hey, there's Bakunin, hey, there's Proudhon. Those are fun moments.
Yeah,
it is what it is. It's a very odd choice. The ending is very anticlimactic. They decide they resolve on the beach to write the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah.
Then they show them read. There's a voiceover of the Communist Manifesto over pictures of workers, and then it just fades out. And then there's a title card saying, "Oh, and a month later, the revolutions of 1848 happened."
And then the closing title,
and then they cut to the credits, and the song is "Like a Rolling Stone" by Bob Dylan.
Which feels like there's like a placeholder. Like sometimes you're watching a movie. Like remember when we were watching the last Marvel movie and they were talking about the boxes?
Yeah, Justice League.
Yeah, and
the League of the Just.
The League of the Just. And they it was like they called it just like the box, and they were like, okay, we're gonna highlight this. Remember to write something later.
We're gonna not call it the box.
But
it would be stupid if a 3-hour.
We will come back to this.
It would be stupid if this $100 billion movie revolved around something we just called the box. At least in the Marvel movies.
The mother box. Yeah.
At least in the Marvel movies, it's called the Tesseract, which sounds vaguely sciencey.
Right. So I think the way they were going to close it, they were like, they had like a little card that said, put ending here. And then they played some Bob Dylan for some reason to make it seem contemporary, which I don't think needed to happen. Yeah. I do think that kind of spoon feeds people when they're like, okay, we're going to add one contemporary pop song at the end.
They want to be like, this is still relevant to you. Although, if you really wanted it to be relevant to people, wouldn't it be Kanye or something? I mean, Bob Dylan is like 50 years old.
I think they also could have, I mean, if they really wanted to do it, they could just show like workers now. They could just show like Bangladeshi garment workers or like, like a
greeter at Walmart.
Yeah.
In one of those slave shrimp boats in the Southeast Asia.
You could show tomato pickers in fucking Florida.
Anything. But if you really want to break through the sort of the period, you got to do something. You had to be a little more bold than they were willing to be. Yeah. Picking Bob Dylan is it's the lowest effort attempt to try to contemporize that you could have.
I think as far as movies goes, history buffs will like it. It would be good for libs, and it's fun but easy for leftists. Yeah,
because there are moments where you're like, oh, I know what's happening now. This is going to be bad.
I know this part.
I will say it's a little disingenuous in the closing credits because they sort of imply that the Communist Manifesto was the spark that caused the 1848 revolution.
Yeah.
It's not true at all.
There was a whole bunch of Yeah.
But I would
But I do think it was worth, and they mentioned this a few times, is that the whole of Europe was in a massive upheaval at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And the way they discussed it, they really thought, and you'll see this multiple times in history. You saw it in the 60s. You saw it to a lesser degree during Occupy, is that people are like, oh, everything's happening all at once. The whole world is churning. Something's going to happen. And then...
And Marx was one of them. Marx was absolutely convinced that 48 was going to be the end of capitalism. And then when it didn't happen, then the next economic downturn, which was the real precipitant cause of the 1848 revolutions. The next time there was a depression, it was going to be that time.
Yeah.
And it took him a while. And that's really when that didn't happen is when he starts writing Capital.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, we're in this for the long haul.
Yeah.
We need a much more comprehensive understanding of what this mechanism is called capitalism if we're going to deal with it. Because the big push, the big collapse is not on the cards. But in 48, they thought it was going to be. So the one thing to end this discussion of the movie, I guess... The thing I was thinking watching the movie is, what other movie about a time in Marx's life would you like to see instead of this weird period when they're just writing and hiding from butchers?
I think it would have been. I could have been like a all one day movie of the coup at Justice League. At the Justice League Friends.
We were talking about how that would be interesting.
That would be the most interesting thing, I think, for a leftist.
Yeah, if it was just about the factional maneuvering that went into taking over the Justice League.
It would be a highly political,
and turning into the communist.
Actually, you know who would be good at directing that? Armando Iannucci.
That's true.
Because it's about the office politics of real politics.
And the other ones I thought would be interesting is Young Marx. Go take that title seriously. Go really Young Marx. Go when he was basically John Belushi in Animal House at the University of Bonn.
Yeah.
Because his first college stint was at the University of Bonn, where he was forced to leave. His dad made him go to Berlin because he was only drinking and dueling and shooting out streetlights with blunderbusses.
He was just knockout gaming.
Yeah,
He was just
a
wilding
movie
out.
where Marx is just a shithead college student. That would have been kind of funny. But the other
Marx
one,
screaming food fight.
yes. But then it ends with him like running into Heigl and just is like, oh shit,
Yeah.
whoa. And the
Smoke
other one
sweet
would
ones.
the other one would be on the other side of this period they chose, which would be the one time that Marx actually was in the middle of revolutionary ferment was during the 1848 revolutions. Right after the movie ends, he went back from Brussels to Germany, to Cologne, Germany, which was in ferment and in rebellion against Prussian rule, and he started a new newspaper with a bunch of other radicals. Engels actually went down to where there was street fighting, fought on the barricades. He actually got kicked off the barricades because the barricades had German flags up, and he went out by himself without anybody's authorization and replaced them with red flags and the red flag of social revolution.
That would be so cinematic.
And then they're like, dude, you're freaking out the squares. You're freaking out the liberals, because it was the 48 revolution was at that point an alliance between workers and libs. And then the libs were freaked out by the red flag. And he just goes there and puts it up. And they're like, get the hell
that would
on.
be an amazing cinematic
And then he
moment,
was, there was an actual set piece battle between these southern German revolutionaries and the Prussian army. And my guy, the guy I talked about on my first Drunk History episode, August Willich, commanded a unit fighting the Prussian army, and Engels was his adjutant. He was his first and his second in command. So like you would have had actual action involved, which would have been cool. But I think the budget issues would have been constraining in that case.
Well, that's just why we need a planned economy that can make many Marx movies.
Yes, exactly. Take all the money that went into the Transformers films and make them
We could
about
make like
Marx.
8 good Marx movies
Absolutely.
for one Transformers budget.
Yes. Or one insane Marx movie that cost $1 billion.
Marx and
Mecha
Engels
Marx.
combine
Yes.
to make a
They turn into a communist Voltron that shoots lasers at Bakunin.
Proton is Mothra. Bakunin is he's Gamera, friend of the children.
Yeah. He was shaped like Gamera, actually.
He was.
I think this is a first, maybe, on Chapo. I am super excited for it because I can sit back, relax, and just, pick my spots. But I think this is the first ever Matt Christman-led reading series.
Ooh,
Matt,
That's right,
let's
folks.
kick it off.
Yeah, strap in. So this weekend, the Washington Post published an article that gave me a brain aneurysm.
Unlike all the reading series that I did.
Unlike all the other parts of the body that might have an aneurysm.
Those are all pulmonary. This is my first brain one. So the Washington Post has realized, as well they should, because they are one of the stewards of our discourse. They understand that democracy dies in darkness. And so they said, hey, people seem to really be having a problem with democracy these days. They're not really into it the way that they used to be. They're all suspicious and tribal and filled with rage towards their fellow American instead of working together on a common civic project. What's the deal? So they decided, we're going to fix it. And so they put a piece out in their magazine called Fix This Democracy Now, 38 Ideas for Repairing Our Badly Broken Civic Life. So they essentially asked 38 random dickheads, what would you do if you had total power to make America a more civically engaged place where democracy worked?
I wouldn't say they're random dickheads. I said
All
this
right.
is a fairly self-selected sample.
I wish it was random. I wish it was random.
People
It'd be
that
way
watch-
more interesting if it was just people out of the
These
phone
are the
book.
people the Washington Post regard as serious thinkers.
Yes, exactly. So the way it starts is in his study of 19th century American democracy, Alexis de Tocqueville explained his mission this way. By the way, any article starts with a de Tocqueville quote. Fuck them. They suck. Shut the fuck up about
undergrad
fucking
shit.
de Tocqueville. Find another asshole to fucking quote. An article about American democracy that starts with de Tocqueville is exactly as hack as starting an essay with Webster's Defines. It's the exact same thing. Quote, I undertook to see, not differently, but further than the parties, and while they were occupied the next day, I wanted to ponder the future. Nearly 2 centuries later, all of us, Republicans, Democrat, Trump supporter, Trump critic, should be able to agree that some future pondering about the state of our democracy is in order. In so many ways, the underlying conditions of U.S. democracy need repair. Among American citizens, ideological and philosophical divisions seem insurmountably sharp. Among their representatives in Washington, compromise appears impossible. And so, as we approach the 1-year anniversary of the election, we ask dozens of writers and artists to look beyond the day-to-day upheavals of the news cycle and propose one idea that could help fix the long-term problems bedeviling American democracy. The result, 38 conservative, liberal, practical, creative, broad, specific, technocratic, provocative solutions for an unsettled country.
I will say, though, having gone through this whole list, the one thing missing from it is anything even vaguely left-wing.
No, well, that's what we're going to get to. The thing is, they mostly asked a collection of either hard-right, snake-handling maniac writers or centrist dickheads. That's basically everyone they asked. There's a few exceptions, but that's about it.
Those are the 2 genders.
Yeah. I'm not going to go through all these because there are 38 of them, but I'm going to go through the best of them. There are a couple that are actually kind of smart technocratic fixes to electoral systems that could be useful. Like one pair says, require everyone to vote, like they do in Australia. That's not a bad idea. Way more people should vote. Way more people should be civically involved. I mean, good luck getting it past a system where one of the parties is explicitly committed to reducing to as low a number as possible the number of people who vote. But you've identified a real issue.
Sure.
And another person says instant runoff voting. Also, good idea.
Yeah.
I would add that Australia has both of them, and they are also still a right-wing hellhole. But
They have a prison island.
Yeah, it is a prison island filled with Matt Brady's.
I think
it's understandable that it's kind of a shithole.
But their prison island has a prison island of.
They are a prison island with their own prison island. It's like fucking what the fuck?
Super jail.
No, it's like super jail. It's also like Exhibit. Yo, dog, you like prison island?
Well, no,
I got a prison island on your prison island.
That's the thing about Australia. Every time we talk to Matt Brady about it, he's like, "Yeah, we have the soccer party, the Father's Rights soccer party." Like they have all these fragmented, weird parties. Yeah. But I think that's less an indictment of the system and more an indictment of Australia, because it reminds me of the show Oz. They just have a bunch of different prison gangs, and the prison gangs are like,
well, it makes sense.
Yeah, the racism part.
Australia essentially was an experimental prison like Oz.
Yeah. Ted Australia, the first president of the nation, he was like McManus, and Adebisi was everyone else.
But what actually Trump
They have
said
little
is
hats.
they get sausages when they vote.
They do.
So I'm all for it.
No, and I would be down if you got a delicious sizzling sauso. Sauso, they call them that because it's a country of morons.
Yeah, every Australian thing sounds like a drunk racist guy imagining what Spanish is, because it's just like a shorter version of an English word with an O at the end.
It's true. They call bottle shops, alcoholic bottle shops, bottle-os. And they call members of biker gangs bikies.
Deus Volt. This is the West.
All right, so we've got a couple, but then so those are the only ones that are actually useful.
But like they represent like astonishingly small bore ideas.
Oh, absolutely.
About like,
those are the best of them.
And this is just about like reforming like the actual voting process.
Yeah, right.
Not our democracy in any kind of big or abstract sense.
No. For example, one of these people says there should be a class in high school called Identity 101.
Identity Europa 101.
I would like to know more.
In the interest of a more functional nation, I propose a new high school requirement. Every student should be required to take not a course in foreign culture, but a course in the nature of culture, on metaculture. We could call it Identity 101. What part of identity is culture? Where does our culture come from? How has it helped us? Do we have selves independent of culture? Does anyone? How can we know what our culture is? Is our culture immutable? Do you smell toast? My arm hurts.
How is culture formed?
When I was in high school, a teacher told me there were like 5 races: the white race, the brown race, the black race, the yellow race, and the red race. and that guy would definitely be teaching the fucking.
Absolutely. Yeah. Imagine the disinterested reactionary gym coach who you would have teaching Identity 101 in most American high schools.
Yeah, so they got all types of different Chinese now.
I forgot. There's one other type of thing besides just neoliberal tinkering and right-wing snake handling. Just pablum. Just absolute pablum.
This isn't that. That one was the pablum category.
Oh, well, no. I mean, they say make people take a class. I mean, it's stupid, but it's a thing.
Okay.
This isn't even that. This is really just a lifestyle suggestion. This is like a self-care thing.
Okay.
1 month without social media.
No.
Was that
I'm vetoing that right
Was that
now.
a condition that the writer's wife imposed on him?
Yeah.
No more chatterbait to help America. Not at all a problem that I have personally.
One
I'm
month
fine.
every year, every American is going to have a public meltdown on Twitter, say they're never coming back. Twitter's very toxic right now after they get called out for saying like Big Bird is anti-trans, and then they'll come crawling back after 30 days.
I forgot there's one other type. I keep forgetting the types, but this is the last type. And it is the sad, desperate cry for help. And this comes from Catherine Mangu Ward, the editor-in-chief of Reason Magazine.
It's pronounced Mongo.
What? Really?
It's pronounced Mongo.
Mongo?
No.
All right, whatever.
I'm a ward of the Mongo.
Catherine Mengele
And
from Reason
Mango Ward, editor-in-chief of Reason Magazine, suggests to the nation, befriend a libertarian.
No.
Oh my
no,
God.
absolutely not.
Oh my! That is basically like someone being like, "Here's how we're gonna fix America. We're gonna get me a girlfriend."
Here's how we'll fix America. Everyone's going to come over to my house and play video games with me, and I won't be lonely.
All the people from all the different political persuasions come together for a huge party.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest problems with our partisan gridlock right now is the tall 8th grader that keeps knocking the books out of my hands on my way to the Cato Institute.
That one by Catherine Mangu, just I think speaks to just utterly obnoxious self-regard of libertarians. When posed with the question how to save America, they answer be friends with me.
Yeah.
That's
Could you read what is her actual justification for be friends with
It's
libertarians?
just, you know what you already know.
intellectual
What,
diversity.
is it broad in your
Partisan
mind?
bubble. We're all in a partisan bubble. We need.
They're
to
in
get
a
out of
fucking
it.
partisan bubble.
No, they're not, because they aren't partisan.
You're right, they're not- yeah.
They are neither left nor right. So they are the
Sure.
ones who transcend the partisan divide.
Meanwhile, the Cato Institute funded entirely by like psychopathic right-wing billionaires.
Well, of course.
I used to be partisan, and then I became friends with a guy who takes a walking stick to philosophy class and has a wispy beard. And
See, this is it, because they really do. Their self-regard is, as you say, so monumental, because they think that they are above regular politics, that all these idiots arguing between left and right are just these simple-minded noobs. So they're saying, hey, if you're stuck in a partisan bubble and you don't understand the other side, get out of your bubble. It says here, on the right and struggling to find out how you'd connect with a blue-haired Occupy Wall Streeter, find a libertarian. We'll grab some burgers and cigars. We can talk about repealing Obamacare
I love
and cutting
taking
taxes before easing into a conversation about why it might be time to seriously consider reforming our criminal justice system.
a lot going on here as always, but I'm gonna stick with burgers and cigars, that classic combo.
Yeah, we all
I
love
love how every libertarian, they just like learn. They're like, oh yes, good sir, I'm a masculine good sir, but they learned it from watching Parks and Rec. Like they all think Ron Swanson is a real guy.
On the left, and finding that Trump fans turn your stomach, consider chatting with someone who will give you a hearty amen when you grouse about his immigration restrictionism and warmongering over a craft cocktail or a joint.
And then say something very disturbing about selling infants or age of consent, and then you leave the bar and never talk to them again.
But can still offer some insight into why a sane person might think environmental regulatory rollback or Social Security privatization is a good idea. Those are both terrible ideas. I'm sorry. I don't need to talk to some insufferable prick like Robbie Suave, a guy who I would rather set myself on fire than be in the same room with, and find out that this idiot has bad opinions. They're all Henry Fonda and 12 Angry Men. They all think that if you get down in the nitty-gritty and have a real exchange of ideas on good faith, you're going to come to some mutually agreed upon compromise between the positions. That is the undergirding faith of all of these people, except for the right-wingers who think differently. Like, for example, R.R. Reno, the editor of First Things magazine.
Woo!
Maniac Tradcath Journal of Note.
What's his suggestion?
It is
Exorcism, common sense, both sides solution.
No, it honestly, he might have gotten this from Father Coughlin. This is some fucking Rwandan hate radio, chop the tall trees shit, which is why it's so interesting when you see it compared to just the milquetoast technocrat.
Compared to befriend children.
The fucking,
Number 17, befriend children.
yeah, the tinkering bullshit. So R.R. Reno says, an ill wind is blowing in America. Income inequality is the least of it. It's not the least of it, obviously. This person's insane. In 2015, according to economists Ann Case and Angus Deaton, white men aged 50 to 54 with high school degrees or less were 4 times as likely to die from suicide, drug overdose, or alcohol-related disease as those with 4-year college degrees or more. But you don't need an economist to know that. Go to San Francisco. There you can see the super successful with their discreet tattoos, casual clothes, and vast wealth stepping over youths shooting up in BART stations and ragged battalions of homeless people waiting to die. Our post-60s culture is like our post-80s economy. It's pretty good for the rich and powerful. It's hell on the poor and weak. The elites are to blame. A moral and spiritual revival might restore a consensus that encourages dignity and decency, but the good people like us who have been running things for the past 50 years lack in any inclination to repent. On the contrary, we're pretty darn proud of what we imagine we've accomplished. Today, our most realistic goal is an angry cultural populism to match the rising economic populism. Who ruined marriage? Who normalized drug use? Who defended the rights of pornographers? Who celebrated transgression?
Who controls the British crown? Who keeps the metric system down? We do. We do.
Who is responsible for ruining the lives of so many? These questions are not very difficult to answer. Those responsible are not evangelical pastors in Texas. A fish rots from the head down. Political correctness ring fences the authority of the good people, deriding as bigots any who dare to challenge them.
He should just say Jews here.
Yeah, just say all sometime.
Yeah.
I love it. This is perfect though, because the entire thing is like, it's lame, like limp dick centrist libs who are like, you know, to have dialogues with people. What if there was an app for voting? And also like, we're going to give space to the conservatives to talk to. And the first thing they do is like, the Hebrew has a extra bone in his body that helps him destabilize society by putting gays on TV.
Well, I mean, like my question to Double R, as is with most of these tradcaths, is like, how do they imagine that this moral and spiritual revival is actually going to happen?
Well, the way it starts is, the time has come to hound our cultural establishment from public life. I recommend starting with Harvard, the New Yorker, and Silicon Valley CEOs.
I mean, I recommend starting with them too.
Well, no, they suck. But like, how insane is it?
What does that mean to him practically?
Chop.
The Inquisition.
Like First Things magazine exists to hound cultural elites. It's had zero effect because they have like 300 subscribers.
He's saying like if he could wish him into a cornfield, he would. But the thing is, his first paragraph is all about actual concrete results of rampant inequality in terms of people with the high school degrees being vastly more likely to die because of the lack of opportunities, and he puts the blame on the fucking New Yorker
and pornography.
Like, that is the essential insanity of these weirdos.
I mean, the New Yorker is to blame for co-signing a lot of awful, like the Iraq War, or a lot of like neoliberal reforms in their political writing. So I'd say they're guilty, but just not in the way RR imagines.
Well, of course, but like, yeah, I mean, but that's just it. It's always this insane. They have this cultural explanation, and then there's just a huge question mark in the middle of like, how did that get to? And it's all fairy dust.
He's mad at people with discrete tattoos.
Yeah, discrete tattoos.
Yeah, he wants everyone to have the Yakuza tattoos. And then when we get that done, gay people are going to stop forcing white people to be addicted to heroin.
Yeah. And like I said, a lot of the liberals are identifying real problems, but their solutions are so pathetically small bore. For example, this person, Alec McGillis from ProPublica, acknowledges economic segregation in housing is really, really dramatic now, right? Because of the vast disparity in housing prices depending on neighborhoods and stuff. Solution: allow garage unit rentals.
Does that sound like what I think it is?
Yeah, it means rich people should be able to rent their garage for poor people to live in.
It sounds like this person just has a garage and they want to do something with it.
It does sound like that. That's exactly what it is. Another person says, establish National Unity Week.
What?
What the fuck? We have that. It's called Sweeps Week.
Yeah. No, that's it. It's literally just have a week where we all say we're united and talk about what unites us.
Well,
That's
I
it.
like that idea. I think it'd be fun.
If we got the week off work, then fuck
no,
yeah.
no, not the week off work. Maybe like one day off for like the big like finale Unity Day. But every day would have a different theme, and there'd be like costume Unity Day where you dress up as the gang of six, and
You could be the singing senators.
oh yeah.
Oh wait, there's a national Washington Steps concert. Capitol Steps. Fucking shit. I'm injured today. I don't have it.
I get it. And then now this is another one that's very, very revealing. So one of the people they ask is Avik Roy, who is basically the only health wonk of any standing who endorsed the Obamacare repeal and said that it was good policy. And his not surprisingly, his suggestion is to basically abolish the Congressional Budget Office, because the Congressional Budget Office came out and scored it and said, yeah, it's going to kick 30 million people off of healthcare. And he says, yeah, you know what? I think this thing needs to be reined in. So once again, a conservative pointing at a specific policy that will destabilize and make it easier to pass horrendously shitty public policy, as opposed to, national hug a fucking conservative week or whatever. Hug a Chud. But yeah, so it's really this fund art centers. Most of the ones
That's
from
my
liberals,
Banksy, by the way.
Yeah, most of these liberal ones are education based. Get an app that teaches you civics, or a class that teaches fucking culture, whatever the fuck that means.
Because if people were smart, they would agree with me and not have these animalistic grievances that drive our politics.
Exactly. They all think that all of these atavistic idiots who are on Facebook talking about Seth Rich would be different if they'd had a different class in high school. Because as we all know, everything we learned in high school has stuck in our head like a fucking steel trap.
So the Washington Post, they have Avik Roy and two people from Reason. Who's the most left-wing person that's on this list?
There's somebody I haven't heard of who
Werner von Braun,
who wanted to create a constitutional equality amendment that would ban racism, basically. That's probably the most left-wing person. But then they also have John McWhorter saying, stop obsessing about white privilege.
But no one on this list was there shouldn't be billionaires anymore, and we should take all their money.
No, of course not.
Redistribute.
No.
Yeah.
In the Washington Post, absolutely not.
No. Instead, you've got Arlene Hochschild, who has written for The Nation and stuff, saying her suggestion: redefine the flag.
What? Wait, so she wants a new flag?
I don't know if she even wants it to be differently looking. She just wants it to have a different definition. Because not every
drivel. I mean,
it's drivel.
That means nothing.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to stretch the meaning of the American flag from emblem of sacrifice to symbol of that for which we would sacrifice. A system that allows no person, even a president, to put himself above the law.
That's not a real suggestion.
It's gibberish.
That's just a wish.
It's gibberish. That's all it is. It's liberals wishing on a star and conservatives sharpening machetes. That's what these fucking things are.
So it's Leslie Knope and it's Goebbels.
Yeah. There's another one from somebody from Brookings, of course, calling for peer review for candidates. What they mean by that is they want a panel of former office holders to basically determine the fitness for office of people running for office.
I can't wait till Donald Trump is on that board.
Wildly undemocratic.
But no. Yeah. The thing is, they're not even saying that they have a veto power. They're just saying people would know what they thought. So the real this person genuinely thinks that if there'd been some council of elders who had pronounced from on high that Donald Trump was unfit for office, it would have changed a single vote.
We already have that. It's every time the ex-presidents get together to dedicate a new rideshare charity for Haiti, and they're like, racism is bad, and it gets 500,000 retweets.
Actually, okay, I have my perfect suggestion that's of a par with all the Brookings Institute and all of the sort of liberal suggestions that we've heard on this list. It's homework for everyone.
Ooh, that's
and
a
it's
good one.
And it just homework doesn't stop when you're a school kid or a student. Every week, every adult in America has homework assignments doled out by think tanks.
Here's one. Let's apply the scientific method to voting.
Well, okay, that's perfect. That leads into there's two more I want to talk about that perfectly encapsulate everything that's insane about this and why we're all fucked. One of them, speaking about voting, is from Eric Posner, professor of the University of Chicago, who writes, "We need to create a system of voting credits."
Oh, God.
His basic belief is that all votes are equal and that that's bad. You should get more credit for the votes you think are more important. So you get a certain amount of voting credits every year, and then you get to allocate them on the votes you take over the course of that year. And then so they're weighted depending on the import that you give them.
Okay, watch 50% of America's voting credits go to bringing the McRib back.
I just like this because, yeah, like we said, on the one hand, it's Avik Roy, who is dedicated to just deleting Medicaid, or any kind of social welfare or regulation, and then the other half is just people who are like, teacher, you forgot to assign homework, or I did the extra credit.
Half of this list is still taking spitballs off of the back of their heads from homeroom 30 years ago.
I got an idea. Post all legislation to Reddit.
Wait, okay, I got one. Everyone has to go into one of the Michael Hudson's threads of Facebook guys and befriend one of them.
That is a good idea.
That's actually a good idea. I call Saman. I'm befriending Saman.
But he's not American. You can't befriend Saman.
Fuck this list. I'm leaving.
All right, so this is the last
solutions.
one. This is the last one I want to talk about because it, to me, is so emblematic of what we're dealing with here. And it's by Farah Pandith, who is a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. And the headline is A Marshall Plan for America. Now, you hear that and you think, actually, that sounds great. Because what was the Marshall Plan but a massive transfusion of capital to war-torn Europe that rebuilt it in the aftermath of World War II?
But he actually means the Marshall McLuhan Plan.
In the Marshall Mathers Plan.
No, that's an even better plan.
So you think, okay, cool. We're talking about some sort of massive infrastructure project, some sort of thing that puts people to work and deals with our huge infrastructure deficiencies.
Trains.
Something, anything that actually
exists in physical reality
and interdicts with the absolute collapse of the American economy as a thing that works for regular human beings. But this is what this person actually means by domestic Marshall Plan. I propose launching a domestic Marshall Plan dedicated to rebuilding a nation of good citizens.
Oh, fuck me.
The public and private sectors would come together around a national civic plan designed with incentives to deepen honest and open relationships across communities and the nation as a whole. Tapping the latest knowledge about human behavior and committed common purpose, this plan would support specially trained local teams to scale a broad set of community-driven, public-spirited programs. Among other areas of focus, these programs would work to expand knowledge of civics and unvarnished U.S. history, produce practical skill development in the areas of listening, empathy, and compassion, and promote an ethos of civility and good work.
You want RAs. You want RAs on every block in the country.
This is literally a harebrained plan for this guy personally to get more retweets when he asks the president why he doesn't have any decency.
Yeah, but hold on, though. Hold on. You haven't heard everything. The National Civic Plan would take advantage of America's entrepreneurial culture and the latest social media technology, reconnecting Americans with a multi-layered experience of good citizenship. So this is like it's like a fucking pitch for like a new social media website. Basically, it's just a collection of absolute buzzwords: civil, entrepreneurial culture, social media, public spirited, absolute drivel.
What if there was some sort of official governing body that could verify facts for people that they come across in the media?
Oh my God! I think you might be onto something.
What if there was? I mean, this is just gonna end up being FetLife. Proposing like a WPA for FetLife, but it's while you get tied up, somebody reads you Joseph Welch's testimony.
Yeah. So this whole thing, it really put me in mind of Yeats's Second Coming. I mean, it really is the best lack all conviction and the worst are filled with passionate intensity. Only the best are asshole STEM lords and lanyard liberals and their political horizons have been so fucking limited by neoliberalism that they cannot imagine any kind of fix or change beyond just these Sunsteinian behavioral nudges and education. And whenever they fucking talk about education like that, it just means they have no fucking other ideas. That's just a placeholder. They're veal calves. I mean, they think that the little pen that they live in is the entire world.
I already suggested making billionaires like not a thing anymore. Making every billionaire into a millionaire.
Right. And then people might say, well, that's not about civics. But it's like, yeah, having billionaires drastically, violently mutilates our civic culture.
I would say 4-day work week just to start. That would be my big idea to fix America would be to make Friday part of the weekend and have official 3-day weekend for everyone.
No. Make Monday part of the weekend because people don't like Mondays. People like
No. You got to make Thursday the new Friday.
No, fuck you.
There's always going to be a Monday.
Guys, you know what you need to do?
There's always going to be a Monday.
You guys need to befriend a libertarian. He'll help you figure out a compromise.
And then all three of you need to befriend a child.
Shall we go to?
Yeah. Let's do this. Let's bang out this reading series. So. We were, we of course, we're still mentioning the events of the UK election, which we're still on sort of a high from. But
boy,
holy shit! If you wanted like a fucking real world example for why people were so pissed off in the UK and why Jeremy Corbyn pulled off this shocking upset, it's this fucking high-rise council block that burned to the fucking ground, and like not to the ground, but just was gutted by fire.
And Theresa May, the scenes of her being chased by crowds, pelted, screamed at, she now has what Jez's approval ratings were before the election. It's now totally flipped.
That's amazing.
This is her Katrina, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely is.
Because it's the direct consequence of conservative policy.
But like this was social housing. This was like a council block or whatever. And this was what was incredible to me. The entire exterior of this building was covered in, I don't know, napalm or something, because it looked better to another block of flats that was privately owned. There was for wealthy people, and they didn't want their line ruined by an ugly public housing project, so that they literally, instead of doing any renovations or installing a sprinkler system in this gigantic residential complex, caked on oily rags and gasoline jelly on the outside of this building.
They used the cladding on the outside of the building that was flammable. They could have used one that was fire resistant. It would have cost £5,000 more total to do that.
Yeah,
and they said, nah, we'll risk it.
Okay, keep that in mind. Keep that figure of £5,000 in mind, because we're gonna go dive in.
We're talking about my wife, mate.
Classic. We're going to dive right into this reading series, and we're returning again now to my favorite. And by favorite, I mean maybe the single worst person with a byline in our media, Meghan McArdle.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
She came out yesterday with what is honestly the worst take I've ever fucking seen, or at least one of them. It's up there. Mm-hmm. This is writing in Bloomberg. Meghan says, "Beware of blaming government for London Tower fire." Okay, this is like probably the first time she wouldn't blame government for anything.
Well, sometimes they do the right thing and kill poor people.
Here's the subhead, though. Perhaps safety rules could have saved some residents, but at what cost to others' lives? There's always a trade-off.
I love that title formulation. That's beware of something that's obvious and popular and frightening to you in particular. You always see that from people like George Will. At what cost is Subway cutting ties with Jared Fogle? What cost?
Every single Meghan McArdle take is the drill tweet where, drunk driving kills a lot of people, but it also helps people get to work on time. So it's impossible to know if it's bad or not.
Yeah. But just think of that phrase, there's always a trade-off. Mm-hmm. You couldn't get a better example of a trade-off here, which, as we said, $5,000 versus a few hundred fucking lives burned, incinerated in this fucking death trap?
But that's the thing. That was her big, in her awful articles about healthcare and how we can't have Medicare for all, is she said the same thing. There's trade-offs. And yes, of course there's trade-offs. Everyone knows that. But right now, every single trade-off is dead poor people for granite fucking countertops and rich assholes pied-à-terres. And she's just defending that trade-off as good.
Yep. And when I first saw this, my instant reply was like, this is the most cynical and disingenuous she's ever been, which is really saying something. But then I sat with it for a second and read the fucking piece again. And I was like, wait, no, she's not being disingenuous or cynical at all. This is exactly what she believes.
Yeah.
Like, this is her being honest. Like, but she's just not aware of it. Like, do you think Megan, like, because she's lazy, as in addition to being dumb, do you think she just wasn't aware of the body count when she wrote this?
I think she didn't care.
Just didn't care?
Nah, there's no. I mean, the point stands. You can't let emotional things like the number of people who died affect your rational arguments.
Yeah.
It's a spiritual successor to the famous Matt Iglesias take of Bangladeshi workers get crushed by a factory that wasn't up to code, and that's okay. You know, it's that sort of don't muddle my argument with appeal to emotion.
Right.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Trade-offs. But let's actually read from Megan here. She says in her, singular prose style, a few days ago, fire swept through Grenfell Tower, a large apartment building in London. It's not yet known what caused the fire, and we aren't conclusively sure how it spread so quickly, consuming the entire 24-story building. Nor is it known how many people died in the fire. As of Friday, the count is at least 30. So she was, in her mind, was aware of at least 30 dead people writing this article. What we do know is that there are ways to help control the spread of fire in apartment buildings, such as sprinkler systems. This has the making of a scandal for Prime Minister Theresa May's beleaguered government. Her immigration minister, Brandon Lewis, was formerly the housing minister. He declined to require developers to install sprinklers. The Independent quotes him as telling the Parliament in 2014, "We believe it is the responsibility of the fire industry rather than the government to market fire sprinkler systems effectively and encourage their wider installation." Think about that.
We need a fire sprinkler awareness program.
Yeah.
No, she's just saying it's like, the fire sprinkler company needs a better PR campaign.
No, I'm saying they would need to like hire ads. And
Yeah.
be like ask your landlord about sprinklers.
It's just like a hallway totally on fire. There's got to be a better way. Even these libertarian minarchists have to at least gesture that they're going to solve a problem in some fashion by throwing a few bucks at a PR campaign.
People who died in the Grenfell fire might be alive today if regulators had required sprinkler systems. This does not play well for the Tories. You think? Yeah.
But someone's taking a page out of the Saliza playbook. Strident analysis, Megan.
But before we start hanging them in effigy, how about not effigy?
Yeah, I agree with half of that, yeah.
There are a couple things we should consider. The first is that even if the regulation had passed and required existing developers to retrofit sprinklers into older buildings, Grenfell Tower might not have gotten a sprinkler system before the fire occurred. Regulations are not implemented like instant coffee. Great analogy.
Yeah. I've always said that.
What's something fast?
Just painting a beautiful picture with words.
She said, they take time to formulate and further time for businesses to comply. All the political will in the world cannot conjure up enough sprinkler systems and sprinkler system installers to instantly transform a nation's housing stock.
Shut up! Oh my fucking God! She's trying to drown you in just absolute banality. Oh my God!
I think it's a good point. Because we can't do it overnight, we shouldn't do it. It's a great point.
Don't do anything!
Unless it's instant coffee, I don't want it. That thing we all
Oh my
like.
God. Okay, so there's this guy, John Ralston Saul. He wrote a book called Voltaire's Bastards. And the basic point is that Enlightenment rationality started off as like a way to banish the mystic tyranny of feudalism and allow people to organize their lives with reason and logic instead of appeals to superstition. But over time, it became an edifice of justifying the rule of entrenched elites and the managerial class who have absorbed those sort of types of reasoning. It puts this patina of logic on just a huge mass death machine. I mean, and Meghan McArdle is just like the single person embodiment of that thesis. Because all they want is these fucking trade-offs, and everything needs to be reasoned out and rational. But at every point, it is just a way to stop people from thinking about how the present order of things is insane and bloodthirsty and cruel in a way that it doesn't have to be.
Matt, get your wallet ready to bite down on, because it's going to get so much worse if you haven't read this.
All the hands in the world, all the toilet paper in the world, it's not instantly going to take all the wet shit out of my ass. So, you're dreaming about a utopia where I'm not walking around just dripping acidic brown diarrhea all over your floor. Well, okay, I'd like you to show me a better way.
Sarah, how familiar were you with McArdle's oeuvre before her latest take?
Enough to not be surprised that she published this.
Okay. So she continues. This, however, is only a quibble. If Grenfell Tower could not have been saved, there are surely other buildings where fire will soon occur that would benefit from.
I'm not gonna get to the point.
Yeah,
I can't take this.
That made me so mad when I read this. It's like she started out thinking, I gotcha. It would have taken time for the sprinklers to have been installed, and then realized, oh wait, no, other buildings. Fuck it. I'll just power through this to my next stupid fucking artifice.
I'm Dr. Manhattan. I don't see time in a linear path. I'm really glad she could explain this to me.
Matt, bite down on that wallet. She says, it may sound heartless to discuss life-saving measures as a calculation, but the fact is we all make these sorts of calculations every day about ourselves
of course.
and others.
We make them in a way that enriches some and kills others, and we're okay with it. You're okay with it. We get that.
Consider the speed at which you drove to work this morning.
I'm not kidding.
No, go on. I want to hear this.
I gotta see where she gets. I'm not going to be listening for the while.
No, Matt, just listen. Come on.
You're afraid you might learn
I can't
something?
hear this. It is like needles under my fucking skin.
Have you been triggered?
This is the thing about how you can't. Everyone can't drive 25 because it would make it. No one would die in car crashes, but no one would get to work on time. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we know. Good. We can move on.
Okay.
Some may disagree with me using the muzzle flash from my handgun to toast my kids' breakfast every morning, but you know how long it would take me otherwise?
Wait, hang on a second. She said we make these trade-offs every day. I don't see how driving a car is a trade-off.
Okay, she says, when the cost is as personal, as glaring and obvious as restricting every car to a snail's pace, we can see that not all safety trade-offs are worth it. However, when the cost seems to be borne by someone else, we suddenly become safety absolutists. No price is too great.
I'm a safety jihadist.
Allahu Osha! Unfortunately, other people's money has a way of ultimately coming out of our own pockets.
Yes. Oh.
If it costs more to build buildings, then rents... Okay, wait a second. This paragraph here, from sentence to sentence, line to line, is, I forget who pointed this out, is like the galactic brain meme happening in real time, okay? We're going from regular brain to cosmic consciousness right now.
Hit me.
Okay. If it costs more to build buildings, then rents will rise. People will be forced to live in smaller spaces, perhaps farther away. Some of them, in fact, may be forced to commute by automobile and then die in a car accident.
Oh my God.
We don't see those costs in the same way we see a fire's victims. We will never know the name of the guy who was killed in a car accident because he had to live far from work, because rents rose, because regulators required sprinkler systems.
This is a talking head song.
Look,
Where the hell was this fucking absolute paralysis in the face of the butterfly effect when she was saying, you know what, go invade Iraq? That'll be
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, we can argue all day about whether it was my fault or probably your son's fault that he flattened himself under my Wienermobile replica, but you know, who's to say he wouldn't have been killed by a condor at a later date?
Who's to say that he wouldn't have been playing underneath the wheel in someone else's driveway?
Exactly, yeah.
You know?
So I kind of did you a favor getting this out of the way quick. Go and make another one.
All right. I don't want Matt to have a stroke, so I'll just go to the last paragraph here. It's possible that by allowing large residential buildings to operate without sprinkler systems, the British government has prevented untold thousands of people from being driven into homelessness by higher housing costs.
This is public housing!
If you think about like all the people who are like homeless per se, and you think about all of the widely available housing stock that there is in a city like London or New York, let's say we just, housed homeless people in the available housing. Who's to say they wouldn't? I mean, like they're not used to having a house, so they could slip and fall in the shower,
Sure.
leave a stove on.
And let's not forget the horrible consequence of that, which is that the investment portfolio of a bunch of psychotic Saudi princes and Russian oil oligarchs would be slightly reduced. What was that you said? You said earlier today, Virgil, about how Meghan would be an effective, a controlled opposition in a communist government.
Yeah. Jez takes over. It's like she is like the figurehead of the Tory party because no sensible person, no normal person who's not politically oriented at all and not very aware would read this and be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. No, everyone with any fucking capacity to think reads this like, oh, this lady's a monster.
Well, I think that she styles herself, as we saw with her book, and even the packaging of the book is like a Gladwell sort of like, I'm giving you the twisted history of economics or of moral blah blah blah, political economy and stuff like that. So she may be going for that, or maybe a happy coincidence.
She's the Washington Generals of libertarianism.
Yes. That is true.
I encourage everyone to keep saying Meghan McArdle's the leader of the right, and if you vote Republican, you believe this lady. Just make her be the total figurehead. Airdrop her articles into the Rust Belt.
She should testify for the HCA.
Yeah. Oh my God, I would love that.
Yeah.
Meghan McArdle is a thought leader. She's the head of the Republican Party.
She invented conservatism.
Well, here's the thing, like healthcare, right? There's a lot of people who don't have it. A lot of people who will die without it if it gets taken away from them. Whom among those people who might otherwise die are actually murderers? Okay,
right.
Like think about the lives that we're saving by
killing them off.
What if future baby Hitler was in Grenfell Tower?
Oh my! This is Black Mirror. Meghan McArdle is doing Black Mirror. What if you saved somebody's life, but they made an app that killed you?
No, but like this gets to the heart of how idiotic this argument is, because you can make it about anything, anytime, for any reason. Yeah. It's literally just saying, but what if?
And as you pointed out, counterfactuals were not that interesting to her back in the Iraq War days.
Oh, absolutely. Right. All of her bullshit about trade-offs and like other people's money and who's going to pay for it, all that shit goes out the window when we decided to like fucking invade and occupy a country that had nothing to do with 9/11 because she felt like it.
Yeah.
And remember how angry she got at people who were against the war?
One of the biggest.
Yeah, she fantasized about them getting beat up.
Yeah, one of the
biggest. The political culture that we find ourselves basically trapped within, this nightmare realm where we're just dealing with the paranoid, clannish, irrational groupings that totally obscure the actual stakes of play in politics. And it's very frustrating. So I wanted to talk about that subject, and that is conspiracy theories. And I want to talk today about the history of conspiracy theories throughout America, from the dawn of the Republic and even before to now. And I feel like this will give us a good understanding of exactly where we are, why we're there, and what it says about our politics. So I'm saying this just to let you know that I'm going to be breaking this down into two chunks. First chunk will be a chronological description of the place that conspiracy theory is held in American culture throughout American history. The second part, I'm going to give some theories I have about conspiracy theories and how we should think about them. Now, I am doing a broad historical overview, but I think we need to remember that conspiracy theory culture, the kind that is relevant in the current moment, is very specifically grounded in late 20th century era of deindustrialization and mass media saturation. It doesn't really make sense to talk about conspiracy theories in the 19th century and conspiracy theories in the 21st, and they're not really referring to the same thing. And I think that needs to be remembered. But I'm still going to give the full overview just so you can see the way that the material reality changes things and kind of directs the flow of culture. And another point of clarification, when I'm talking about conspiracy theories and conspiracy theory culture, it's not necessarily contained within it all of the verified and understood machinations of the U.S. covert operations and intelligence communities. The assassinations, buggings, experiments on human subjects, all part of the record and all part of statecraft for 20th century and 21st century capitalism. And those things, I want to stress, are distinct from conspiracy theory culture and the narratives of the conspiracy theories, but are also integral to them. And when we talk later on in the chronological breakdown, we talk about the birth of the post-war conspiracy theory culture. I'll get more into what the connection is between the objective reality of covert operations and government secrecy and the fanciful conspiracy narrative that would be inspired in some cases by those real acts. So we'll get into that later. So if you're talking conspiracy theory culture in America, you have to start when there's a time of mass culture. So conspiracy culture in America can't really be thought of as a coherent thing until you have the mass newspaper culture of the early 19th century, which also brings with it a big ferment of things like Western expansion, the conflict over slavery, the rise of financial and industrial capitalism is very important, and shit was changing, and it was making people uneasy and disempowered. This is also the era of the rise of the Industrial Revolution. So people are finding themselves thrown off of the land and into uncertain, degrading work in the mechanic shops of the East Coast cities. There had to be some sort of party responsible for this. And as we know, this is an era before class consciousness really had begun to even twinkle into existence in such a nascent working class, right? So there is no such real thing as class consciousness or class understanding. There's just the yeoman farmers of America who think of themselves as all independent individuals, totally responsible for their own destiny. Government's only there to help them carry it out, finding themselves restricted in ways and having their lives disrupted in ways that they could not have fucking ever imagined. And that made them feel out of power. It made them feel powerless. And there was no way to understand that relationship because there was no language of class to express the mutual feelings of all the people suffering it. And so people had to come up with their own ideas. And during that early period, there were different fingers pointing at different places. Some people pointed at the Eastern bankers. Some people pointed at the slavocrats of the Southern aristocracy. And those all had some material basis, but there was one group that became an abstracted force for evil, causing all the other maladies in society. And those were the Freemasons. Now, the Freemasons, as anyone knows, are basically kind of a more pretentious Rotary Club or like Kiwanis, like at the Elks Club, like to get nude in the banquet halls, that kind of thing. It's just a kind of frou-frou, more self-consciously sort of bourgeois version of a fraternal organization. But the thing about it is that because they take the cream of the urban middle class, the people who made the first wave of revolutions in Europe, and from the French Revolution to the revolutions of 1848, that class having this group that they would get together in, talk about politics, talk about improving man, creating this notion that man is to be improved and there can be a plan, like the plan of the grand mason, the architect behind everything, and that you can push something in that direction. And the fact that they tended to not be affiliated with traditional religious institutions, it made them incredibly suspicious. And in America, the spark that let this wave of Masonic paranoia was the disappearance of a man in Western New York named William Morgan, who had been out and about claiming to have Masonic secrets he had learned inside the organization that he was going to tell the world. He was writing a book about the evils within Masonry that he had found by infiltrating them. And while he was on this campaign, he disappeared without a trace, and he was never found. And so the belief of many people in Western New York is that this was a case of this group murdering a man. He was the Seth Rich of the 1820s, okay? And the furor about his supposed death his alleged death became so frenzied that it actually led to the formation of a political party called the Anti-Masonic Party. It was formed in upstate New York in 1828, and it was a single issue party, and the issue was destroying the power of the Masons, which they claimed was behind all other powers in the country and responsible for all the ills of the country. And what's so interesting about it is that it really did graft people's pre-existing material hostilities onto a narrative that made sense of them. The Masonic Party didn't last very long. It only was around for a few years. It won a few local seats, but it collapsed shortly after that. Many of the people from the Anti-Masonic Party ended up joining the Whigs, and from the Whigs became the basis for the Republican Party. In fact, one of the chief founders of the Anti-Masonic Party, Thurlow Weed, you want to talk 19th century names, Thurlow motherfucking Weed, later became the chief advisor and aide to William Seward, who was the preeminent Republican politician, governor of New York, and came in a close second to Lincoln for the 1860 Republican presidential nomination. So this guy was the line from the anti-Masons to the Republican Party that overthrew slavery is a straight one, because a lot of those people were abolitionists and they saw in the Masons the hand of the slaveocracy. And so they were able to make sense of it that way. Others might have seen, just Eastern capital as being the force that the Masons represented. Either way, it became a locus of anti-Southern and specifically anti-Jacksonian politics in upstate New York, because Jackson was well known to all at the time a Mason, much like the founding fathers had all been, and because his style of government had been so alienating to his opponents, because he was so high-handed by dissolving the Bank of the United States by fiat, basically, that they called him King Andrew. And the idea of him being this wannabe dictator was very strong. So the idea of this guy representing this ancient, shadowy organization as president was very tempting to people in the North. In fact, the party that ended up rising to oppose Jackson's Democratic Party, the Whigs, named themselves after the faction in the British Parliament that was opposed to the king's prerogative. I mean, that was a self-conscious attempt to say we are against kingly government. And so King Andrew became this figure that alienated many across the country, and they saw behind him some evil force. And for people in the burned-over districts, the righteous second great awakened districts of upstate New York, it was the Masons behind him. It was the godless Masons. So that was the first expression of conspiracy theory as a cultural element of American culture. All right. So now, a lot of these anxieties and hostilities that were represented in the Anti-Masonic Party, they ended up getting resolved by a little thing we like to call the American Civil War, in which slavery was paid to as an issue of national division. And as a result, conspiracy theory kind of broke off into just, the culture of a country literally riven by civil conflict, which you could argue is sort of the end state of any culture that is getting neurotically obsessed with conspiracy theories. But that's another idea, and one that we probably shouldn't think about too hard without getting bummed out. So conspiracy theory really re-enters the larger cultural conversation in the post-World War II era of the first Red Scare, because the Victorian era had been the process of the American working class coming into its own, going from this scattered organization of greasy mechanics and mudsills who had made up this unorganized working class around the era of the anti-Masons. After the Civil War, the rapid industrialization and capital accumulation created this supercharged environment whereby class consciousness emerged very quickly, and you had a huge explosion in labor militancy all throughout that era, from the Knights of Labor to the American Federation of Labor to 8-hour workday protests, massive actions like the Homestead Strike, the Pullman Strike, the bloodiest history of labor conflict in the West of any country in Europe or North America for sure, and of industrial unionism anyway. And so there wasn't really a space for conspiracy theories, because instead everybody was pointing their head in the right direction. Everybody could see the hand of capital at work in their lives and were combining to try to defeat it. So conspiracy theory was sort of squeezed out of the marketplace of ideas. It was only when the first Red Scare, though, when this rising tide of socialism, which by that point there was a socialist party that was contesting elections. Eugene Debs got over 1 million votes running for president. And then you had the IWW, this syndicalist model for industrial unionization of the entire American working class, and then the creation of a single revolutionary general strike. I mean, that was really something that was on the agenda in these guys' middle-term aspirations. And then you had, the business unionism of the AFL getting concessions from management through negotiation. So this huge tide had to break against something. And in America, thanks to the Russian Revolution and the general reactionary nature that is of culture that is unleashed by warfare, in this case, fighting World War I, they were able to take that energy and use it to scaremonger people about this enemy within that needed to be wiped out. This scary foreign radicalism that had nothing to do with American culture or American people, was imported from outside, not part of us. Certainly not a product of our horrible industrial exploitation. No. An evil alien infection. And the answer for who's spreading this infection is where conspiracy theory comes in. It is where you create grand narratives out of scant actual information. Begin to make inferences not based on anything's logical connection to itself or the next thing in the chain, but rather how you think it connects it to a grander narrative. So evidence doesn't have to make sense. It's connecting disparate evidence based on your idea of what you're working backwards. I'll put it this way. You're working backwards from a conclusion. That's what conspiracy theory logic is. You say these people are responsible for this, and then how can I prove it? You backward fill your information, and that's the nature of the beast. And so during this Red Scare, the narrative that a lot of people in America grabbed onto, and it was one that was very popular in Europe and had been for centuries, is that it was the Jews. It was a conspiracy of the Jews to destabilize and undermine Western civilization. If this sounds any way familiar, please stop me. And there were very out and proud public faces for this point of view. Henry Ford, the fucking the goddamn Steve Jobs of his day, was out there promoting the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, requiring the sales of his newspaper, The International Jew, in Ford dealerships. This is like if your iPad came preloaded with the Turner Diaries. That's what this is like. It's fucking insane. And you also had popular cultural figures like Father Coughlin, the Catholic priest who pointed to the Jewish origins of Bolshevism. But the real magic, though, comes in that. So as the Great Depression sets in, everyone's material condition is getting worse. They can see that their institutions aren't working for them, and they know why. So they are alienated from the economy, and they are alienated from capitalism because they see all it does is immiserate them and exploit them to no gain. But they cannot accept the leftist notion that that means capitalism is to blame or that we need socialism, because they've too deeply associated that with this alien other. There has to be another explanation. And so the most popular one, conceived of by folks like Coughlin in the United States, folks like Hitler in Germany, was the unified field theory that fascism created, that said that both Bolshevism and finance capitalism were both controlled by Jews, that the war between them was a phony one meant to undermine Gentile white societies and destroy them from within. It doesn't make any sense, obviously. What is in it for the Jews to destroy the entire material reality that they've built and benefit from? Where is it to their benefit to destroy the thing that creates wealth that they are the ones who control? Why would they do that? And there is no answer to that, because that's the key thing that conspiracy theories do, is that they give you an answer to the ineffable elements of cause and effect and of historical theory and of your understanding of the world. It's like, who can know the mind of the monster? Who can know they're different than us? We can't conceive of what they could want to do. So that just offloads on us the responsibility of making our theory make sense. This contrasts with the Marxist analysis that says people on top want to keep being on top. They want to keep exploiting. They want to exploit resources to their benefit and to their exclusive benefit. And that all of their decision making is based on those incentives. I think that's a more plausible reason or explanation. But that one makes you have to confront capitalism head on, and they didn't want to do that for a bunch of reasons. Culturally and also materially, many of their class interests were with the ruling class. But so people who are squeezed by capitalism, they don't blame capitalism. They blame some manifestation of capitalism secretly controlled by Jews. And that is why August Bebel called anti-Semitism the socialism of fools, because it is someone expressing their alienation, but in an idiotic way and at the wrong target. So that's where the fascist theory of all explanations, which we see picked up now with alt-right guys and all this, like they're all picking up the same thread, which says that all the problems, back then it was communism and finance capital, now it's Islam and finance capital. It's just the same nonsensical story. So that's where that came from. Was born after World War I in the need to break labor power in the United States, frankly. And they were largely successful to our great detriment. The union movement was set back a great deal, and it was only the Great Depression that allowed for rapid mobilization and the ability to extract reforms from capital. Okay, now all of that had to kind of get stowed for the big fight against the Nazis, which, according to a lot of these people who we were talking about earlier, were not the enemy we should have been fighting. But anyway, so there's a brief sort of cessation of hostilities during the Popular Front War against fascism. But of course, as soon as the war ends, the veil has to be brought back down with a vengeance. The connective tissue between world communism and American labor movement has to be cut instantly, so that you get your second Red Scare. Talking John Birch Society blues. That's right. And this was America's just spontaneous, massive rejection of the New Deal and the Cold War sort of state of play. And eventually, over time, civil rights consensus. But it started with a rejection of the New Deal, or an belief that the New Deal had gone as far as it needed to and needed to stop, which is why there was a huge strike wave after World War II, directly after World War II. 1946, 47, massive spike in strikes because there had been no strike pledges all through the war, and that had led to this buildup of tensions that all exploded at once. And this led to a huge reaction against the labor movement. And in 1948, there was a massive Republican wave election that gave the Republicans veto-proof majorities to pass the Taft-Hartley Act, which really was the thing that drove the stake in the heart of the American labor movement. It just took years and years for it to bleed out. But that was the political culture of the Red Scare. And in this immediate World War II aftermath, the Jews kind of had to go on the back burner as the villain. Anti-Semitism really took it on the chin with that whole Nazi genocide thing. So the Jews were the Jewish part of Judeo-Bolshevism went away, and it was just the Bolsheviks, and communists took over that position in culture as the evil force manipulating everything, but from behind the scenes. There were some few hardcore dudes like the Reverend Gerald L.K. Smith, who kept it real, as it were, about anti-Semitism and how it was really the Jews responsible, and the Roman Catholics, of course, too, in trying to destroy American virtue. But this was the era of the John Birch Society, of fluoride in the water, the first chemtrails, and the belief that Dwight Eisenhower was a communist agent. So this is the paranoid style that Richard Hofstadter talked about in his seminal book. But this movement was, this strain of conservatism, according to the narratives of conservatives, was definitively destroyed when William F. Buckley publicly distanced himself from the John Birch Society, which, according to conservatives, ushered in an age of reason in the Republican Party and in the conservative movement. Obvious horseshit. I mean, come on. I don't have to tell you people how much horseshit that is, but that's what they said. Instead, that conspiratorial worldview, that seeking of an other to be responsible for all of the ills within society, because there could be no contradictions within American society, that's the backbone of hostility to the liberal order among the disaggregated American reactionary middle class. Okay, so at this point, as you can see, conspiracy theory in the 20th century anyway has been broadly a reactionary movement. It's a movement of the right. It's a movement to make sense of social change by creating scapegoats, because it can't confront the real heart of the problem, capitalism. So as a result of that, because of the strong labor movement in the United States, conspiracy theories on the left were relatively muted. People felt like, no, things work out in the open because look at us. We're changing the world with good old collective bargaining. But then the 60s happened, and a new strain of conspiracy theory thinking would now emerge on the left. The difference is that on the left, in this case, there are a lot of real things that happen, actual documented events that gave people a very justified sense of paranoia about what their government was capable of. And I'm not even talking about the big headline-making assassinations of JFK and RFK and MLK. And honestly, even if I am agnostic as to what happened in most of those cases, I have gut feelings, but I really don't feel comfortable making any kind of historical judgment on any of those big ones. But just think about how those things all happening that quickly in succession would make the average person feel like there's no way this is a coincidence. There's no way there are that many lone nuts that just spring out of nowhere to cut down the most prominent people on the left. That just doesn't make sense. So it's understandable. But then we talk about the smaller things that are not debatable, that actually happened. The murder of Fred Hampton by the FBI, COINTELPRO in general, the fucking MK Ultra. Okay, this is something that if somebody came out and said it happened now and we didn't know any better, it would sound like a complete fucking sci-fi goof 'em up. The CIA took fucking acid and it's exposed Americans to it in order to observe their reactions as part of a long-term brainwashing experiment to see how tractable the human brain was to suggestion and interrogation. That really happened. One part of it was called Operation Midnight Climax. The CIA rented out a bordello, put two-way mirrors in all the bedrooms, and paid sex workers to douse their fucking clients with LSD and then filmed the results. All of that happened in this time frame. And people didn't know about it all at once, but it's dribbled out ever since. And so this is when most of America was exposed to the real nature of covert operations, the real nature of what it is to be a superpower with a intelligence arm, and how it cultivates the garden of capitalism with just behind the back murder fests and sneaky dealings of all kinds. That's how it lubricates the gears of democracy. It's like covert ops are the lube in the piston between capitalism and democracy, because democracy is necessary to give capitalism legitimacy, but democracy can't be allowed to actually threaten capitalism. And so that's why you prevent the friction from becoming too great by lubricating it with fucking special ops, with intelligence, with state propaganda efforts, covert assassinations, all that stuff. That is how you keep democracy in check. So that's where people get this first exposure. And it leads to a lot of meaningful revelations about the way the state works, but also, really understandably, gives people a desire for grand narratives of conspiracy, which these smaller acts are just parts of. A desire to knit everything together into one satisfying story, which we all have. We've been trained to have it by what we observe in media all the time. This is also the first generation to get conspiracy culture expressed in popular media. This is this led to the 70s, in which you had such amazing, great conspiracy movies as Parallax View, the highly underrated Winter Kills, Executive Action, which is a movie where big Hollywood stars sit around tables and just plan the Kennedy assassination, released 10 years after that event. The fucking Capricorn 1, where they do the fake Mars landing to make the argument that actually it was a fake moon landing. And all of it anchored by a movie about a real fucking conspiracy, All the President's Men. So the 70s is when we get leftist and broad pop culture conspiracy theory as part of the American cultural conversation. And of course, like all culture did, conspiracy theory moved hard right in the 80s, thanks to a little thing we like to call the Satanic Panic. So in the 1980s saw a Reaganite reclamation of American culture from these effete libertines who had become dissipated and perverse. But that led to anxiety. If we are the good homespun folk, how have we been allowing our vital roles as parents to be supplanted by mass media figures from the West Coast and strangers who we give our kids to in terms of the people that we have raised our children? Because the 80s, of course, saw the contraction of possibilities for working class people, the rise of two-earner households where both parents had to work, and that meant kids being sent to daycare facilities. So you don't have influence over your children the way you used to, both in terms of where they spend the day and what they're consuming, because of a popular culture that is not created by anyone that you recognize as having the same values as you. And so the Satanic Panic emerges as a alienation of all of that anxieties into one force. In this case, it's satanic cults, massive satanic cults that in some of these theories and in some of these court cases, because in a lot of cases, bogus accusations of sex abuse at daycare centers led to massively popular, in terms of media attention, trials in which these incredibly outlandish claims were put out, including the idea of nationwide satanic networks of people ritually abusing children, flying on private jets to special sex islands. I mean, if you don't recognize the parallels to QAnon and Pizzagate, then you're a little slow on the uptake. I'm sorry. That is the template that we're going to later see come back with QAnon and with Pizzagate. But it reflects some of the same anxieties about not being the person who influences your children, who guides and protects them. Your sense of feeling powerlessness as a parent. That's what it boils down to. So these tales of children being abducted and abused to please Satan. Another case where the motive is obscured by ideology, in this case, and spirituality. This is the idea that Satan wants only for our destruction. He has no positive agenda. He has no goals for himself. He only wants the destruction of humans and the suffering of humans. Well, then that's not a world that's recognizably ours, because in our world, people do things for their benefit. But there is no benefit when Satan's doing things, because he's just making humans suffer. So once again, we're denying the material roots of actions and creating this eternal being to come down and determine our lives for us. So I'm getting now to my absolute favorite period of conspiracy theory history, the greatest, the golden age. I will not hear anyone else argue otherwise. You can spare me with your your kitschy John Waters-esque 50s Red Scare shit. Even the Satanic Panic, I tip my hat to that's particularly just grand Ghoulian ghoulishness on TV every day. I mean, amazing. But to me, nothing beats the 90s. Tinfoil hats at the end of history. This is where conspiracy theory as culture came into its own. Because the 90s were, as I have said before, the last decade in American history. We don't have decades anymore. It's just a smear of things happening. Differentiation has been abolished by the speed of capital acceleration. We're just falling towards the black hole of capital and stretching out. And it all is just blurring together. So the 90s are the last decade. And it was a time when we thought that orderly, sequential time was going to go on forever. It was the triumph of neoliberal capitalism. It was the banishment of all external enemies. The USSR was gone. There was no more bad guy, no wolf at the door, no bear at the door, rather. And that we were in charge of our destinies as Americans and as capitalists and as Christians. And this was all summed up by a phrase uttered by President George H.W. Bush, a dawning of a new world order. And those words just set off like a tuning fork in the heads of millions of mostly white American males, mostly, who felt the walls closing in when they heard that, who felt that actually we are now being corralled. There is no escape from any of these institutions. There's no escape from this present. So that means that we are being caged because we are losing our ability to choose anything other than what is being presented to us. And when you see something like NAFTA happen, where they spent years arguing for it, it was vastly unpopular. It was created by and conceived of by the Bush administration. And then after a contentious presidential election, his opponent wins, Bill Clinton, and then he promptly fucking passes NAFTA. The sense that that's got to create is that, oh, we're not in charge of any of this. This is on rails. And for these guys, especially guys who've been affected by this, maybe laid off by one of these factories relocating, this sense of an ending frontier, this sense of losing that American sense of personal freedom. And of course, this is all tied into white supremacy. I'm sorry. I mean, obviously, this is the frontier mindset of the manifest destiny generation. This is the Frederick Jackson Turner, go west, Horace Greeley ass idea that this is virgin land for the taking, that every man's right is his right to just set off one day and make his new fortune. And all of that is predicated on land being grabbed and exploited and expropriated from its owners, the native tribes, and then all the value being pulled from that land by enslaved labor, but full freedom for the white man. And that is a thread that goes through American culture to this day. And that sense was being very much threatened by that end of history feeling of the 90s. And so this creates a need to there be a narrative, a dramatic expression of this anxiety of encroaching capitalist hegemony. And so on the ground, you had things like the Michigan militia. You had things like Ruby Ridge and Montana militia. And of course, the fucking granddaddy of them all, Timothy McVeigh, a man who read the Turner Diaries and saw the Waco burnings and saw a government that was controlling every aspect of life and decided he was gonna fight back the way he'd learned to during the battle of during Operation Desert Storm. So that's what's happening on the ground. And then in culture, you see the rise of conspiracy entertainments like the X-Files, which is the definitive program of that decade, really. And in this decade, these cultural expressions of conspiracy mindset are centered around the figure of the alien. The alien has taken the place of the communist or the Jew or the Mason. The alien is the outside force manipulating human life for its own goals. Now, sometimes that is a thinly veiled allegory for Jews, as was the case, with the communists. But for a lot of people, aliens become this avatar of power, the avatar of the supernatural, almost technological and economic power that the governments and corporations of the world hold over you. That is the alien. And that finds its expression in things like X-Files and a bunch of movies about alien abductions that were very popular at that time. and you had folk understandings. This is the decade when words like black helicopter, ideas like crop circles and cattle mutilations, and the fear of FEMA camps all become part of common parlance. We all understand these references because that's conspiracy theory culture making its way into the mainstream. And all this language was created in the 90s by popular culture that fixated on this idea of an alien threat to more Baroque stuff involving reptilians or interdimensional beings or demons in some cases. All of these were expressions of that same anxiety. But this figure, the alien, he represents the important element of conspiracy theory is that it has a source of transcendence. It gives you an idea, a way to transcend this disenchanted world we live in. The same way that in the 80s Satan could. The alien represents a power beyond our understanding, which means the world is not as we see it, which means there is more possibility than we have been given, and that there is a hope for transcendence, that we can be beyond, that this isn't as good as that we can make it, that this isn't the only world that exists. And that's what the aliens represent. So this current, which has, it's really a tapestry of stuff. Aliens are one of the big motifs. Government, New World Order stuff is a main motif. But woven within that is just this amazing tapestry of different strains and ideas. The Rosicrucians, the Illuminati, a Bilderberger group, all of these just amazing tales. One guy, William Cooper, wrote this book, Behold a Pale Horse, that wove everything together, all of history, into this massive saga of alien infiltration and takeover of America, of world governmental institutions. And every single conspiracy theory is like a subsection of this greater tale. It's amazing. He would go on to be shot in a shootout with police 2 days after 9/11. So, who knows what that means? Draw your own conclusions. But all of this was powered by books, by radio, and by television. I was talking about X-Files, obviously. I'm talking about early internet websites. And of course, but the two guys that did it, one, Art Bell, who provide this beautiful oral soundtrack of alien abduction stories and tales from Area 51 and all these amazing paranormal firsthand accounts broadcast all night, all across the country. And then on screens, Alex Jones. It's hard to remember that now because he's now basically just a mega water carrier. But in those days, Alex Jones was just an electric mix of conspiracy theories that he just embodied this wholesale repudiation of the settled neoliberal order, or for everything that meant. And it encompassed every element of reactionary and leftist disenchantment with the moment. So he could be everything to everybody because he encompassed all of these tales. And his greatest coup, and the thing that made him, I think it made him. I think it carried him through maybe the lean years of post 9/11 when he kind of had to just market himself as a truther kind of exclusively and limited his audience in a way. It's been his signature achievement. And I think it was what carried him through the lean years till he could become a branded figure like he is now. So one of the parts of the tapestry of conspiracy theory that all underlies these grand narratives of world order and humans being turned into livestock for some great unveiling and some great culling was the little get-together known as a Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove is a retreat in Northern California redwoods outside of San Francisco. Every summer, and this has been true since the late 19th century, titans of industry, finance, diplomacy, and government, and technology, and everything, the muckety-mucks, who you would think would be in charge of the world, come together for 2 weeks or a weekend of drinking, of sex, and most importantly, connections. The guys give each other little. It was almost like TED Talks before TED Talks, like TED Talks with the child sacrifice. They would just talk about different areas of their expertise to each other and make the connections that lubricate the upper realms of world economic and political power. And they've been doing that for over 100 years. Now, on its face, it's pretty absurd. And brazen. These rich assholes getting together to just, in our face, hash out how the world's going to be divided up. But there's something also sort of banal about that, right? The idea that they can just do that. The idea that they can just be like, yeah, we're going to get together. We're even going to tell you we're going to get together. We're going to come out of it and have gotten all of your lives' destinies. We've all swapped them like horses. We have that power over your life. That's kind of a bummer. Nobody wants to hear that. So what Alex Jones did to make Bohemian Grove a narrative that would pop and make him interesting and make people want to listen to him is by saying, no, they don't just get together and hang out and make deals. They are doing satanic rituals involving child abuse, cannibalism, and sacrifice to evil gods. And that is what Bohemian Grove is about. And now you got to admit, that's a much more striking narrative. That's like, oh, wow. It also gives you the idea that this is a movie and you could go in there and like find the evil god and say the incantation and throw an amulet at him and he'd explode and go back to his own universe and the world would be saved. There's a narrative there, which means there could be a happy ending as opposed to just this sad, brutal, out in its open expression of domination and confidence in the rule, which is what Bohemian Grove actually is. But the funniest thing is the motherfucker made good on it because he snuck in the late 90s, snuck onto the grounds of Bohemian Grove during the actual weekend with a camera crew and recorded an actual ritual sacrifice. Now, no one was killed, but what actually happened, and this is something that happens at the beginning of every Bohemian Grove get-together, is that there is a giant bonfire put at the base of a 20-foot tall stone owl named Mammon. They call it the cremation of care. And the idea is that they are coming here to have fun and they're burning up all of their troubles. And they're not going to bother them while they're in the woods. Now, the actual origin of this is that Bohemian Grove was created by a bunch of dandy theater folk in San Francisco who wanted to put on a little fun thing. And it has all, and doing something like that has all the hallmarks of Ivy League fancy boys. It's the kind of shit they love to do over there. They still do. Look at the fucking Hasty Pudding Club, where they all get together and put bras on and giggle. They love that shit. They love the fake dramatic, the amateur dramatics of it. And so the idea of, we're going to burn a fire in front of this stone owl coming down, and it's very droll. We're having such a fun time. By the way, there's also a fucking talent show at Bohemian Grove at the last night of it, like fucking summer camp. Richard Nixon called it the F-wordiest thing he'd ever seen on the Nixon tapes. But so that's it's an expression of the kind of class they're part of. But of course, regular people don't have those frames of reference. So when they see a sacrifice in front of a stone owl, they see a fucking sacrifice in front of a stone owl. Like, holy shit, these guys are doing ritual shit. They're actually supernaturally connected. They're fucking channeling dark forces to rule over us for the benefit of the Satan or something. So that made Alex Jones's career. And that sort of narrative was the pervading narrative of the Chris Carter 90s. And all of that kind of went along in this anxiety about, are we being, what's happening? Are we being turned into sheeple? Are we turning into sheeple? Oh my God. And all of that navel gazing, it all ended one beautiful September morning in 2001. 9/11 was the biggest event that had happened in the lifetime of most people living in America. Something that big, by definition, has to have correspondingly massive causes. And due to racism and also just the fact that, frankly, it's not traditionally a very impressive enemy. I mean, the country that fought the Nazis being told that this horrible Pearl Harbor style attack is the work of a shadowy network of non-state actors who we can't meet in open battle. That's a fucking bummer. Even forgetting the racism of just people thinking there's no way that those people could pull this off. So those forces, plus another classic thing of conspiracy thinking, is that people observed, wow, 9/11, that sure did help the Republicans. Holy shit. They're really taking advantage of this. Oh my God, we're invading Iraq, a country that had nothing to do with 9/11. It's almost like they had that in their back pocket the whole time. Oh, what's this? This organization that's filled with people who are now staffing that administration is talking about how we need a new Pearl Harbor to make American policy go in our direction. Wow, somebody sure benefited from this. And from that central insight, they work backward to make the evidence fit. And that's like the true existence of U.S. intelligence agency skullduggery. This redounds to make conspiracy theory more credible because 9/11 was a huge boon to the neoconservative project. There's no way to argue it wasn't. The only thing to do is just to try to work from the evidence rather than from the top down. And remember, one very important thing to remember when you're trying to evaluate these claims is, well, how would things be different if 9/11 was an inside job? Would it have changed anything else about the political reality that we face? And it really doesn't. It wouldn't change a damn thing. So it's one of those things where it's a literal distraction because it's describing something that's not central to the processing of history and of the human fate. Okay, so with Bush in the White House and the conservatives riding tall in the saddle, conspiracy theory in the aughts was largely left-wing, broadly, but not even specifically left-wing, trutherism. That was the locus of left-wing conspiracy thinking. Was all about 9/11. And the conservatives have nothing to complain about. The world made sense to them. They were finally winning. They were going to remake the world in their image. There was going to be a fucking California pizza kitchen in every country in the world. And then it all went to shit. The Bush administration lost all credibility, both here and abroad. And Barack Obama was elected president. And Barack Obama's election was generally a traumatic moment for the American lumpen reactionary. Just a bolt from the blue of nightmare. Their worst thoughts about what could have happened after Bush were exceeded. And I'd say as bad as it would have been if Hillary had won, they kind of knew what it was like to hate Hillary. It was a long-standing hate. It was the parameters were well established. This hate for Obama just came out of the blue, and it was fucking unbridled. And it just unleashed this absolute frenzy, which was channeled by a bunch of different stuff, from the Tea Party to cultural hucksters like Glenn Beck, who became the Alex Jones of movement conservatism, as opposed to the Alex Jones of sort of vague white working class people who watch a lot of YouTube. And Glenn Beck, on his show during the Obama years, where he would put out his massively convoluted web of actors, all of whom were conspiring behind the scenes to turn Barack Obama's presidency into some 1,000-year progressive Reich, involving all of these little-known thinkers like Saul Alinsky and Francis Fox Piven, enacting this decades-long plan. He is just basically opening up your grandpa's head and shining a light in there and just showing you what's going on. Like, this is what your dad's brain looks like now. That is what Glenn Beck was doing. And so people loved watching it. It was absolutely riveting. And in this new era, this new right-wing era of conspiracy thinking, if it's not Obama directly, who's behind Obama? And the answer is not the Jews. I guess this is what you would call a cultural progress. It's not the Jews. It's a Jew, a specific Jew, George Soros, who embodies all of the classic tropes of the alien scheming Jew who wants to destroy the world just to destroy it, who's the damn Joker. And that's always what it is, but it used to be Jews as a race. Now it's one guy, one specific Jew. So now you can't call him an anti-Semite because it's all been concentrated into one dude, George Soros, who wants to destroy the world for no reason, just like the Jews would have wanted to. A guy who is a billionaire fucking currency trader who is incredibly wealthy and has only pursued wealth his whole life. No, he's going to blow up the world for no fucking reason, just because he's not one of us. So that's what Soros is. They've perfected the anti-Semitism by channeling it into just one guy. And that really is the difference when you talk about, like, what's the difference between the anti-Semitic and the non-anti-Semitic right? It's Is it Soros or all the Jews? That's the only difference. All right, so all of this is leading to the current moment in which the spread of social media has proliferated conspiracy theory thinking in a way that is almost unprecedented. It's like it aerosolized conspiracy theory. Put it in the fucking drinking water, in the goddamn air ducts. We're all exposed to it every moment of the day. It settles on us like fucking radioactive dust. That is what conspiracy theory is, with the supercharger of social media. So now we're in a post-Iraq War, post-2008 collapse world where all institutional faith is gone. No one has any trust of institutions, public or private. Nobody believes the media. Nobody believes any politician except the one that they have a personal emotional connection to, and says the words that trigger their limbic systems. So we are now more primed than ever for funneling the world into a conspiratorial mindset. And that is what we have been doing like gangbusters. We know that the libs have, of course, grasped Russiagate as their shibboleth. That is their explanation. Putin replaces Soros for them as this figure. It makes a little bit more sense because in that one, Putin at least wants to take over the world, to rule it. He doesn't just want to destroy it. So points for coherence on that. But other than that, it's the same gibberish. More interestingly, though, we have on the right Pizzagate and QAnon, which is an amazing example of boomers finding the internet. This is taking the blueprints that they saw on the Glenn Beck's chalkboard and using them as coordinates to pilot a journey onto the information superhighway that we'll never forget. And so there's two things about social media that hyper-viralize conspiracy theory. One is the decentralized nature of the information and the way that it flattens all sources of information, so that especially for a boomer who grew up getting the authoritative news, capital N, from Walter Cronkite, he goes to patriotgun.eagle. He gives it the same mental weight. So that is one element of social media that spreads conspiracies very well. The other is gamification, because social media isn't just watching a video, isn't just looking at a meme. It's posting a meme. It's posting comments. It's writing on Twitter. It's doing hashtags. It's harassing the bad guys and cheering on the good guys. It's engaging. And by engaging in it, you are able to make it a game. You're trying to rack up points, faves, retweets, all that. But also, you are making the game as it happens. You are interacting with it. You are the investigator. It's not just watching Glenn Beck. You're up there with Glenn Beck, writing stuff on the chalkboard with him. You've turned it into a game. You can find the evidence. You can look at the clues. You can put the clues together. And you now know. It's like watching Blue's Clues, where you're yelling at them. No, it's the rake. And then they'll go, yay. And it's like, I'm helping. That's what you get to do. So those are big components of why QAnon and Pizzagate are so popular. But the other big ones are, one, the fantasies of the extreme depravity of your enemies in it. They're not even just worshiping Satan. They're actually eating babies' brains while they're alive. Some of this stuff about adrenochrome and all that shit, the theory is the kid has to be alive when you're eating it so you get all of his life power. When your enemies are like that, you are justified in doing anything to them. And so this is psychologically for these super reactionary right-wing people. They're giving themselves justification for what they want to do to them. They're justifying their authoritarianism. Remember, QAnon is just a fantasy of a coup. All of it. The whole point is we're counting down the day until they just arrest all of the political opposition in government and in civil society, which is a fucking coup by any definition. But they have justified it because, no, they're eating baby brains. I'd say, but the most crucial and interesting thing that it represents, and I think, frankly, seeing how authoritarian they are, this is a little bit comforting, is that this model of political engagement is defined, as all of these conspiracy theory mindsets are, by inaction, by powerlessness. You are, even though you're engaging with the game, you're engaging with the evidence, maybe, if you're a QAnon person, you are, at the end of the day, spectating. You are watching a thing unfold. You are watching the plan of the white hats and the good Trump people play out. And you can yell at the screen like you're watching Blue's Clues, and that makes it more fun, but it is essentially a spectacle. And that is the end point of American political engagement, is to realize the degree to which politics is fundamentally a spectacle in which the average person has no ability to interact in a meaningful way. There's no input that they can put into this thing that's going to get anything resembling their will coming out of it. The voting won't work. Mobilizing won't work. They're just the sense people have that there is no changing this. There's no shaping any of this. We are absolutely in the thrall of this spectacle. Then we might as well fucking enjoy it instead of swimming against the current and trying to fantasize that we're even pushing anything in any direction. We can just watch it and we can root for the white hats. The unsealed. Oh, they're going to unseal the indictments. It's happening. Oh my God. We're going to do it. There's no difference. That is the end point. That's the final disillusioned end point of participation in American politics. Is realizing its uselessness and embracing your own position as a totally powerless spectator who just wants a better show. You want to see an example of the powerlessness at the heart of QAnon? Take the case of Vincent Fuchsia. So Vincent Fuchsia was this guy who was just going to Trump rallies in a Santa costume. And one day some Q guy took a picture of him, and I guess using some seeing stones and a hat or something, decided that he actually looked like JFK Jr. And soon, totally outside of the prompting of Q himself, all by their own, these little detectives create a narrative where John F. Kennedy Jr. faked his own death in a plane crash in the late 90s in order to go into hiding and investigate his father's assassination, which he eventually was able to connect to George H.W. Bush. And then eventually he worked behind the scenes to help elect Trump, is now working behind the scenes with Trump to defeat the deep state. It's just an amazing tale. I mean, you just sit back and you're like, holy crap. And they even created a whole theory where George Magazine was originally supposed to help launch Trump to prominence, and that there's a quote in one of the editions where John F. Kennedy Jr. is saying how great a president Trump would be, and that all people would understand and agree that he is the leader that they were seeking. Just, John the Baptist shit. And so now their story is every time they see this dope show up at one of these rallies, they're like, oh my God, it's him. And just think about that for a second. So this is their ideal narrative, right? This is an action hero narrative where this guy goes undercover, man in the iron mask, like, fucking gets plastic surgery, skulks around to get revenge for his father's death against these deep state sickos. So what does he do when the trap is about to be sprung? He just starts going to the fucking Trump rallies. This guy who went through all of that trouble to do this thing, this multi-decade plan, and now part of it is to, at the 0 hour, reveal himself in public and just hang out at the exact same fucking suburban gymnasium with the same room full of dentists and auto body dealership owners, and listen to this guy talk about how he almost had sex with Courtney Thorne-Smith at an ESPN zone. And that's the same thing you're doing. He's just watching the same thing you're watching. Even at this vital moment, your key guy is not doing anything. He's just watching the president do something. But like I said, that is all related to the essential powerlessness at the heart of conspiracy thinking. That's one of my two big theses about conspiracy thinking is that, one, it's about being powerless and then expressing a political imagination around that powerlessness as its basic premise. But the opposite of conspiracy theory thinking is class solidarity, class consciousness, thinking in class terms that clarifies all the mysticism and makes the array of forces much more coherent, and it just makes everything make sense. It really is the glasses from They Live. And this gets to a reason why I don't think the left can be ever really successfully harness the energy of conspiracy theory. I've had people tell me, look, if conspiracy theory is a way people understand language in this atomized America, and most Americans are atomized, wouldn't it be easier to try to get to them through the conspiracy theory than by trying to create a class consciousness that's not there. It's the easy way. Just go around the corner. Just be like, hey, you like conspiracy theories? Well, what about the conspiracy called capitalism? And I see the lure of that, but I think it's a dead end because conspiracy theory is the antithesis of consciousness. What conspiracy theory is, it is what fills the space left where America's class consciousness should be. The degree to which class consciousness is missing in America, the hole, the sucking void, is filled with conspiracy theory. So the reason for this is that every exploited worker, and that's the majority of people in any culture, including the mass majority of people who believe deeply in conspiracy theories, experiences alienation. So it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter if you're a nationalist, if you're a Republican, if you're a Protestant, however you stack the deck of your synapses and decide that's a personality, you are feeling alienated from your labor because you are being alienated from your labor. That's not a subjective experience. It is an objective phenomenon, and the body responds as it would. Because having your surplus value expropriated is inherently alienating. It feels bad. You're not in control of your life. You're not in control of your livelihood. It creates hostility, resentment, and the sense of frustrated powerlessness. And that's true of whatever you believe on your surface of your mind. However much of a real, true believing capitalist you think you are, you're still having that alienation. And ideology is what you use to direct the resentment and hostility you feel. And at base, class consciousness is just people comparing notes about their sense of alienation. It's about people in the same workplace working closely saying, hey, our boss is such a piece of shit. You think the boss sucks too? Oh, God, he's awful. Oh, you know what? I was just thinking that. I didn't know if anybody else thought that either. And you just all find out that, oh, we all have the same source of alienation and angst. We all are feeling bad for the same reasons. We know who's responsible. And it's the guy taking our fucking labor. And that's how unions begin. It's just people comparing notes at their workplace about their feeling of exploitation. Now, Americans, especially after World War II, and that's when our modern conspiracy culture was formed, thanks to mass media and the suburbanization, we lost touch with each other as workers. We stopped comparing notes. The big factories that have always been the engines of the working class, wherever they sprout, broken up, shipped to other countries, shipped to right-to-work states, but even before that. Working class communities broke up with urban renewal, segregation, and suburbanization. Mass media filling the void left by socialization. And instead of socializing with your fellow workers, you're socializing with actors and performers, all of whom are on the side of capital and are reproducing capitalist notions for your consumption. That all fills the space where that conversation once was that leads to class consciousness. And because of this, American workers, they can only process their alienation internally. They can only ask their own self what's going on. They are ill-equipped to identify the real cause of the distress because they don't have the notes to compare. They can't talk to others and make these conclusions. All they have is their own single perception and their own head full of pre-existing notions. Their subjective experience, filtered through a lifetime of personal prejudices, religious belief, and incredibly crucially exposure to that mass media I was talking about, that takes the place of collective note-taking. And so that turns our alienation into a story, like the stories we watch in movies and TV. Stories with beginning and middle and end, identifiable villains and heroes, sense, reassurance, immortality, really, because you're at every part of the story. You're there. At no point do you die as the person observing it. And that's why conspiracy theory is inherently reactionary, and it really can't be used for leftist ends because that is antithetical to keeping yourself in the dream. To keeping your ordered universe sense together. People say, go to the flow. Just use the stories to point to the real enemy. But the thing is, they will always replace capitalism with something else. I mean, look at Pizzagate. That's the perfect example because you guys know I am on the hobby horse, and I think Pizzagate is fundamentally correct in its contours about elite child predation. But the actual theory of Pizzagate, it's all built on just brain detritus, just reactionary cultural anxieties, about degeneracy and its relationship to the Democratic Party, just personal prejudices, local bias curdling into this thing that totally taints it. And so Trump's hand in the real life Pizzagate, fucking Jeffrey Epstein, is totally ignored. Unwinding to all the way back to unwinding all those premises is way harder than I think appealing to people on a material basis is. So I'd rather really try to hit people in the breadbasket than try to go all the way back to try to deprogram and debug all those lines of cultural code. Because, I mean, take a look at the evidentiary gap between what we know about Pizzagate crimes and we know about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. In Jeffrey Epstein's case, we have dozens of not only witnesses, but victims who have testified under oath about what he did to them, who have given them information that only someone who was intimately familiar with him could have had. One of the girls who he abused, when they searched his house, they found one of her high school report cards in his fucking house. You have victims, you have evidence, and you have Donald Trump's name on a fucking flight log and a quote bragging about how much he likes partying with Jeffrey Epstein, how much Jeffrey Epstein likes young girls. Who are the victims of Pizzagate? There's not a single purported victim in Pizzagate, except for Madeleine McCann, which is just a total wackadoodle flyer on their part. There's no victims. There's no evidence at all. It's all just imputed. It's what it is. It's decoding. It's decoding the messages in the DNC emails, like you're fucking using your decoder ring to find out if you should drink your Ovaltine in a 50s kids radio show. It just defangs the whole thing. And now take Alex Jones before he became just a boring Republican. From the days when he was a real live wire, his famous line is, "They're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay." Of course, that's hilarious, right? Everyone has a good fun with that. That's stupid. His thinking is that there's some sort of evil company who's working to make men, to change gender roles, to undermine the traditional family, starting with the frogs. That's the idea, you fucking idiot. Well, the thing is that at the base of that claim, they're putting chemicals in the water that turns the frogs gay. That's based on truth. There's a paper that has studied frogs exposed to a pesticide called atrazine, in which the exposure to the pesticide has caused mutations in their gender expression and led to cases where they've changed sex or become sterilized. Now that's a great example of capitalism at its worst. This fucking pesticide is used because it increases crop yields and it's therefore increases profits. And any damage to the people or the environment in which it's expressed, that's an externality that they don't have to deal with. That is just a perfect parable of capitalist exploitation. But he has to fucking frame it around cultural anxieties and obscure the truth. The fucking capitalist motive at the heart of turning the frogs gay. You turn the frogs gay because it's cheaper to use this fucking pesticide than the one that's not going to turn the frogs gay. That's it. It doesn't require lizards or Jews or aliens with a 10,000-year plan to get rid of gender. But that's the whole lure of the thing, because you're telling somebody a story they want to hear, and the part they want to hear is that they don't have to do anything, that they just have to keep watching. Why do they want the frogs gay? Tune in next week. We'll reveal why they want the frogs gay. Oh, it turns out that there were these reptilians who wanted to make the frogs gay. But then there's this other new race of reptilians who have now come to Earth and are now fighting for control using false flag attacks. You can embroider the thing forever, and it'll always be an entertaining journey, and you'll never get any closer to actually understanding politics, coming together with fellow citizens to fucking try to make the world a better place. You will just amuse yourself to death. And I will leave you guys with one chilling note. I know I just said that conspiracy theory is the province of powerless people who need a way to cope with and express their powerlessness. But there is one way that conspiracy theory can actually be mobilized to political goals as opposed to just the observation of politics playing out. And that is, this takes us back to the 1920s. This takes us back to the rise of fascism. Because right-wing populism requires an analysis of social dysfunction and an enemy just as much as as leftism does. But that enemy can't be capital, as we've discussed, because they're committed to maintaining capital. That's their path to power. They can get the people into the streets by denouncing the material conditions of their lives, but they maintain the support of the elite, their money, and their freedom from police abuse by protecting capital and not pointing towards capital. And so that's where you put conspiracy theory. That's you put in the end a flux capacitor there of fascist worldview is the fucking conspiracy theory. Look at the white genocide, great replacement narrative that's powering the far right now. Okay, now every single component of what these people are claiming is a conspiracy about great replacement, about replacing the white race. These are all 201 processes powered at every point by broad global economic trends created by capitalism and the specific decisions of the ruling class policymakers of the capitalist regimes. So all these effects, so all the stuff they're talking about, millions of people being driven from their home countries to seek economic and physical security. That also includes dropping birth rates in the West, because it's pretty well established that the degree to which you have a advanced capitalist state is the degree to which women taking control of their reproductive destinies have fewer and fewer children. That is an established connection. So these are all things that are phenomenons of capitalism one way or another and can be explained by capitalism. You got NAFTA. Climate change caused droughts. U.S.-backed coups and civil wars. And all of these things have done the same thing. All of them have created this milieu of population migration and baby gaps. But this is another case where people coming to these decisions themselves, not comparing notes in a context of class awareness, are filtering this reality through their pre-existing racial anxieties and their dreads of the other. And so when they see these things, the villain that comes up is once again one carrying out pointless destruction for inscrutable alien purposes. Because the Jews want to replace us. Why? Why do the Jews want to replace us? What does that even mean, replace us? They're here too. They're here as much as they want to be. And according to these guys, they control all of the money. Their lives are awesome. Probably couldn't really even get any better. Why? Who do they want to replace us with and why? They're Jews. They hate your culture. They hate its rootedness. They're jealous of it, and they don't want to look at it anymore. They want to destroy it. They want to destroy a civilization that they hate because they can never be a full part of it. That's it. And so that narrative then coheres and then is expressed in that cesspool of the internet that sends these things out with no friction coming in any way from anybody else's experience or humanity. All that gets drained out of it. And it becomes now hardwired in the minds of a lot of young reactionaries in this country in a way that is now politically valent because it's being expressed by a political party, like the anti-Masons. Like we're returning to that era because of the viral nature of memes and information over the internet. So among the leaders of these movements, there is no interest in confronting the reality that capitalism is driving us all to a breaking point. And the only way that we can defeat them, defeat the ruling class, is by uniting around our exploitation, by bringing together the expressed and exploited people of the world together and use the power of our numbers to overthrow them and to reorganize society to the benefit of all. They don't want to talk about that because although that is the only way we survive, doing it requires crossing a chasm of otherness to a person who is in some way different culturally, religiously, ethnically. And the mere thought of making oneself vulnerable in that way, of attempting to make the leap of faith and express the vulnerability to try to create solidarity across these divisions that, though arbitrary, are in the minds of someone conditioned in 20th century America incredibly powerful. Because that thought is too horrifying to contemplate, these people have to turn it into a cabal of reptiles and globalists who are using this inhuman mass of people who aren't as good as us, actually, because if you look at FBI crime statistics and IQ, blah, 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 and they've severed their connections to other people because they would rather live in the fantasy.
So actually, this is a good segue from the insanity of yesteryear.
Yes.
To the insanity of the present moment, because this is a big thing we want to discuss with you. This is a story.
Yes,
this is
I'm
a story.
in my BTA.
Yeah,
It's really great.
this is a story. This is like sort of breaking news that we were following intensely yesterday.
We've been covering this for the past 24 hours.
Yeah, we've been paying close attention to this story because I think in a lot of ways it does kind of represent a thesis statement about like everything we've been talking about over the last
It is
150
it's
episodes
like being
or
the
so.
guy in PCU when Bridge Too Far comes on, and he can stop watching TV because the thesis has been proved.
Okay. Wow. And, nice pull.
Yeah, it's a classic. It was the last time that Jeremy Piven didn't have hair in a movie where he played a college like sophomore. It was amazing.
Oh my God, yeah.
It was weird. We were all just supposed to forget about that.
But no, the story that we've been following that we want to talk about is now become known as Szechuan Gate.
Yes.
Patton, have you been following? Are you familiar with this?
You know what? I love that now Twitter lets you piece things together. You can reverse engineer it from the haiku of what's trending. And so and correct me if I'm wrong, Rick and Morty mentioned a Szechuan sauce that then people demanded from McDonald's, and McDonald's flippantly said, we don't have it. And then it's caused a huge...
Okay,
No.
It was literally number one trending topic.
Here's what happened. Here's what happened.
Well, yeah, what happened?
In the premiere episode for this season, which was...
I am so behind on all my TV right now.
Everybody was so crazy because it was
guys, I'm
delayed.
getting married and I'm moving. And my fiance, she's pretty amazing.
You don't have time to watch your shows.
I don't have time to watch
your stories.
That's true love.
This is what women do to you. This is what they do to you.
It is what they. You know what?
They don't just suck your biological essence. It's also your cultural essence.
Oh my God, Dave Sim was right.
When you finally get around to watching it, you're not going to be able to share memes with your friends because they're all going to be well past it.
Oh man,
that's what love does to you, man.
So in the first
Patton, by
episode,
not watching, you're getting dumber.
because that show is smart, and you learn from it. And if you don't watch it, you don't know things.
So
but
tell me what happened.
Episode, Rick mentions this Szechuan dipping sauce that was a promotional for item for Mulan in 1997.
Right.
And it was like basically a sweet and sour dipping sauce. And he says, it was delicious, Morty, and they don't make it anymore. And at the end of the episode, he calls back to it and goes, my mission for this season, Morty, is to get that Szechuan sauce. I love it. It's the best. Parenthetically, it was not mentioned the rest of the season. It was a joke. Yeah. But the fans of the show, tethered to reality as they are, tightly, feet planted firmly on the ground, decided that they really wanted this sauce that all of them were too young to have ever had themselves. They weren't having real nostalgic yearnings for it. The cartoon man told them it was good.
The majority of them were born after the sauce.
Like the function of the joke was that this is an extremely arbitrary and esoteric
like the very
reference.
joke.
The joke is this is not worth.
The joke
planting
is
your feet
this is
about.
not worth caring about.
Right.
But they're like, actually, I'm a genius who watches Rick and Morty, and I understand the Straussian subtext, which is that this is actually the best food ever made, and I demand it. And so I guess some idiot, actually somebody in my DMs claims they know the guy who had this idea, who is going to be fired tomorrow, thought, hey, it'd be fun if we just put out some limited run, give selected stores like 20 packets and some posters, and have a fun little promotion. But when people found out that certain stores were going to have actual Szechuan sauce, they bum rushed every location. There were 2-hour lines all over the place. A lot of the stores said they didn't have it. A lot of the stores, they ran out immediately. And so there were hundreds and thousands of insanely pissed off nerds screaming about how McDonald's did not give them the Szechuan sauce that they had been promised.
Never get between a virgin and their condiments.
Yeah. People were fighting. The police were called at several locations to guard the McDonald's.
Yes.
If they had more upper body strength, that could have been a real threat.
Yeah.
that is going to be a Red October.
But no, I think it will be, because this is a real revelation I had about this, is that, so you're a young subject of late capitalism. It doesn't work for you in any meaningful way. Your life is shit. You have 3 or 4 awful part-time jobs. You have no health insurance. You have $500,000 in
unsecured student loan debt.
That you'll never pay off.
You have no future in any meaningful sense. All the avenues that you've been brought up to believe were going to lead to prosperity and stability in your life, gone. But the one thing that late capitalism promise is that every stupid, shitty, nostalgic or faux nostalgic indulgence you can have is at yours at your fingertips. And my life is a fucking neoliberal hell, but I can't even get a fucking cup of Szechuan sauce?
Yeah, exactly.
Why the fuck am I still allowing the system to control me? We should burn it to the fucking ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Virgil pointed out, there were several incidents of police being called to guard the McDonald's and break up fights over this, and just pressed up against the glass like Dawn of the Dead. Just
the thing is,
just imagine the riot police firing those beanbag shotgun shell rounds at wave. It's sort of death wave style attacks on the Szechuan sauce, but it was as Matt was saying, it's also a real lesson in artificial scarcity because they only gave 20 packets of Szechuan sauce to each location, and people have found now. Locations are just we never got the Szechuan sauce. People were pointing out a lot of this stuff is ending up on a secondary market being sold for $750.
If you were minimum wage McDonald's and you see 5,000 nerds outside your door for a small packet of these things, you can do the math.
Oh, yeah,
and be they're gone. Or we didn't get them.
Right. And now they're in the... I just love the fact that in a couple of months, there's going to be some new employee at McDonald's, and there'll be a lunch rush on a Friday. And then at around 2:15, he'll turn to his manager and go, "Man, that Friday lunch rush is crazy." And then it'll be like the night watch guy. Let me tell you about the Szechuan sauce thing. It'll be that weird,
nothing,
cold,
Jon
howling
Snow.
wind, it was a couple of months ago.
I picture a Sam Elliott type.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting wistful.
It'll be Sam Elliott. Let me explain something to you.
There were hundreds of them. Nerds like you never see. A lot of them were dressed up like their favorite cartoon show.
Yeah.
They had blue hair. They had scientific coats for some reason.
That was the one day that I prayed to God and also was convinced he didn't exist.
I thought I was as depressed as I was going to get just watching the footage of these people getting mad and freaking out on Twitter and yelling, and the people talking about how many hours they'd driven. Somebody drove 6 hours, 6 hours from Canada.
No,
somebody pointed this out, and it really just put me into a deeper freeze of depression. Okay, yeah, you spent 6 hours to get to this place. You waited in line for 2 hours. That sounds pathetic, but what the fuck else were these people going to be doing?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Oh, no, now I'm not. All that time I could have been on the Rick and Morty subreddit explaining how Rick is actually an objectivist.
Oh my God, is that how they're going to control people in late capitalism? It just give them nostalgic missions?
Yes.
To
people
distract them from the
are getting
horror.
pissed about how they can't pay for literally anything, and they have their
nostalgic
isn't
missions.
that kind of already happening though? Have you been to a movie theater lately?
Yeah,
that's
true.
just all we're just watching very terrible
This is an idea.
reboots.
One thing to give people nothing but nostalgia, but the next step is giving them little treasure hunts.
No,
Here's my idea. The U.S. government, Trump Care, can create an actual ancient pirate ship in a pirate cove, in Goonies, and be the healthcare is there, and 7 lucky Americans, if they go on the quest, can find it and get covered. Pat, and I want to share with you now. Back to the loser sauce gate. I want to play for you now. We found this yesterday. This
Sadness jelly, I like to call it.
This is the best reaction I've seen to the Rick and Morty sauce gate. Hold on, let me get this queued up.
And so if you look on this guy's timeline, he's like a vlogger, gamer type kid, and he was so enthusiastic about this sauce. He was tweeting about it all day.
I'm also 100% certain that he is a time-shifted Michael Rappaport.
Yeah, I'd like to call this kid Young Rappaport.
Young Rappaport.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you something, Josh A. I don't give a fuck about the song anymore. This motherfucking whole Szechuan sauce shit was terrible. The location they picked in Brooklyn said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have the sauce to post in the stickers." I go there, wait 2 hours. No sauce. We never said. We were never picked to have the sauce. I don't even know why we're online, but we do have the stickers and the fucking posters. But you don't even know if you're going to get a poster or a sticker about Szechuan sauce. Fucking honey mustard. Go scratch your ass, McDonald's. What the fuck?
Apparently they were giving out posters for their regular sauces.
First thing, That is my favorite Michael Tolkien film ever. That was beautifully framed.
Well, he's a professional. These kids know how to do that.
Oh, that was great.
He's an auteur.
That was the video that turned me on their side, because if I went to McDonald's for any reason and I got poor service and they fobbed off a honey mustard poster to me, I would be
I'm just a fan of condiments in general.
That was to have that poster framed.
I'm not a Rick and Morty fan, really. I'm just a big fan of new condiments.
I've got a rare 1991 mustard.
I wonder how many people who actually got the sauce were just condiment fans. They weren't even Rick and Morty.
You should have done a vlog when you were in Chicago and they wouldn't serve you a Happy Meal.
This is an unfortunate story. There's a lot of ageism at McDonald's these days. You often have to go in with a child to acquire the Happy Meal, or pretend it's for a child. You can't just be a drunk man who wants an interesting toy, who wants the Moana toy, and can't eat large portions because of a stomach thing.
Because you're a bird.
We tried to get on the darknet for Virgil to get a child in short order. And the hotel Wi-Fi was just slow, and it was like,
you know what you do is you go. Here's the secret: if you're in DC, this is a life hack. You go to Comet Ping Pong first.
Yeah,
then you get the kid, then you go to McDonald's, and you'll get all the ones you want.
Though.
I got really excited about them too.
That's pickup artistry.
But think about how upset and angry and disappointed the people who didn't get the sauce were. Think of that level of upset and sadness. It compares in no way to the monumental, soul-crushing oblivion of ennui that must have been felt by everybody who actually got to taste it. Because there's no way it was any good.
Yeah.
No. There's no way it was any good. It's fucking McDonald's dipping sauce.
What you want.
It's like that would destroy my brain. To wait 2 hours for this shit, and it's like, it's like sweet and sour sauce like you get at a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, that's interesting, Matt, because you think we would have heard from someone who got the vaunted, chemical slurry.
They'll take that to their fucking grave. The ones who got it, they'll never admit it was shitty.
No. Viktor Frankl wrote that in pursuit of meaning is where we truly find happiness. And so I don't think the point of the sauce really matters. Second of all, Charles Murray posited that if IQs were on a graph going up, Rick and Morty fans, they have a high cluster around 110 to 180 genius level. And so you combine those two things, the point isn't the sauce. The point is the journey they went on.
Yeah, that Slavoj Žižek is mostly full of shit at this point in his career, but he is the one man I want to hear talk about this because his Lacanian analysis could not be more perfectly suited to this sad pursuit of this. You see, the sauce is the unrealizable, libidinal desire that which structures reality but could not be engaged with personally.
The sauce is the lacuna in the center of the desire.
Yes, it is the unreachable middle. Yeah,
that video of him in the Criterion Vault.
Oh, that's
picking
good.
out his favorite films, and you realize
it's what I like very much.
Yeah, but it's just films that just make him more. He likes films that would upset other people. That's why he likes them. Like clearly, that's what he's picking.
Very edgy.
I mean, that's his thing. He's an antagonistic person.
And
I'm sick of
they
cancel sports.
I'm sick of people like giving him airtime just because he's hot.
Look, I don't want to spout this old cliche, but how could you imagine the Szechuan sauce energy harnessed into a small congressional race where you could literally flip? I mean, you could flip districts with this energy, but how do you make a congressional race, which is a grueling day-to-day thing, make it seem like a fun, nostalgic mission?
Well, first off,
I think if you had a candidate that was at least maybe 1/10 as emotionally validating as Rick and Morty.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
I don't think they should Szechuan sauce to the polls.
I may not be Rick and Morty, but you need an IQ of a certain level to enjoy me.
What if candidates have to be nostalgic characters? You have to run as Rick.
It's the way it goes.
You have to run as Uncle Jesse or something.
Or frame the race as some kind of like I'm Burt Reynolds in Cannonball Run.
But like, I think we're past the point of metaphor though. So you would have to dress up like him.
Yes.
That's not a joke. That's going to happen.
Yes.
That is what Donald Trump did, though. He's dressed as an 80s businessman.
Yes.
I'm remember the cocaine days when everyone was making all that money? That's
that
me.
was fun. It's me.
Yeah.
And when all his when half of his like elderly base is dead in 2020, he's going to go like I'm Nickelodeon Gak. Believe me, I can't get out of your carpet. Okay. Look, I actually don't don't what Gak is.
It's like
it's like slime. It's Nickelodeon's proprietary.
Oh yeah,
blend.
okay.
Kids love slime.
Patton, this is what Matt was musing about. We did a political panel yesterday, and he was musing that the Rick and Morty outrage people are the spearhead of a new militant movement. Because right after, right as all this stuff was going down, they were fashioning hashtags, boycott McDonald's. They were contacting McDonald's customer service, much like people fucking contact Lisa Murkowski.
Because really, like if this system cannot get you fake nostalgic sauce from a cartoon, then it has no efficacy. It has no advantage. It has
the
no
one thing
appeal.
it promised.
It was the one thing it promised. Absolute frippery, absolute marginalia, just billions of dollars of carbon and fucking fossil fuels being put to the use of making absolute shit. Useless garbage that we are able, in our distressed mindscape, to clamp onto and feel, give meaning to, and find turn them into talismans. We turn this just refuse into talismans, and you can't even give us the little gewgaws. You can't even give us the little trinkets. It's like if a bunch of medieval peasants had gone to a reliquary to see Pope Eustace's shin bone, and it wasn't there.
Yeah.
They would burn down the fucking cathedral.
Yeah.
I think they used to give us it's like the Capuchin monkey experiments. They used to give us at least the terry cloth mother. Now they've taken away.
We had at least the terry cloth mother, and now we don't
provided
have
no nourishment, but it did provide comfort, and now we no longer have the terry cloth mother.
Wait a minute, does this all collapse when Ready Player One comes out? Because that is then we're done at that point. That's nostalgia. In that movie, it looks like the monster is nostalgia. It looks like he's made a Jaws movie where the shark is nostalgia.
Yeah, it's going to eat your brain. You will be destroyed by it. You'll be, by the end of it, you'll just be a gibbering maniac like Sam Neill at the end of the Mouth of Madness, just going, I recognize that. I know that's from. I know what that's from. And that's all you are anymore. You're just a machine that only purpose is to recognize things that it's seen before. Yeah.
I'm more afraid that his follow-up novel Armada is just the plot of The Last Starfighter. And,
no, it is.
Nobody's noticed that.
It is.
Nobody's talking about this, folks. Folks, how stupid are we? There was a movie called The Last Starfighter already.
Hallucinatory hyper-reality is really spreading even beyond Trump, because I made fun a couple weeks ago of the fact that when he was yelling at the NFL players, he had 3 tweets in a row. One was, NFL players, they need to stand. Disrespectful. Then, if North Korea keeps talking smack, we're going to kill them all. Then, NFL players, what the hell? He just
it's
sandwiched.
all the same to him.
Yeah, it's all the same.
It's called multitasking, and he learned about it from Oprah.
But
4D chess, man.
Going back to the Szechuan Gate, our journalist Kurt Eichenwald,
friend of the show,
yesterday had a tweet where he said, can no one stop POTUS? He is going to launch a first strike against North Korea. We need him to be constrained. An hour later, he replies to McDonald's. Says, hey, what is...
He replies to the official McDonald's account, which they
Ronald
to this.
McDonald.
That said, the official McDonald's account said, the best fans in the multiverse showed us what they got today. We hear you, and we're sorry not everyone could get some super limited Szechuan. And Kurt responds, wow, who's getting fired for this bonehead move? Jerry? I don't care either way, but I know Rick and Morty fans are hardcore, and thousands would show.
He is the first mainstream media figure to endorse the nascent Rick and Morty militant revolutionary tendency.
Being a poster. But yeah, an hour before that, he was worried that we were going to have a first strike on North Korea and nuclear Armageddon. and then it's the same thing as the fucking Szechuan sauce.
Rick and Morty fans will be the soccer moms or Rahawa dads of the 2020 election.
Mark Penn needs to get on that. It's like we got the NASCAR uncles, we got the Rick and Morty incels, and we're going to get that coalition and we're going to win back the White House.
Kurt Eichenwald, he's breaking out his Tor, his darknet use. He's getting back in the game. He's going undercover as a child to email McDonald's. I tried to get out, but they pulled me back in. The tentacles pulled me back in.
Also, Kurt, this bugs me a lot, but Kurt made a Rick and Morty reference in that tweet, and he bungled it, though. It was like, who's getting fired for that? Jerry.
Well, Jerry's
if Jerry works at McDonald's? Nah,
it doesn't work.
Well, my favorite part of it is that he clearly shows he's a fan of the show. Yeah. Because he's a freaking
high IQ. He's a fan of animation.
He's a fan of all kinds of animation.
Yep.
But I actually
the tentacles of animation will always pull you into that wonderful
he also
world.
has to say, I don't care either way. And I'm thinking, you know what, Kurt? I bet you were in that line.
Well, what I like is he's clearly a fan of the show, and he's like, well, they are the smartest people, too.
He is absolutely drafting a lawsuit against McDonald's.
True Fact Stated is making the connection between Trump and Putin and the sauce. It's like, we actually have intel. We have intel.
It's the Sino-Russian sauce connection.
We have SIGINT and HUMINT indicating that Putin purchased all of our reserves of Szechuan peppers, making it impossible for McDonald's to fulfill its pledge to its customers and sowing more division and chaos in America,
Folks,
which is
it's
all
China.
he does.
It's China. It's Russia.
This is going to be an example of one of these things where we will another thing into being. There is going to be like a mega thread on Twitter connecting Russia to Szechuan game.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Probably in T-minus 1 hour.
Yep.
Someone's going to do it.
Wow.
Okay, 1960 Sino-Soviet split. Follow along.
So we have Patton Oswalt on the show here, and I wanted to harken back to the first time we had him on our show. Okay. The time was October of 2017, the innocent era.
America was doing the twist.
Yeah, America was captivated by the president's oafish tweets about a mass shooting.
Yes.
Everyone was pretending to have an opinion about Catalan independence.
Oh, that's right.
And the young teens did not want to eat Tide Pods. They didn't even know that they were edible.
No.
There was something else they wanted to eat.
What did they want to eat?
They really wanted to eat it, but they were not allowed to.
Oh, my God.
Because of the vagaries of production.
Oh, my God, man.
And that would be the epic win Rick and Morty Szechuan sauce, which famously ran out, caused a bunch of riots of dorks. Inhalers were hurled at assistant managers across the country.
Yes.
And McDonald's apologized, swore to do better. And on Monday, this last Monday, Kismet, you're in town to do the show.
Whoa.
They put out 20 million packets across America and said, here, you fucking gluttons, eat all the goddamn, take a bath in the shit, you fucking assholes. And so now Szechuan sauce is available as a dipping sauce at most of your local McDonald's. Finally. This was the stuff that caused the riots. This was the holy grail.
It really was.
This was the obscure object of desire, the unspoken craving.
Zizek, easy.
It is the thing that you desired, but which cannot be manifested. Only here it is. We have it.
One of you guys coined the very, to me, disturbing term, nostalgic scavenger hunts. That'll be the only thing that will be left.
That's what
for
we're talking about. And that's
but that term was so dystopian to me.
We did it.
You did it.
Fam. They listened to your queries. They listened to your tweets. And fam, they've listened to you. Not only did they do that, McDonald's has released a podcast about the history of Szechuan sauce. If you fucking thought that brands trying to be human was just going to be them using slang and Twitter like, our nuggets are fleek. No, they're going the full Terminator, trying to pass the Turing test of brands. Oh, we have a Twitter account. We also have a podcast.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. While we're here, I do want to announce I'm part of a new podcast. It's called the McDonald's Szechuan Sauce Podcast.
So here's the thing that people drove hours to get.
That's right. There were riots.
Yes, thousands of dollars to buy little portions of it on eBay.
Yes.
The thing that they all wanted, not because they knew it was good, but because the TV show they liked said it was good.
Right.
A monstrous character who is portrayed as a sociopathic horror told them it was delicious, and because he was smart, he had to have been right. So I went to McDonald's a few blocks away, and thankfully it was one of the ones with the electronic ordering system because I could not bring myself to go to a human and ask for the Szechuan sauce. Thank God for automation. I didn't have to. I just brought up McNuggets and the sauce was there and I clicked on it.
You didn't want to see that look in their eyes when you asked for it.
I don't want.
No.
I would just die.
Yeah, you would die.
I don't. I have that much. That is the amount of self-respect I still have.
I'm glad that you got it that way because I thought you like found somebody on Craigslist that was like, look, if you step on my back while I wear an anonymous mask, I'll give you one packet of Szechuan
anyone
sauce.
can
And I
get
was
it
like,
now.
oh, what did he do for this?
It's no longer special. And what I wanted to do is taste it because I just want to see how it stacks up to what it was built up to be.
All right.
When we last spoke.
Put some on your toes. I'll suck it off.
I should have ordered some chicken nuggets. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, I wanted it to be a surprise.
Okay.
All right. So here it is. It looks like Vaseline. It's very viscous.
It's viscous and it's weirdly opaque.
Yeah, it looks kind of like grape
It's
jelly.
reflecting the light back.
Yeah, it looks kind of like the grape jelly that you get at a diner.
Yeah. For the record, my wife, Meredith Salinger, just walked in the room and has a look of frozen horror on her face, just looking at this. Look at the surface of
that's
that.
the stuff. Look at it.
Gelatinous goo?
Yeah.
That's going to be Szechuan sauce.
It is. Oh, okay. Well,
All right.
Maybe we're wrong.
Behind my ear. And,
All right. So everybody who wants to take a taste. Let's get
I have to. This caused riots,
Yeah,
right?
it did. All right.
Okay,
Let's
hang
get a
on.
finger.
Oh, I love dipping fingers with my boys. This is all bringing us closer together.
Does it just taste like Szechuan sauce?
Well,
Sort of like garlicky.
No, I'm not gonna. The look on
A little
his face.
bit.
I mean, no, it wasn't gross. It's just like this
is
tastes
how-
no different than anything I've had in any Asian
Which-
food
this
restaurant.
is-
I was born a barbecue man, and I'm going to die a barbecue.
If I recall correctly, I think what we said was it probably just tastes like that packet of sweet and sour you
Yes.
get at a Chinese
That's
restaurant.
exactly what it
and
is.
that's exactly what it tastes
This
like.
is how atheists do communion, by the way.
blood sauce of my sauce.
Dip of my finger.
So how can God be an ENTJ, an INJ, and an ENFP at the same time? Transubstantiation.
It's cloyingly sweet.
Yeah, it's a little.
It's mostly sweet, actually.
Yeah, there's a sweet note that comes later after,
And it kind of overwhelms everything.
after the peppery thing. Again, this is you know what this is? This is a cheap $1 Chinese food place.
You know what
There's
this
nothing,
is? You know what this
special
is?
about this.
This
at
is
all.
the shit that was in your mom's drawer in Staten Island in Big Fan.
Package. Oh my God, the packet drawer.
Yeah.
Yes, this is exactly what was in there.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
So, to any nerd who stood in line and has had this, I hope you're fucking looking at yourself now after you finally tasted it. I hope this is actually sort of a red pill moment for you, where you realize that that the thing you desire can never be attained, that it is a fantasy projected by capitalism to keep you moving forward.
Are you going to be the one that sauces a generation?
I'm gonna sauce them all up. I'm gonna spray sauce all over everybody.
That is our goal. I think that's a perfect place to wrap it up. We've sauced with Patton.
We've sauced with Patton.
We've supped the sauce with Patton.
Oh yeah, you got to have the word sauce in the title.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Another one, saucing a generation. There's literally, I mean, it's not bad. It's also completely not special.
And I'll tell you right this: if it had just been on the menu, if it was one of the sauces you could always have gotten, I would never order it.
I know no one would.
I get
ordered
barbecue.
it. Exactly. Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Once again, Patton, thanks
Guys,
so much for joining
thanks
us.
for schlepping to my
no problem.
gorgeous
Our pleasure.
hotel suite.
Thanks for schlepping to our town.
Yeah, this is New York. You have to check in before you do anything here.
It's not Rod Dreher, but they stay delivering. I'm referring, of course, to their latest article about Reconstruction. And wouldn't you know it, they're going in on W.E.B. Du Bois.
Finally.
And by the way, I mean, I have a personal stake in this because he was born in the great town of Great Barrington, Massachusetts. It's a local favorite of mine. But like, this is the American conservatives' answer to critical race theory, which like they've won that meme war. And to replace critical race theory, they're introducing a new curriculum into schools called critical racism theory. So this is by one of the editor-in-chief of the American Conservative, Helen Andrews. The article is called Reconstruction Revisionism. The Library of America is reissuing W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, a farrago of distortions.
God damn. Why does everybody got to sound like a fucking nerd all the damn time?
This
Brandon's
woman
fault.
also she has never once chuckled about "Let's Go Brandon."
Nope.
She has no Brandon merch.
Nope.
She has no merch. She's got no juice in the Brandon community. But
No, she's drinking her smart water at her Zumba class or whatever they're doing, and then goes to cocktail parties with other elite conservatives, none of whom have any opinions on Brandon at all.
So that's what all these people are doing. They're like they're going to like one NASCAR thing a year, and they look like they're drinking Aquafina, but they took a Fiji bottle and changed the labels on it.
They poured it through a funnel into an empty Aquafina bottle that they pass around among themselves so that they can pass themselves off as Brandon has.
They're not rocking with the movement.
Okay. So Helen Andrews writes, the wholesale reinterpretation of history around a left-wing narrative about race, which the 1619 Project is trying to accomplish for the rest of the American story, was first trialed on the history of Reconstruction. For most of the 20th century, Reconstruction was seen as a squalid and shameful coda to the Civil War when Northern radicals and carpetbaggers enacted their wildest fantasies of humiliation and spoliation on a prostrate South. Starting in the 1960s, a group of revisionist historians began arguing that Reconstruction had actually been a noble experiment in interracial democracy, too quickly abandoned. It is noteworthy that this line started being touted only after the last people with firsthand memories of Reconstruction had died. Okay, I'm just going to note that that's not people have pointed this out, but noting that like our attitude about what Reconstruction was changed after all of the people who were viewed it as a humiliation of the South. The fact that our attitudes changed after those people died out, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was correct that they believe that.
Yeah. And also, it's like a lot of people lived through Reconstruction, and only a few of them got to determine how like we collectively thought about it. And yeah, it's good that they're dead.
He said, and throughout most of the 20th century, Reconstruction was seen as a squalid and shameful coda to the Civil War, when Northern radicals and carpetbaggers enacted their wildest fantasies of humiliation on a prostrate South.
Like having black senators in places that were had huge black populations. Yeah.
Like they gave those assholes, like they let them come back into the Union very quickly. All they basically had to do was apologize. Basically, nobody got executed or tried for all the treason or any of that. There's so much they could have done if they wanted to humiliate the South.
If you want to talk about actually making the South prostrate at a moment that they had been defeated, every single officer in the Confederacy should have been yoinked up, and then all their land repossessed by the state and divvied up among the newly freed slaves.
Yeah,
every plantation was basically just like a smaller scale concentration camp, and we did like. How few of the planters we executed is like one of the biggest historical.
The fact that fucking Ryan Reynolds can still get married at one of these places, it just shows you that they were not humiliated at all after the fucking Civil War.
The only guy that they executed for doing anything during the war was poor old Henry Wirtz, the Swiss commandant of Andersonville, for all the deaths that happened there, largely because he had no fucking supplies or money to keep the camp up. Nobody else, including guys like Nathan Bedford Forrest, who did just documented war crimes, got even put in jail. Jefferson Davis spent like 2 years in jail, got to write a fucking memoir where he said, actually, it was all about states' rights. Shut up about slavery thing. Then got to go home. Nobody went. People who fought in the Confederacy ended up back in the like Senate.
I mean, like the only thing that you could possibly think is humiliation is. Yeah, having black representatives.
No, it is. It is the idea. The only way that Reconstruction fits that model is if racial caste is considered like part and parcel of Southern civilization, and disrupting it is some sort of violence or humiliation.
It's doing violence against them.
Yeah.
So Helen Andrews continues. The text of this revisionist school is W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, 1935, now reissued in a deluxe edition by the Library of America. In his introduction, Du Bois promises a straightforward history differing from its predecessors only in that, I quote, "I'm going to tell this story as though Negroes were ordinary human beings." In fact, the book is much more than that, a bold attempt to apply a Marxist framework to the Civil War period, from the general strike of labor that supposedly crippled the Confederate war effort to the counter-revolution of 1876 that overthrew the Reconstruction government's dictatorship of labor. Black Reconstruction is not the sort of book any scholar would want as the foundation of a new interpretive school. Du Bois was no historian. He had a degree from history from Harvard.
Yeah, he did.
He consulted only limited sources and did no original archival research. Can you take a guess why he was not given access to any of those original archives? I'll let you fill that out in your head. An omission that disturbed many scholars, several of whom dyspeptically noted the author's generous foundation support. According to his biographer, David Levering Lewis, the germ of the project was a dispute Du Bois had with the editors of the Encyclopedia Britannica in 1929. They commissioned an entry on black history from him, which he withdrew when they asked him to delete some excessively rosy passages on Reconstruction. Obviously, the Britannica editors wanted a racially progressive spin on history, or they would not have gone with Du Bois. There is a line between creative reinterpretation and outright fantasy, and in their professional opinion, Du Bois had crossed it. I mean, again, like, what were the excessively rosy paragraphs? I mean, what, I want to know what these people like think. I mean, like, I think they view Reconstruction like the Holocaust, essentially, and that like doing revisionism on it is like asking, like, you know, oh, why were there swimming pools at Auschwitz or whatever.
No, yeah, it was the Dunning School that dominated the understanding of Reconstruction at the turn of the century through the early 20th was created by the intellectual elite of the victorious reconstituted Southern aristocracy that was able to fight back and reclaim power thanks to the failure of Reconstruction and the mass use of political violence, and then to reimpose this idea. Like it was not like the folk wisdom of the American experience. It was a project. Like this person's talking about how Du Bois was part of a project of reinterpreting the Reconstruction, but he was responding to a project of creating a narrative of Reconstruction. It was not dispassionate or grounded in some authentic experience any more than any other historical narrative is.
And she sort of gives up the game in the beginning by quoting his own words about, like, look, if you view black people as like normal human beings, then like this won't seem at all radical or like upsetting to you. But if you don't, like, obviously, like that's what you're going to take issue with.
Yeah,
because like the idea that they could be part of a democracy and hold office is what she finds a disturbing horror show that correctly we understand is a shameful coda to the Civil War.
Yeah.
There is no point in beating around the bush. The version of Reconstruction history that Du Bois presents is based on motivated reasoning and tendentious distortions of the evidence. That is why it is so disturbing that this school is now the conventional wisdom. With no tools other than repetition and vehemence, these brazen innovators succeeded in getting their misrepresentations enthroned as orthodoxy and the common sense histories of yesterday, not just
common sense history. That is.
She's talking about Birth of a Nation.
Yeah. The Dunning School wasn't a bunch of crackers sitting around the fucking fire telling tales about their experience. It was a bunch of Columbia University professors creating a orthodoxy out of their own motivated reasoning.
Is her like, because like I don't know anything about like I know about like the lost cause theory gaining traction, but like she's saying what happened is that like just a bunch of who's the rooster in the cartoon?
Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah, they were like 5 of those were like, I'm not a big city historian, but it seems to me.
Now, who's responsible for this unwarranted attack on my person?
He goes, to begin with a simple example, Du Bois attempted to refute one of the major accusations against the Reconstruction state legislatures, that they were profligate and corrupt. Quote, the increase of debts under the Reconstruction regime was not large. There can be no possible proof that all this increased indebtedness represented theft, nor is there any adequate reason for believing that most of it did. There is nothing on the face of the figures that proves unusual theft. Perhaps the figures do not prove theft, but they certainly suggest it. Between 1868 and 1872, the South Carolina legislature approved $200,000 for furniture. When auditors examined the state house in 1877, only $17,715 worth of furniture in the original prices was found. In 1890, the chamber was refurbished for $3,061. Expenditure on champagne and whiskey for the Columbia State House was $125,000 in a single year, equivalent to about $1.5 million today. Other states, such as Louisiana, saw tenfold increases in their budget relative to pre-war averages. Du Bois suggests this money might have been spent carefully and honestly upon legitimate and necessary matters of restoration and government. No one at the time was so naive. I mean, like, I just love here that, like, the expectation of how the defeated half of the country that started the bloodiest war in American history over their right to own other human beings as cattle, like, how do they expect to get treated after this? Because I mean, like, honestly, like, we did not loot enough from the coffers of these fucking state governments.
Well, for one thing, there was a huge explosion in spending in the southern states after the war, and that is because until the Civil War, the southern states didn't spend any money. That they had no public provision of basically anything, including public education or any kind of internal infrastructure, because their economies were based on just this massive accumulation at the top through the slave economy, which was maintained privately and was not distributed publicly, and because all power was vested in these aristocratic factions who held complete control over the state governments. Like South Carolina, until at the Civil War, beginning of the Civil War, South Carolina was the last state that still did not directly elect their U.S. presidential electors. They were chosen by the state legislature.
So, like essentially, what she's interpreting as corruption is like
is the actual creation in the South for the first time of a significant public expenditure. And also, to say that they were corrupt, honestly, I don't even know why you would bother. I understand why Du Bois wants to defend, like, the virtue of Reconstruction governments, but you really don't have to. All you have to point out is that during this period, every fucking government in the United States was insanely corrupt. Here in New York City, Boss Tweed spent $1 zillion on building the City Hall, and all of it basically was graft. That was how.
And you know what? It got a lot of shit done.
Well, it got that. I mean, it did. They did build City Hall, I'll give them that. But like at every level of government, there was massive corruption, and I mean, in Washington, the entire apparatus of government was being purchased by railroad money. Like there is nowhere where you can point to during this period and say there is uncorrupt government being carried out in any location by any political party or faction. I think so. Saying that the Reconstruction corruption in the South was somehow notable or distinct from the general pattern of governance in the post-war period is a non sequitur, unless you're just trying to make a case against the idea of black governance of any kind.
I mean, she never explicitly states that, but I think corruption here is like a stand-in for the way they use like the Chicago politics, or big city politics, meaning that like tax money or state funds will be appropriated towards non-white people, or non-taxpayers, and like the corruption here, the creation of a corrupt government in a society that's despoiled in some way, means any attempt to bring the South into the 19th century at that point. And like, if you're going to talk about corruption or humiliation, like how about a society that existed for several centuries based on a feudal aristocracy, based on the theft of labor and the selling of human beings?
Yeah.
I would think that's pretty fucking corrupt.
Yeah. Well, it's the bias for anything that exists. That's the American conservative for you.
She actually does bring up Tammany Hall. She goes, when he does acknowledge that corruption occurred, Du Bois draws a false equivalence between the carpetbag governments and their corrupt northern contemporaries, which included urban machines like Tammany Hall. The absurdity of this comparison can be easily illustrated. During the years of Reconstruction, Tammany-controlled New York saw the opening of Central Park and Prospect Park and groundbreaking on the Brooklyn Bridge, 3 all-time marvels of urban engineering. North Carolina, by contrast, spent tens of millions of dollars on railroads that were never built. By 1880, New York was the biggest, richest city in America, while the South was still poorer than it had been before the war. Southern corruption was not just a matter of a little graft here and there. It was the complete subordination of every level of government to the personal enrichment of a few, like slavery.
Well, also, yes. Also, comparing urban infrastructure to railroad is no good because, once again, they were building railroads to nowhere all over the fucking country. And what they did do in the South was build hospitals and schools that had never existed. They built an actual public infrastructure for the first time And that's not mentioned at all. And yes, it was poor because of I would say it's because of the fucking gold standard being reimposed after the war. That's the thing that strangled Reconstruction and doomed it as a project. But, that was not the actions and certainly not the desire of the political factions that were able to briefly hold multiracial democratic power in the South.
And Tom Skoga made this point because, like, what he said is like, okay, so if the Brooklyn Bridge in Central Park, there was like, Manhattan became what we think of it today during this time period. Well, then after Reconstruction was basically gutted and like, apartheid, Jim Crow, like, just basically the same conditions were once again imposed on like the freed black population of the South. You think at that point you would see Manhattan springing up all over the South.
Yeah.
But like that didn't fucking happen either. So she goes here, if budget numbers are not eloquent enough, we also have the testimony of thousands of Southerners in books, diaries, and letters describing legislators who openly sold their votes for cash and judges who refused to convict thieves who were caught red-handed unless the victims paid a going rate for justice. Du Bois discounts this eyewitness evidence as worthless. Quote, 3/4 of the testimony against the Negro in Reconstruction is on the unsupported evidence of men who hated and despised Negroes and regarded it as loyalty to blood, patriotism to country, and filial tribute to the fathers to lie, steal, or kill in order to discredit these black folks, he writes. This is how all Reconstruction revisionists must treat primary sources and so many lies and delusions. Perhaps they are indeed instances when modern readers might usefully interrogate the motivations behind written testimony. When Southerners write over and over that undisciplined militias of armed freedmen made them feel unsafe.
Oh my God.
I'm glad that there's somebody's lived experience that we're supposed to honor. I'm glad that there are some bodies and spaces that we're supposed to give credit to. They're just they're fucking the Ku Klux Klan in 1875.
It is. Everyone's the same person. Yeah. It's incredible. Like, no, yeah. It's the only grievance with like anti-bias training is that it's not like anti-bias training at the behest of like that school in Kentucky where the students grind on the teachers.
Yeah, when Southerners write over and over again that undisciplined militias of armed freedmen made them feel unsafe. They were heckin' small beans.
They were doing them a frighten.
Just a shy mass rapist. Why do you have slaves? I'm shy.
Drilling in the middle of the street and intimidating local Democrats confident in their immunity from legal consequences. It's just like, I'm sorry,
those local Democrats, by the way, were killing people in mass numbers, in vastly disproportionate numbers. There are almost no instances of Reconstruction government, and honestly, this was one of the problems of Reconstruction is that there was not enough violence on behalf of the state governments themselves to defend their mandates. All of the violence, the vast majority of it, was carried out by small bean Democrats.
It has to be this like feels unsafe shit because if you actually ask like, okay, what's the body count of Reconstruction? There's no like it pales in the face of what the Democrats were doing.
Or ask, why do these people feel so unsafe by the sight of black people being part of the police department or government?
Yeah. It's almost like they did something horrible to them.
It's almost like they deserve
it. Short time ago, yeah.
It may be that these fears were partially motivated by racial prejudice.
Okay, maybe.
All right, well, I mean, she's very generous of her to admit that.
Yeah.
But Du Bois is glib to write off all the evidence this way. In Gaston County, North Carolina, the Union League came to town, and soon after, 28 white farmers had their barns burned down in a single week, leaving the victims destitute and near starvation. Did Gastonians dream that? Did the barns burn themselves?
How many people got fucking castrated by the Ku Klux Klan? This is insane. You're literally talking about buildings.
How many Americans died in the Civil War? Period. The most persuasive testimony we have is not from ex-Confederates, but from true-believing liberals who nonetheless became convinced that Reconstruction was a betrayal of their ideas. James S. Pike...
Well, that's true, though. I will give her credit for that, because they were liberals. And they thought, if we get rid of slavery, then everything will be fine. And we can finally impose market logic onto the whole of the country, and we can have freedom. And then that didn't work. And it turns out that you actually need to reconfigure the relationship between the citizens and government in order to actually have liberty in a condition of the end of the abolition of that incredibly persistent and deeply embedded social structure of slavery, and they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to take the next step, and they're like, you know what? Actually, this was all a mistake. But that does that's just because they were incorrect.
It gets even better here. It says, author of the scathing book, The Prostrate State, about Reconstruction South Carolina, was a radical Republican from Maine and former ally of Thaddeus Stevens. Daniel Chamberlain of Massachusetts commanded a black regiment in the Union Army. Yet in 1901, he published the overwhelmingly negative assessment, Reconstruction in South Carolina, in Atlantic Monthly. The House magazine of high-minded Boston abolitionism. Reconstruction ended not because Southerners overthrew it, but because Northern liberals could no longer in good conscience defend it. Okay.
Well, I mean, once again, yes, because Northern liberalism was incompatible with a successful Reconstruction. And so there was no will to carry it out. I mean, that is accurate.
I mean, if there's some sort of, I don't know, heuristic through viewing history that maybe someone like W.E.B. Du Bois attempted to impose upon this narrative that could make sense of why high-minded Boston liberals turned against Reconstruction because they couldn't stomach it in good conscience.
Yeah, I know.
It was just, all it took was a couple barns being burned, and they were like, think of the hay. Oh, my God.
Were there like, I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I'm assuming there were like Selena Zito type articles around then that were like, I talked to a guy who owned like the biggest plantation.
Oh no, 100%.
Yeah.
The plain truth is that Reconstruction was bad, objectively bad. It was a time of school commissioners who signed their names with an X, tax collectors who pocketed huge sums for private use, tin pot tyrants who had citizens court-martialed and sent to the dry tortugas for the crime of insulting the Republican Party. The only possible reason for lionizing
Let's go, Brandon.
The only possible reason for lionizing this traumatic episode would be if you had an ulterior political reason to do so. Everyone
what
has
was the political reason for creating the narrative in the first place? Like the premise here is that there is such a thing as a authentic historical narrative about any event that is untainted by motivated reasoning or politics, and that it can only be not overthrown or abnegated by some sort of conspiratorial effort to propagandize. Not that you just have these consensuses that change over time due to changing political and social conditions.
Also, like her horrifying description of Reconstruction states, it sounds like what those states are like now.
Yeah,
like just shitty kleptocracies.
Yeah,
where,
like, all right, there was a redemption. You got what you wanted. All of the awful, corrupt governments were overthrown by the 1880s. Then the South just killed it after that. Right?
Yeah.
It was so traumatic that they're stuck reenacting that behavior forever.
It is no coincidence that the two most prominent Reconstruction revisionists, Du Bois and Eric Foner,
I was waiting for Foner to get brought up.
Are both Marxists. Du Bois died a Stalinist and appointed prominent communist historian Herbert Aptheker as his literary executor. Foner is a longtime Soviet sympathizer whose father and uncles were CPUSA members. In 1990, he encouraged Mikhail Gorbachev, faced with upstart secessionists in the Baltics, to imitate Abraham Lincoln's example and preserve his union. These men's communist affiliations are not just a gotcha. When revisionists say that Reconstruction only failed because it was not tried hard enough, what they mean is that America did not go all the way to a 1917-style revolution.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Foner is circumspect about this, referring delicately to expropriation and the make-or-break issue of land redistribution. I mean, what right did any of these people have to their fucking land after the Civil War?
I know.
Like who'd be making that article? Like, oh, we can't just take their land away.
There's no argument that you can make in an abstract sense, forgetting even the question of the immorality of slavery. They had taken up arms against the government, and you can say, well, they had the rights, blah blah blah. It was their Any argument that you want to make that there was a justification for their landholding was premised on a social order that was defeated by the Civil War. It was a contest of sides. One side won, and what that means is that the side who wins gets to determine what your fucking rights are. There's no transcendent right that must be respected. The reason that Northern liberals did respect their rights is because the most influential, especially after the assassination of Lincoln, members of the Republican Party were ideological liberals committed to American capitalism. And as such, we're horrified by any actions that would have undermined property rights as the basis for the social order. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't have, though. I mean, history is the study of history is about like determining what the conditions were, what's driving the action. It's not about taking the ideological matrix that existed then, preserving it in amber and saying that it had some sort of transcendent universal truth that we have to respect forever. But that is the conservative historical project.
She goes on, Du Bois comes right out and says it, quote, "Only a vast and single-eyed dictatorship of the nation could guide us up from the murder in the South and robbery and cheating in the North into a nation whose infinite resources would be developed in the interest of the mass of the nation, that is, of the laboring poor." I mean, very brave of her to just include Du Bois's own words in this because, I mean, she's proving why Black Reconstruction still matters and will probably continue to be taught for another 100 years.
Yeah.
Du Bois describes Reconstruction as one of the most extraordinary experiments in Marxism that the world before the Russian Revolution had seen. The parallel is apt. The only question is why the Library of America would reissue the book of a man who argued that America's never attempting a Leninist dictatorship of the proletariat on a national scale was a bad thing.
Well, what was the political reality in the South after the Civil War, and what was it after Reconstruction? Was it democracy? Would she call it that? And if it wasn't, what was it? And if it was a dictatorship, what did that dictatorship lead to? Like, these people hate what America is now, right?
Yeah.
And the failure of Reconstruction is part of that tapestry that got us to where we are. And all the shitty stuff, the condition of the South, the abjection of the South that has persisted ever since Reconstruction has been at every point dominated by a aristocracy.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, okay, she's against a Leninist dictatorship of the proletariat, but like we read the American Conservative all the time. They're not huge fans of democracy either.
No,
I mean, you know, she's putting it delicately. In fact, like she's way more cowardly than Foner or Du Bois is, because what she's saying is really that like the organic natural order that's worth fighting for and preserving is a slave aristocracy, and that any attempt by the state or individuals themselves to enfranchise Black people in the American experiment, or like, you know, allow them political representation or freedom at all, is some kind of unnatural intervention in a social order, or like in a natural hierarchy that is America in some abstract sense.
Yes,
and that doing it is un-American and like should not be taught in schools. Blah blah blah. So I mean,
but also like the thing of like, I mean, this is a smaller point within this, but the idea that like they shouldn't reissue it because Du Bois said that America should have followed Leninism, should have had a Leninist revolution, doesn't that just run counter to everything they said from like 2018 till now? That you should evaluate people. You shouldn't evaluate people by the views they held.
Yeah, exactly.
Look through the prism of today. Like, if that's what you're doing, like,
I mean, like she could make that same argument about like people who want Nathan Bedford Forrest's statues to get taken down, because you're like, look, you just have to judge them by the times that they lived in,
right?
And like that, you know, what he was doing was like, you know, considered moral or heroic at the time, you know, and it's just part of our history.
Well, that's because it's all bullshit. Nobody actually holds any of these liberal values. Liberal values are luxuries of conditions of plenty, and as soon as people begin to feel that there is a decline rather than an ascent, all of a sudden, no matter where you are, they start going away. And the thing about the beauty of American ideology, though, is that you can, in your own mind, slowly discard all of these trappings of liberal idealism without ever thinking you're doing it, without always assuming, no, I'm still holding on to it. It's all these other people who are
right.
And because they're discarding it, well, I guess I have to also.
Right. I do hate the idea of having like legally declared hate speech.
Yeah.
And most of these people would probably say the same thing, but they do agree. They agree with that in concept.
Yeah.
Just like a different type of hate speech and a different type of like getting it out of there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the great thing about the term unsafe, is that everyone really does use it.
Yeah.
And it's the line where you can draw restricted language or restricted person to look at.
Yep. At the end of the day, everybody is trying to protect their subjective emotional experience. And whatever has to happen, whatever rules have to be changed or enforced to allow that to happen need to occur. And whatever mental gymnastics you have to go through to justify it are worth it because at the end of the day, that's all you have.
As you close it out here, last paragraph. Reconstruction has been called a piece of the 20th century that fell into the 19th. It certainly bears a resemblance to the post-colonial regimes that arose in Africa in the 1960s, both in the ruin that followed and the how dare you reaction of defenders who insist that any more gradual path would have been an unspeakable moral enormity. I mean, she's like, we should have, but what they're saying is that like the Civil War should never have been fought.
Right.
Or there's no need for it to be fought. And that like gradually, like, hey, Brazil got rid of slavery in the 1880s without a war.
It up with the slave owners.
Yeah.
They started the goddamned war. And they were able to start the
why
war
did they start it?
Because they wanted to protect slavery, but because they saw it as ending, and they were masters of a political and social order that they didn't want to see go away, and nothing was going to make them do it as long as they felt that they could hold on to it.
And when she says here that like, people who insist that any more quote gradual path would have been some sort of like moral abomination. I mean, again, she is being delicate and cowardly in a way here, because what she really wants to say is that like fighting a war to overthrow slave aristocracy was the moral abomination.
Yes.
And that's the antebellum South was a normal, natural social order that, like, if it lasted another few decades, or no matter how long, it just would have gradually been phased out. But like, it's that the Reconstruction itself was worse than slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Recently, we have seen a push to do for the last 400 years what Du Bois and his heirs did for Reconstruction. Rewrite history so that good is bad, heroes are villains, and the solution to every problem, no matter the circumstance, is to give money and power to racial minorities. If that push succeeds, it may equally be said in the future that Reconstruction historiography was a piece of the 21st century that fell into the 20th. Helen Andrews, the American conservative.
I'm doing a Google image search.
She's
damn, she's fire. She's so fucking fire. Damn. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be too mean, but
well, I mean, look,
hey, sometimes you just have a big forehead. What can you do? I mean, she's just like a piece of shit. So I don't care.
But I mean, like, she's still tiptoeing up to the fucking line, and like, I'm sure she feels very like saucy about publishing this, and like a lot of people are roasting her for it. And I'm sure she gets a thrill out of that. But she is still pussyfooting around the central issue. She is still, for her own reasons, she is still unable to admit what she's really arguing here.
Yeah,
which is that getting rid of slavery was worse than slavery.
Yeah. Because slavery has a virtue of emerging as a natural progress or process, and the evil modern mind has to rebel against nature, and it's the same idea that says that there's such a thing as a organic historical memory that transcends politics.
Okay, she got a BA from Yale. That's really where you learn how to stay unsafe. Man.
BA from Yale. Du Bois has a degree in history from Harvard.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, he is no historian.
Du Bois would be more comfortable at a Let's Go Brandon rally.
Yes.
Than Helen Andrews.
Absolutely. He was a Stalinist. You think he wanted to thank Joe Biden?
No. Yeah. He loved Gatorade. He started Gatorade.
And the main argument I'm going to be making today is that there is a fundamental conflict between the constitutional system of government that we have been bequeathed by our genius founding fathers and the party system that has arisen to work within it. And the thing that made me think about this, and the thing that made me think it was worth talking about, really was that hilarious quote that Joe Biden had a few weeks ago about James Eastland, the monstrous, racist, segregationist Mississippi senator who he was in the Senate with in the 70s. The quote is, if you've forgotten it, I know the new left tells me that this is old-fashioned, but guess what? If we can't reach a consensus in our system, what happens? It encourages the demands the abuse of power by the president. That's what it does. You have to be able to reach consensus under our system, our constitutional system of separation of powers. I was in a caucus with James O. Eastland. He never called me son. He always called me boy. The point I'm making is you don't have to agree. You don't have to like the people in terms of their views, but you just simply make the case, and you beat them. So everyone got mad at him, obviously, because he was praising a monstrous, horrifying racist who spent his entire career in government trying to prevent black Americans from reaching any kind of statutory or social equality. And obviously that is true. But I want to point to a different thing about this quote that I think is even more in its way revealing, not just about how Biden is a fossil who does not realize what's happening and doesn't understand the political world that he's in anymore, but how the conventional wisdom of, I would say, the vast majority of people in Congress, in the government, at all levels, and certainly in the journalism sphere and in the punditocracy, understand politics. The thing that is important about that quote is the thing about Eastland is that he was a Democrat. Biden is talking about the need to reach across the aisle and to get to do the kind of brass tacks compromise that gets things done. But he was talking, when talking about Eastland, about a fellow member of the Democratic Party, which he was also a member of at the time and still is. And that shows that he does not understand how things have changed, specifically in the last 10 years, since the Obama administration, really, since about 2008, 2009. It fails to recognize that the era of compromise that he is hearkening back to and that so many establishment political figures are hearkening back to was made possible by the existence of having two ideologically incoherent political parties. Back then, the parties were not really divided by a hard line of ideology. It was much more divided by interest coalitions and specifically geographical coalitions. And that we live now, for the first time really in American history, in an era of totally ideologically polarized parties, where the parties are not divided by region. They are divided, but broadly speaking, by ideology, or if you would prefer, by distinct coalitions of interest groups that are in conflict. In a system like that, or in a structure like that, where the parties exist in that state, the constitutional system of government that we have, with the checks and balances, with the three branches, all the shit you learned in junior high, in that system, meaningful cross-party compromise is impossible. In fact, the constitutional structure of the federal government makes any legislative function impossible because it was designed only to work in a system that did not have factional government. That's not me saying that. That is what the founders said at the time. That's what the Federalist Papers said. They said, yeah, this is clearly going to be fucked if factions ever emerge, but it's okay because factions won't emerge. Well, it's now over 200 years later, and we can say with confidence, factions fucking emerged. And this fact, this reality, is something that everyone needs to reckon with to understand where we are and how we can possibly move forward. So I want to start by talking about that document that we all know and love, the beautiful, beautiful parchment that we worship, the one that we're all going to be giving our come tributes to tomorrow on the 4th. That's right, the United States Constitution. Now, the Constitution, as many of you probably know, I would hope, was not the first attempt by the founding fathers, once they defeated Britain, to create a system of government for the erstwhile colonies. There were first the Articles of Confederation, which attempted to create a radically decentralized system of authority with an incredibly weak central government and most power vested in the states. Because one of the foundational realities of American politics is that, and the thing that we have had to deal with ever since, is that the unit of the United States, when it was originally emerging out of its war with its colonial benefactor, the United Kingdom, was that the states had very distinct interests and identities, which meant that the job of creating a nation out of it was really the job of knitting together what felt really more like separate nations than departments, the way that there are departments in France or the UK. And the first attempt to do that was the Articles. The United States under the Articles was an unwieldy system that, for one thing, had debt from the war era unequally spread throughout the former colonies, different currencies, different trade concepts, and most importantly, different states with different economic structures and systems that were not knitted into a whole and therefore couldn't function as a whole. And so the Constitution came out of the effort to knit these things into a more cohesive whole for these individual states to give up some of their authority in exchange for a more centralized control that allowed for, you could argue, the emergence of finance capitalism, all that stuff with Hamilton, the consolidation of war debt, all the things that led to the emergence of America as a finance-dominated nation. But because there was no gun at the head of anyone, basically, there was no coercion that was going to work because everyone really did have the authority. All these states didn't really have anything on one another because they did see themselves as separate. It had to be a negotiation. And so the Constitution emerged as the effort to prevent these states from ever feeling overawed or controlled by any of the other states. And that's the important thing, is that the people writing the Constitution, when they looked at the conflicts that had to be assuaged by the system of government they were creating, the chief ones they were thinking of were specifically state-based, region-based, but even more specifically state-based. And as such, that's why you have things like the Senate and the House of Representatives, this elegant system where small states are able to gain some sort of foothold on power by virtue of the Senate, whereas larger states still have influence because of the population-based House of Representatives. So that was all an effort to prevent any of one state from feeling overawed by another. And then, of course, there's the checks and balances that they love to talk about, the three co-equal branches of government, designed to prevent any one power from becoming overpowerful. A president from becoming overpowerful, a legislature from becoming overpowerful, a judiciary from becoming overpowerful. And the thought was that the dangers that needed to be checked against by these by this document were the dangers of some states ganging up on other states in some way, or of one branch of government overawing another branch of government. And we're taught that this system was a beautiful and elegant solution for those problems. And at the time, it appeared to be so, and it has worked to a degree. I mean, the whole sectional issue ended up in a fucking bloody civil war that killed over 500,000 Americans. So even on its own terms, honestly, the United States Constitution wasn't great shakes. The real issue is that all of the elegant checks and balances that are in the Constitution fail completely if government becomes based on coherent and disciplined parties. The checks and balances we were talking about that prevent one branch of government from overawing the others and maintain a system where there's accountability for all, those fail if one faction controls all the branches, which we have now. We've spent the last 3 years watching agog as all of these norms and all of these checks and systems that are supposed to prevent a manifestly corrupt oaf from just doing whatever the fuck he wants without any kind of reckoning have failed to engage. And why? Because a ideologically coherent party that is allied with that president is also in control of the other branches of government, which means that it will never be in their interest to see him held to account, and therefore he won't be. So the checks and balances out the window. Why? Because there's an ideologically coherent party that controls all the branches. And the things that make the government work, the things that allow it to be responsive, the things that allow it to pass laws in the face of crises and in face of issues and respond to the popular will, those things fall apart if the different branches of government are controlled by different political parties that are ideologically coherent and have discipline, as was the case during the Obama administration after 2010, when Mitch McConnell and the Republican House made it essentially impossible for Obama to govern, and he wasn't able to. Now, the people who wrote the Constitution and patted themselves on the back thinking they'd solved all these issues, they didn't imagine that these would ever come up, even though they were built into the framework itself, because they did not see the real divide being between interest groups that would have a stake in government. The only real divide they saw was, as I said, between state interests, but the other real one, the one that they were counting on preventing the system from breaking down and from these sort of fractions to emerge, was the one between rich and poor, the haves and have-nots. And they were very explicit about this, that the government they were creating was one that was designed to essentially lock the poor out of influence of government, to have minimal to no interest in government. People forget this, but universal manhood suffrage did not exist in most U.S. states until well into the 19th century. And that the original idea for the Electoral College was that there would be no popular vote involved in it at all. State legislatures would meet and appoint electors, and then they would go together and elect a president. There would be no system in which they would be forced to vote for any specific candidate the way they are now, where a state, their popular vote winner in a state, determines how their electors must vote. That wasn't the original conception, which is always funny when you see people trying to defend the Electoral College on the grounds that the brilliant founders had this idea that we should honor because of their wisdom. We are already violating that by binding electors to the will of their state's population. At first, they were supposed to just get in a room and hash it out. There was no place for the commoner to vote there. And the House of the Commons, the House of Representatives, the people who could vote in elections for those offices and could vote for the state offices that then elected the senators at that time, was a very constricted franchise. It was constricted by property ownership in the vast majority of states. It varied from state to state. Some states had broader franchises. Some states had much more restricted ones. Rhode Island had a notoriously restrictive franchise. Pennsylvania had a relatively more open one. None of them were anything that we would recognize as universal, forgetting of obviously the fact that women and Native Americans and blacks were not allowed to vote. Even among white males, the franchise was restricted because the people who created the Constitution wanted it that way. And so in their mind, the factions that would make the system they'd created impossible to work wouldn't emerge because everyone within government would be of the same essential class. They would all be ruling class, broadly construed, and they would therefore be able to look out for the common interest, which of course was synonymous with their class interests. And so that was the conception of the Constitution, that it was designed to keep the great beast, as Hamilton called the regular Americans, away from the levers of power, and to allow the ruling classes of the respective states to gentlemanly work out their conflicts in a way that prevented any one of them from becoming too powerful. But what they didn't realize, and they should have, honestly, is that even within a ruling class, there are conflicting interests. And the funny thing is it's not like they even had to be terribly smart to think that. They could have just looked across the pond at the country that they were emerging from. Already, by the time the American Revolution had happened, the Parliament of Great Britain had within it political factions, the Whigs and the Tories. And they were divided broadly by what sort of ruling class they represented. The Tories were the party of the rural big landowners, the sort of feudal remnants, and the Whigs were the party of the emergent capitalist urban merchant class. And they were fucking daggers drawn. They were fighting all the time. And you would think that the American founders would have looked across, seen that, and thought, oh, what if that happens here? And instead, you look at the Federalist Papers, and they really just said, no, we're fine. And one of the big reasons for that, the reasons that they thought America would be an exception, is the same thing that is the answer to any question of what is exceptional about America. What is exceptional about America? It is not that we were magically sprinkled with the fairy dust of Athens and Jerusalem like Ben Shapiro says, or the spirit of John Locke impregnated the minds of men and turned them into these perfect subjects of liberal propriety. No. The reason America is exceptional, and the founders knew this, that they were grounded enough not to buy their own bullshit too much, is what Tim Heidecker would call free real estate.
It's free real estate.
The thing that makes America exceptional to all European powers, the thing that makes it its own thing, the thing that throughout its history has made America feel like a country apart, is the mere brute fact that there were always, for the vast majority of its history, endless amounts of land that could be taken from its native proprietors and then given over at basically no cost to white settlers. That reality is what shapes America's political institutions and political ideology and political imagination. Greg Grandin's new book, The End of the Myth, is very good on this, and I recommend it highly. That any kind of conflict that might have ground the gears of government to a halt would, in the minds of the founders, would always be assuaged eventually by westward movement. Class conflict, both within classes and between classes, would always be soothed by the fact that people could just pick up and move west. There was another native tribe to be expropriated from. There was more land to be given away. And as such, none of these conflicts would ever reach the point where they created a crisis of legitimacy or a crisis of functionality in the American political system. Now, even with that in their minds, very shortly after the establishment of the constitutional system, factions emerged. The Federalists and the Democrat Republicans pop up almost simultaneously with the establishment of the American government. And it really does turns out that what happens is that the different sectors of the ruling class could end up having conflicting policy interests. Oops. But the reality of that was at first masked by a geographic happenstance, which is that divide ended up largely being represented through states, in a way that was something that they had anticipated, because due to geography, due to richness of soil, and a whole bunch of factors, the South became a slave-based agricultural society, and the North quickly became a more urban, trade-based, and then after the Industrial Revolution, industrial-based capitalist social order. And so, even though sectional conflicts like those were anticipated by the founders, the Civil War still ended up revealing the whole thing to be incredibly brittle and incapable of managing even the factionalism that was built into it, that was assumed. It really is kind of astounding to think about. They had planned for that. They had planned for states having conflicting interests. And with it less than 100 years of them establishing the system, there could only be a resolution of a conflict over slavery through an incredibly violent civil war. So once again, take a fucking bow, you powdered wig-wearing chumps. So after the Union won the Civil War, they sadly botched a real golden opportunity to really just fucking rip that shit up and start over again. To just, at the point of a gun, because they had a lot of them, and the South was prostrate, re-establish the basis of government. Sadly, they didn't. They settled for working within the parameters of the system. They added a few very good constitutional amendments, the usefulness of which, though, was incredibly predicated on who was in power at the time. But the most important thing about the Civil War is that it forged a post-war political order that defined the parties along sectional lines in a way that masked the fundamental dysfunctional system that the Constitution had created. Because after the Civil War, parties were broadly aligned along regional identity and not ideology. And that allowed for people to accumulate some very fucked up notions of how the system was supposed to work. Now, the system that emerged after the Civil War is the system that we have inherited today of two major political parties that contest for power in basically every election, the Democrats and the Republicans. The Democrats, after the Civil War, were the party of the defeated South and also of the northern ethnic immigrant enclaves of like the East Coast, Boston, New York, etc. Whereas the Republican Party was the party of the yeoman northern farmer and the emerging middle class. And then at the very top, of course, the emerging industrialist powers were funding both of them. The most clear way to represent specifically how this was working is the fact that in the war, years after the war, almost every contested election was between a Republican from Ohio and a Democrat from New York State. It's actually uncanny when you look back. The Republicans were almost entirely former Union generals from Ohio, and the Democratic candidate was almost always a senator or governor from New York. That was because even the political base, the majority of the political base of the Democratic Party was in the South, but in the immediate aftermath of the war, it would not have been viable for a politician from the former Confederacy, from the treasonous Confederacy that had killed so many young men from the North, to contest for national power. They would have been easily defeated by what was known as waving the bloody shirt, which was a propaganda move that Republican politicians would engage in, where it was started, I believe, by Benjamin Butler on the House floor, where you would hold up a shirt stained with the blood of some young patriot who had fallen in the war and remind people of the essential treasonousness and perfidy of the Southerners. So there was no way, even though the vast majority of votes and electoral votes specifically that were going to be part of any Democratic winning coalition were in the South, the front man, the candidate running for president, had to be from the North. And because of New York City, because of the dominance of New York City, and because of the power of the Democratic machine in New York City, New York was where the Democratic Party was most powerful outside of the South. And so you had these generals from Ohio, the second most populous state in the North besides New York, the home to so many brave generals who had fought valiantly in the war, and fighting it out at the ballot box with these Democrats from New York. And that conflict, that regional conflict, went on. The battle was joined. The issue of Reconstruction was incredibly important. And meanwhile, the rising industrial capitalism that was coming out of the Civil War was doing its best to co-opt the entire political system and bring about the extravagance of capital accumulation and exploitation that we like to call the Gilded Age, leading to massive failure, massive dislocation, massive fall in living standards for regular Americans, misery, horror, even as these huge, monstrous Carnegie and Rockefeller fortunes were being made. And that is why when the progressive movement arose in response to this as a acknowledgement by the literate middle classes and the more enlightened capitalists of both parties that this was a fundamentally unstable situation, and that the failure to reform would inevitably lead to some sort of violent revolution. It was already one of the most violent labor movements the world had seen at that point in the United States. Labor violence in the U.S. made everything in Europe look like nothing comparatively. In both parties, a consensus around progressive reform emerged, which is why you had the situation where you had Teddy Roosevelt inaugurating the progressive era from the Republican Party, handing it off to Taft, who busted more trusts than Roosevelt did, and then the election of 1912, a conflict between Taft, Roosevelt coming back to try to reclaim the presidency with his new progressive party, and Woodrow Wilson, who was also proposing progressive reforms as a Democrat. And so you see that at this point, ideology is not really the defining feature of any of these parties. The votes are coming from regions. The ideology is bipartisan, because everyone outside of the most fanatical capitalists understood that the system needed to reform, and therefore it did, along with both parties collaborating in doing so. So that's another thing where you had a crisis emerge, and the system, quote unquote, worked. It prevented revolution. It prevented the benighted working classes from coming together to overthrow it. But it did so in a way that required neither party to be coherent ideologically. Now, it's not to say that there was not friction within these parties that were held together through spit and baling wire. There really was. And the most intense moment of intra-party conflict that happened during this early 20th century era was the 1924 Democratic Convention. Now, as I said, the Democratic Party was an alliance between Southern whites and Northern white ethnics. Southern whites, almost entirely Protestant, Northern ethnics, largely Catholic. Now, there are significant cultural differences between these two groups, and those cultural differences also ended up being reflected in policy differences. The main one being the issue of prohibition in the 20s. Southern Protestant Democrats were dry. They endorsed prohibition. They wanted to see the evils of John Barleycorn banished from the land. And Northern Catholic ethnics vehemently opposed it, were wet. Drinking was part of their culture, be they Bavarian Catholics, Germans, or Irish, or Italians. They all drank, and they all wanted to keep drinking. And in 1924, that conflict came to a head when the two people at the top of the race for the Democratic presidential nomination were Thomas McAdoo, who had been Woodrow Wilson's Treasury Secretary, and New York Governor Al Smith. McAdoo was a Californian and a Protestant. Al Smith, the first Catholic to seek a major party nomination, a good Irish boy from the Bowery. In 1924, the Democratic National Convention met to pick a nominee in New York City at Madison Square Garden, and McAdoo supporters and Smith supporters from the jump were at daggers drawn over two main issues. One was prohibition. McAdoo staunchly supported it and wanted to maintain it. Smith ardently opposed. And the Ku Klux Klan, which during the 20s was at its zenith of influence, largely concentrated in the Democratic Party, although not entirely. Indiana was largely controlled during this period by a Republican machine that was also the Ku Klux Klan in that state. But one of the main tenets of the Klan was hostility to Catholicism. So the Northern Democrats were incredibly anti-Klan and accused McAdoo of being a secret Klansman. McAdoo denied being a Klansman, but not convincingly enough for many Northern Democrats. And what ended up happening was a complete shit show. They had ballots, they failed. They had ballots, they failed. They voted. They marched, they hollered, they fought. Fistfights on the floor of the convention were incredibly common. It ended up taking 108 ballots for the Democrats to finally land on a compromise candidate, John W. Davis, who went on to be absolutely destroyed by Calvin Coolidge in the fall election. But that just shows that, well, the regional nature of the party system prevented the constitutional system from breaking down and becoming non-functional. It had its own sublimated conflicts that ended up being fought in other arenas because it couldn't be fought at the actual level of government because, as I said, they were made up by these broad coalitions who shared power together when they held power, and as such, couldn't fight over these issues at that point, at that level. So now I want to talk about two distinct crises points in 20th century American history that were dealt with through two distinct types of party compromise and cooperation, both of which are pined after by people in Washington right now, and both of which are impossible in an era of ideologically polarized parties. The first was the New Deal. FDR came into power on the back of the complete failure of the Republican Party and Herbert Hoover to handle the crisis of the Great Depression. Democrats swarmed the House and the Senate, had massive majorities in both chambers, and ran the country. But of course, this was not a ideologically coherent party, as we said. It was made up of this motley arrangement of northern working workers and increasingly northern liberal professionals and southern whites. And that meant that the New Deal could not be dictated by one side. It needed to be negotiated intra-partily. So that's one type of compromise that is being pined after. Intra-party compromise, where within one party, this being the Democrats who held power in all of the chambers, because the party was ideologically diverse, it needed to negotiate within itself how to do the New Deal. That wasn't just in terms of race. I mean, it's often talked about how FDR and the liberals had to sort of sacrifice racial justice on the altar of economic reform. And to a degree, that's true, but it goes beyond that as well, because while Southern Democrats did welcome the sort of broad reforms that FDR was in favor of, it must be remembered that the South was also dominated by local grandees and power brokers who had their own ideology and were hostile to organized labor in a way that party bosses in the North were not. And so that's another axis that had to be negotiated between the two parts of the coalition, the broad coalition of the Democratic Party. But the thing that needs to be remembered is that in a situation like this, where you hold the presidency and you hold the gavels in the chambers, this negotiation is not zero sum. There can be a give and take, because either way, you're still in power. You hold these offices, you hold these seats. And therefore, within that party, there can be a non-zero sum negotiation that gives both sides something in exchange for compromise on other things. So that's one sort of compromise that these people hearken to. And this is specifically what Biden was talking about when he was talking about Eastland. He was talking about this sort of intra-party compromise, which is totally superseded by the emergence of ideologically coherent parties. It is largely irrelevant, much more so anyway than it was then. And one of the real ways you can see that Biden has completely failed to realize how the ground has shifted underneath his feet by hearkening back to a model for compromise that isn't even really relevant anymore. The second example I want to talk about is after World War II, the civil rights movement and the crisis caused by the civil rights activism that led inevitably to a cry for reform that was so overwhelming, so powerful, had such a huge grip over such a large percentage of the population who were willing to break the law, who were willing to defy authority in order to see justice done, that something had to give, if only to stop the Russians from making a big deal about it. At least that was JFK's thought. Now, in this situation, the civil rights movement, the intra-party compromise I talked about earlier is not as important because, well, Southern Democrats during the New Deal were willing to work with the North on a lot of these economic issues. They were absolutely not willing to compromise on civil rights. For them, this was a zero-sum game. The degree to which blacks in the South gained rights was the degree to which they and their constituents lost them. That was how they thought of it. So they were not going to be reconciled. And in the past, that had been the number one stumbling block to any kind of reform. That's why for the first half of the 20th century, the filibuster was almost exclusively used by Southern Democrats to prevent the bringing forth of civil rights legislation. And that was okay in a period when the pressure for civil rights was relatively muted. But once the civil rights struggle became pandemic, became overawing, became the domestic news story, the social crisis of the time, that couldn't happen anymore. And so now, with the civil rights movement becoming the domestic crisis of the moment, the way that Southern intransigence was overwhelmed was through the second type of compromise that is longed for in Washington now, inter-party compromise. And so because the Southern Democrats were not going to move on it,
What happened is that Northern liberal Democrats and Lyndon Johnson made a common cause with Northern liberal Republicans, which there were. As I said, there were tons of liberal Republicans at that time because in large parts of the North, you just voted Republican. You just weren't going to vote for a Democrat. It was a lingering effect of slavery. But that didn't mean that you were inherently reactionary. You very well might have liberal views on any number of topics. You were probably less sympathetic to the labor movement than Northern Democrats were, although not as probably more sympathetic to them than many Southern Democrats were. But on an issue like civil rights, you could very well be a liberal and be a Republican. And so the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, the foundational pieces of legislation that cracked Southern segregation were passed by an inter-party coalition of Northern liberal Democrats and liberal Republicans, or at the very least moderate Republicans who, even if they were personally not that thrilled about the idea of government interference in the commerce, were even less thrilled about looking like a bunch of quasi-Nazis to the world during the Cold War. Now, the Civil Rights Movement and the Civil Rights legislation of the 60s helped create the new world that we've been living in and that Washington has failed to comprehend, a world in which the conflict that was always implicit between a party political system and the constitutional federal governmental system is coming into focus and becoming salient. And that was ideological sorting, because the Southern strategy of Richard Nixon, as we all know, and other things having to do with the crisis of the 60s led a exodus of reactionary Southern whites away from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, led the Democratic Party to be associated broadly more with liberalism than with any kind of lingering regional affection, and the Republican Party being broadly associated with conservatism as opposed to any lingering thing having to do with the Civil War. And it took decades for this to play out. It didn't happen right away. It has to be reminded of that. The first real inkling of it happening was 1964 when the Solid South, which was called that because it was solidly Democratic for 100 years after the Civil War, cracked, and a number of Southern states voted for Barry Goldwater in 1964. It was furthered by Nixon and at the presidential level, but it didn't really filter down through to the congressional level until 1994. The Republican Revolution of '94, led by Newt Gingrich, was in reality the last gasp of those Southern Democrats who had held on to their seats. They were finally replaced, almost en masse, by a new crop of ideologically galvanized Republicans. So finally, we have ideologically coherent political parties. Now, obviously, you can go too far in saying they're ideologically coherent. There is significant difference, in my view, between somebody, like Bernie Sanders or even Elizabeth Warren and someone like Joe Lipinski or Joe Biden, for that matter. But they're broadly speaking on the left. Republicans are broadly speaking on the right. And this was the first time that really held on a national level. And we're living in the aftermath of that reality. Now, like I said, it finally filtered through all the layers of government in about the early 90s. But even afterwards, the implications of that, I don't think, were really understood by anybody in government. One significant element of this is that the one group that had previously acted as the closest thing to an ideological backbone in the Democratic Party was the labor union movement, which had allied with FDR and held broadly held itself as the tentpole of the Democratic coalition, even with all of the reactionary Southerners, all through the 50s and 60s, into the 70s. The breaking of labor power after the crisis of the 70s meant that liberalism lost an economic raison d'etre. It became more cultural. And so you had sort of a cultural liberalism with a vague commitment to egalitarianism
versus a Republican Party that was wholly committed to social and economic reaction. And the first person to really understand the implications of this was Mitch motherfucking McConnell. In his own way, he really is a genius, a dark, monstrous genius. Because while every other Republican saw the ass kicking that they took in 2008, where they were routed at every level of government in a repudiation of the disastrous Bush administration, which had seen the horrifying war in Iraq and an economic collapse, the destruction of a major American city, most Republicans were ready to do what was generally the thing that the party out of power did when a new party came in. Reach across the aisle. Try to get some of that goodwill rubbed on them so that they weren't blamed. Make some deals. But McConnell realized something. McConnell realized that in an era of ideologically coherent parties, there is no benefit to compromising with the other side. There is no rational reason to give the party in power, by power I mean in the top office, being the party in power, the presidential party, giving the president a win on anything. There is no benefit to doing that. And because people will associate any success with him and his party. And any seats if any seats his party wins are seats that your party loses. So to the degree to which he is able to advance his popularity and his agenda and gain seats, is the degree to which your party loses seats, loses the ability to influence policy, their agenda is defeated. So there's no point to ever helping the party in power get any sort of policy through. The fear for many years was, if you look intransigent, the people are going to punish you. But what McConnell realized is that people don't pay that close attention, at least not enough of them do. If the president flounders, if the president fails to enact his agenda, people will blame him for it, especially if the economy is struggling. And they will do the only thing they can, which is reward the party out of power, even if they were the ones who made him not able to carry out his agenda, because there's nowhere else for them to do. There's nothing else for them to do. They can stay home, but that doesn't affect the final vote. Or they can do what most people who aren't ideologically committed, that narrow segment in the middle that often decides a lot of these cases, a lot of these races, they can vote. They can punish the president. They can punish the party in power by voting for the opposition. And that's you. If you're Mitch McConnell in 2008, that's you. And it fucking worked. 2010, the Republicans, after being a bunch of intransigent shitheads who actively worked to make the recession worse, who actively worked to make the healthcare reform that was passed worse, were rewarded with a huge swing in the House and recaptured the House. Now, the thing about it is that this was always the case. This flaw was built into the system because of the amount, the number of veto points that are set up inside the legislative system and the separation of powers between a president and Congress. A party that is unified and opposed to another party and holds power, holds positions of veto within these structures, can absolutely prevent anything from passing, can grind everything to a halt, even in the face of significant crises that need legislative action immediately. They can just say no, and they can be confident that intransigence will be rewarded in the long term by people punishing the party that can't get things done by voting for them. This flaw within the system, this fundamental bug in the code of the Constitution, it was disguised for almost 200 years by the vagaries of geography and by happenstance of history, by the fact that regional distinctions ended up becoming more salient to the creation of political coalitions than ideological ones did. But that time is over. The 60s ended it. We now have largely coherent, ideologically consistent parties. There's a range within them, but there's a left and a right party, broadly construed. Obviously, this is within the very narrow bands of American electoral politics, but it's enough that parties in power understand, or at least the Republicans do, that reaching across the aisle, being bipartisan, making a deal is not in your interest. It is, in fact, irrational to do that. The rational thing to do is to refuse any and all compromise, wait for the whole thing to shudder to a halt, wait for the party in power to fail miserably, and then reap the victory in the form of protest votes for you. And then when you're in power, you can do what they've been doing ever since 2016, which is destroy all of the precious checks and balances between the branches that were lovingly crafted by the founders. Oh, the president's not going to be able to become a dictator. He's not going to be able to just do flagrant illegalities. Why? Congress will stop them. Why would Congress stop them? Oh, because Congress will see themselves first and foremost as representatives of that body, not as representatives of a party. Well, what if they see themselves first and foremost as members of a party and not members of Congress? Oh, shit, yeah, no, then it all goes to hell. Then the president gets to do whatever he wants. And that's where we are. We are now at the end of the road here, where ideologically coherent political parties can short-circuit the checks and balances that prevented overreach of power and corruption, and also have made reform literally impossible, have made it so that no compromise can be reached. So what can we learn from this? The thing we need to remember, listening to people fret during this election campaign about the need to be able to reach across the aisle, the need to be able to get things done in some abstract system, is impossible. It's gibberish. It is not. It doesn't relate to the actual functionality of the system we're talking about. This system can't work. The kind of reforms that are necessary to avoid environmental and social catastrophe in not even the long term, in the fucking medium to near term, are impossible. They cannot be obtained within this system. It was designed specifically to prevent these things from happening. It was designed to be a playground for the upper class to negotiate between themselves. The introduction of mass party democracy and ideologically coherent political parties has upended that and essentially switched a master flip, a fail-safe within the constitutional system to prevent the great beast from holding any power. And so all this talk about getting things done, about reaching across the aisle, about how important it is to have well-developed wonk policies, it's all irrelevant to the incentive structure of parties in power, especially when you consider the decades-long Republican effort to entrench their disproportionate minority power through gerrymandering in the courts. What this means is that any electoral strategy to overcome the system will have to be premised on a completely new strategy. It cannot be premised on piecemeal reform and reaching across the aisle and making deals. Deals are not to be had. The system must be overwhelmed by an unprecedented level of voter citizen engagement, which will then be coordinated ideally with a rise in labor militancy that can pressure government from the outside and shut down, if needs be, key sectors of the economy.
Okay. So to round things out this week, I have a firecracker reading series that came across the transom. It's from February 11th, 2015, which I think is interesting because it makes for an interesting time capsule. However, the Cato Institute chose to bump it again this week.
Love those
and
boys.
That's how I came across it. And it was done under the headline, "What is the greatest libertarian accomplishment of all time?
Bitcoin?
Abolishing slavery."
I was going to say
That's
Bitcoin.
right.
So this is by David Boaz of the Cato Institute. David
Dadaz.
Moaz.
David Moab.
David Moab, yeah. And his column is called Black History is American History. And he's going to attempt to, I'm borrowing from Ryan Cooper here, if you think you have seen valor theft before, this is a whole nother level of valor theft in which he attempts to retcon the history of the abolition of slavery and the Civil War into some grand mission for human liberty and achievement, which is also known as libertarianism.
Yeah, they ad hominem to the slaves to freedom.
So
they went up to Jefferson Davis. They're like, "This is a too quack, Mister Too damn quack." I don't know how it's pronounced. It's Latin.
Tu quoque.
Tu quoque.
Quoque.
Yeah, whatever.
Tu quavo.
So here we go. David Boaz. Some people think libertarians care only about taxes and regulations.
We also like weed, dude.
But I was asked not long ago, what's the most important libertarian accomplishment in history?
Lowering age of consent laws.
Somalia.
I said, the abolition of slavery. The greatest libertarian crusade in history was the effort to abolish chattel slavery, culminating in the 19th century abolitionist movement and the heroic Underground Railroad. It's no accident
they charged them to get on that Underground Railroad.
They privatized the
Underground Railroad. It was a private rail network.
Yeah, the Underground Railroad got together when they were all found arguing in the comment section of an abolitionist newspaper about Cannon in Uncle Tom's cabin.
It's no accident that abolitionism emerged out of the ferment of the Industrial Revolution and the American Revolution. So essentially what he's going to do here is claim that the classical liberals of the 19th century, who were most in favor of free markets, were also abolitionists. Henceforth, abolishing slavery was a libertarian goal, which to me is sort of similar to people like people who say shit like Jesus Christ. Yeah, he was a socialist. You know, if you read the Bible,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one when you get people with that.
I really don't think it makes much sense to read sort of graft onto like modern political movements and beliefs onto people in history, even going back more than like 20 or 30 years.
They call it reading resistance.
Yeah, it becomes completely incoherent.
This is like the Freud quote where he said, there is little difference between the philosopher and the schizophrenic. Both believe there to be a conspiracy in the text.
Zoroaster was a Reagan Democrat.
Hammurabi was a mother bitching Hillary voter. He had a code.
George Washington did smoke weed, though, for real. Check out his diaries, folks. He cultivated that hemp.
Yep. He held them between the teeth that he got from slaves.
Wait, so April 3rd, 1782. I'm in a general store. I see a man buy a moldy old banana. What procedure did you get?
Wait, so is Game Master Anthony a schizophrenic or a philosopher?
Both.
By the way, happy birthday, Game Master Anthony.
Oh, yeah, happy. He's 41 now, is he?
43, I believe.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's getting up there.
Did he finally have the birthday party he's been wishing for, though?
I don't know.
That's what Trump meant when he said we're going to win again.
You know what he did, though? He did it in VR chat.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Folks, all the great characters, Knuckles, Tails, even Dark Sonic, okay? Look, they're all going to be there for Anthony's birthday party. Do we love Anthony? Do we love the party that Anthony's going to have when Goku helps him blow out the candles, okay?
It's like
Samus is going to be there when you get 100% completion. Oh my God, her body, folks. And she's going to be there. And I think Game Master Anthony's going to have a little birthday surprise, okay? Anthony, do you think you can handle all that? Okay, yes, folks, he can.
I think it's he never actually has the party. It's like Passover, or it's next year in Jerusalem. Next year with all the and they leave a chair open for Sonic.
Yeah, they leave a little Mountain Dew for him. Yeah.
Game Master Anthony kicks ass.
Oh, he's great.
He's better than anyone on my timeline.
If you're listening, give us a shout out.
Well, we're giving you a shout out. Just contact us.
Well, give us a shout out on that message.
Back to David Boaz. He says here, how could Americans proclaim that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, without noticing that they themselves were holding other men and women in bondage? They could not, of course. The ideas of the American Revolution, individualism, natural rights, and free markets led
tariffs
led logically to agitation for the extension of civil and political rights to those who had been excluded from liberty, as they were from power, notably slaves, serfs, and women. Okay. The problem here is that David, in his sort of history of Enlightenment thinking and natural rights and individual freedom and whatnot is reading against the actual libertarian tradition of property rights. And whether he's talking about the abolition of slavery or the abolition of serfs, he's skipping over how those were actually accomplished in the real world, which cuts 100% against everything libertarians claim to believe in.
Well, and you don't even have to guess that. They say it. Ron Paul famously complains that Lincoln could have freed the slaves by buying them all, which is fundamentally incorrect. We know that for a fact. There were attempts made. The most interesting one is that towards the end of the war, there was an attempt to do compensated manumission in Delaware, which was a slave state that never left the Union. And this would have been, we're going to pay them the small number. There weren't a lot of slaveholders in Delaware, but the small number of slave owners were going to pay them to free their slaves. This was in a state that was in the Union at a time when the war was winding down and everyone could see that the South was going to lose. And they still, in Delaware,
they still
rejected
literally
it.
said,
They said no.
Thank you, no, we would prefer the slaves.
They still said no. So you're telling me that in 1861, you're going to be able to say, hey, your whole social political system that you have invested generations in justifying morally and intellectually and in this entire basis of your social order, we'll cut you a check. It's gibberish. It doesn't make sense. What defeated slavery was the power of the big bad state. And you know how it was funded? The first issuance in America of fiat currency. The fucking bugbear of libertarians was to fund the Civil War. That was the first fiat currency.
Well, okay.
Greenbacks, they were called.
I hear what you're saying, but what if Lincoln had tried to compensate them with blockchain currency?
You hew wood, and this creates the blockchain.
It's blocks of wood.
It's literal masonry.
Oh, I imagine back then you just got a bunch of Keebler elves to grind together some gears, and that was your little Bitcoin mining operation. Very cute.
Well, you get a whole bunch of Bartleby's to write out the ledger that you just tell him whatever the transaction is.
We should do
nation's economy collapses because he would prefer not to do it. I'm skipping ahead here, but David writes, in the United States, the abolitionist movement was naturally led by libertarians. They called themselves abolitionists, but again, like when
it wasn't an identity at that point.
When did libertarian become like an actual?
It didn't get a large
identity?
L until the 60s, I would say.
It's a product of the latter half of the 20th century.
Ayn Rand and the whole business roundtable reaction to the New Deal, which cut checks to every fucking half-baked intellectual in the country in order to create an intellectual infrastructure to oppose popular Keynesianism.
I think he's trying to identify with that, like, Thoreau tradition, right?
Yeah.
But Thoreau was a flake, too.
Most of these guys were flakes. I mean, God bless them. But, yeah.
He wrote a great nature documentary, but he was not an amazing, like, political thinker.
And the whole time his mom was doing his laundry.
Yeah, his mom was doing his laundry, bringing him pies and cookies. He was a fail son.
Well, every like pivotal thinker was kind of a fail son. I mean, I've already touched on it, but Martin Luther was a shit poster.
Oh, yeah.
True. He bigoted posts while he was in the bathroom. He was a literal shit poster.
Yeah, his wife had to remind him to like change his clothes and shit and empty out his piss bucket. And he was a fat, bigoted guy with a bowl cut.
Continuing, leading abolitionists called slavery man-stealing in that it sought to deny self-ownership.
Wait.
They called themselves Mr. Steal Your Man.
This I have never heard this. I feel like, Matt?
I've heard the phrase. The idea that
This
it was
is
a
not a
common
common-
parlance
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
I'm sick of getting on the subway and I see someone man stealing.
They called it man-stealing in that it sought to deny self-ownership and they steal a man's very self. Their arguments paralleled those of John Locke and the libertarian agitators known as the Levelers. William Lloyd Garrison wrote that his goal was not just the abolition of slavery, but the emancipation of our whole race from the dominion of man, from the thraldom of self, from the government of brute force.
I'm still getting my head around him calling the Levelers libertarians.
Who are the Levelers?
They were a group of
speedrunners,
British Civil War veterans who came together to demand the end of aristocratic privilege, but also redistribution of land and incomes after the English Civil War. The Putney debates were their sort of high point of militancy and influence.
Sounds pretty libertarian to me.
Yeah.
Frederick Douglass likewise made his arguments for abolition in the terms of classical liberalism and libertarianism, self-ownership and natural rights. After the Civil War, he continued his fight for equal freedom, campaigning against Southern states' efforts to avoid following the new constitutional amendments. David, is this really libertarianism?
Well, it's one of those things where they're just taking one strand of libertarian thought and saying that it connects to these previous thinkers to the point that you can call them the same thing. There's no way to throw that back, to retroactively justify your reasoning that way. It's just a way to sort of find one time that people with one strand of your beliefs had in common actually did something for somebody else.
He goes on here to say racism is a problem and then quotes Ayn Rand to make the case for why it's illogical.
No, I get it now. It's a probability broach opened up from Ayn Rand's time to the middle of the 19th century, where she sent back copies of the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged for these early libertarians to find and decipher, kind of like Joseph Smith did, and they became abolitionists.
If you collect all the pieces of the Fountainhead, you can rise up and become the anarchy ball.
Ayn Rand, who famously said that white people were justified in massacring the people who lived in North America because, hey, what were they doing? Did they have any railroads? No, they deserved to die. So, yeah, well done there.
Just finishing up here, he says, the struggle for freedom is never finished. Today, libertarians work for economic freedom that would mean more growth and more jobs, for the freedom of all families to choose better schools for their children, a call back to earlier in this episode, for the end to the counterproductive war on drugs. That's their little nugget in there to just be like, hey, we're not complete monsters.
For the end to the unjust war on selling infants.
And for criminal justice reform. Respect for the dignity of each person is the foundation of moral and social progress.
Okay,
which I believe in. However, what I found interesting about this reading series is what an interesting time capsule it makes from just 3 years ago now. In that, pretty much everyone, like the libertarian moment is pretty much over as far as I can see.
They're all Nazis.
Yeah.
And everyone who at least online identified as a libertarian is now overwhelmingly just alt-right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or regular right.
Or just regular right.
To the degree that there's a distinction. They're like seeping. They went from libertarian to pretty blatant Nazi, and now the Nazi is just eating the rest of the.
And as people who have studied this shit have found out, I mean, the libertarian is pretty much the gateway drug into the harder stuff almost all the time.
Yeah.
But what I found interesting is just 3 years ago, the Cato Institute, and the main intellectual organ for the libertarian movement, and believe me, I'm using quotes around movement.
He's using quotes, folks.
Is the effort that they had to sell it in the terms of we are the heir to like the civil rights movement or the abolition of slavery. Yeah. When, again, if you were to make a Venn diagram, I forget who said this, but he was like, if you made a Venn diagram of everyone who says that the Civil War didn't have to be fought or Lincoln could have just bought the slaves, and people who identify as libertarian, it would be a circle. It's just like that.
Yeah.
Well, even if you want to move past actually owning people, if you want to go into like Jim Crow era, if you want to go into lunch counter shit, all of the defenses of segregation that people still kind of make, to be honest, whatever, gay cakes and all that, is like you have the right to refuse service to anyone you want to refuse service to.
That's what Rand Paul said. Rand Paul, who's currently in the Senate, he's not some fucking Dixiecrat, said that the Civil Rights Act of 1964, he would not have supported it because it would have compelled these private people, because that's the thing. If your rights are limited by the degree to which you hold property, people without property essentially become totally rightless because they cannot exercise any sort of autonomy in the world because they don't have property. And he might say owning a person is bad, but what if you're in a future situation where all of your libertarian policy proposals have gone through and it's created this catastrophic gulf between the property and then the unproperty, and things are so bad for those who don't have access to resources that they say, hey, I'll let you buy me. Now, that's somebody consenting to become property.
Hell yeah.
That seems to me, for those guys who are saying that these are universal human rights beliefs that extend to every human being, I think it would give them pause. I mean, we know for a fact that Rothbard said you should be able to sell your children.
No, I gotta say, this is just 100% unadulterated statism right there. Slavery's been by constitutional amendments. I don't need a constitutional amendment to defend my rights. And if I want to enter into a contract where I sell myself as a slave for the rest of my life, I have a right to do that.
Yeah, but that's the big thing.
This is cuck shit.
Is that using fiat currency to create a million-man conscripted army to march into another country and burn down their private property, that is not a libertarian solution to anything. So libertarianism cannot in any plausible sense be said to be directly contributing to the end of slavery.
A force of liberation, let's say.
Lincoln was a pragmatic libertarian. I mean, who's to say that like the Dutch East India Company couldn't have wiped out slavery much earlier?
Yeah. Like Blackwater.
Yeah, exactly.
Contracted out.
The way to start to this is to go back to the beginning, to get back to where fascism began. It began with genocide and with concentration camps, but not in Poland and in Eastern Europe, as we've generally had been taught to us. It began in Namibia in 1904 through 1908, which was the period when a rebellion by native Africans against the German colonial powers of what at the time was known as German Southwest Africa, and which is now called Namibia, led to a campaign of racial extermination that in its particulars is eerily similar to what those same Germans did 30 years later. The basic narrative here is that in the 1880s, Germany, one of the last European piglets to huddle next to the sow's teat of the scramble for Africa, grabbed this chunk of Southwest Africa, which is, as I said, now Namibia, north of current-day South Africa, an area that was 1.5 times the size of Germany, but compared to the holdings of, say, even Portugal or France or England, was relatively paltry because Germany was sort of the last European power to sort of grab a colonial chunk of Africa. So in the 1880s, Germany grabbed this one chunk of southwestern Africa as their part of the general colonial dissection of that continent. And they carried out the classic colonial playbook. That area of Africa was largely dominated by pastoralists, by herdsmen, by people who were members of several different tribes. The most notably were the Herero and the Nama tribes, whose subsistence was predicated on herding mostly cattle. And when the Germans showed up, they did what colonialists did, which is they grabbed the land and they grabbed the cattle. And they extorted control of the locals through debt peonage and just confiscation of livestock. And that went on for about 20 years until 1904, when there was a general rebellion against German colonial rule, which was responded to by Germany at this point, what is known as the Second Reich, not the Third Reich of Hitler, but the Second Reich, the short-lived German Empire of the Kaisers that followed the Franco-Prussian War and lasted until the end of World War I. They responded with a campaign of genocide, flatly stated. They drove the rebellious Hereros into the desert, where many of them, most of them, died of thirst and starvation intentionally as a project of the German state. We have the quotes from the architects of this campaign who called it a racial war, who intentionally drove the rebellious Africans into the desert with the idea that they would starve and that they would be dehydrated to death. Where there were watering holes, the Germans poisoned them. And the people who survived these deprivations were gathered into concentration camps. These were not the first concentration camps of the modern era. Those, of course, were in Cuba, administered by Spain, and in South Africa, administered by the British during the Boer War. But shortly after that, so basically this is the third instance of concentration camps during the late colonial era in Europe of European conquest. And not only were the people who were rounded into these concentration camps allowed to die of exposure, of disease, of lack of food and water, they were experimented upon medically in a way that would be incredibly familiar to anyone who has studied the Nazi concentration camps. German doctors in German Southwest Africa conducted experiments on the captive populations of Hereros and Nama who were captured and held in concentration camps in Namibia, modern Namibia, in 1906, 1907, 1908. This is before fascism came to Europe. The reason I say this is because I think the best way to understand fascism is as the application of colonial coercive mechanisms of control and of domination to the metropole. I think that is what fascism most, I guess I'd say, fruitfully can be described, because there's a lot of different descriptions, explanations. And I think the best way to think of it is when a colonial power responds to pressure and conflict from within, either class-based or due to economic instability, or the mingling of those two, it brings the forces that it had used to subdue its colonial outposts to the center. I think that is what fascism most meaningfully is defined as. There are other elements of it. We can talk about Umberto Eco. We can talk about Stanley Payne. We can talk about Robert Paxton. I think Paxton is actually very, very helpful on this point. But I think to cut through all of the bullshit, to cut through all of the myriad obfuscations and acts of rhetorical legerdemain that go into the rhetoric around fascism, I think the way to think of it as colonial power, colonial systems of control being turned inward. So the first sort of example of this is what colonial Germany did in Africa in the 1910s in what is now Namibia. This is a time when no one would have referred to the German Reich as fascist. This is, in fact, a period when no less a figure than W.E.B. Du Bois saw the German Reich as a model for enlightened administration. This is basically just an expanded version of the Prussian bureaucratic state that Hegel saw as the end result of the historical dialect. So this is the epitome of European civilization. And it was carrying out in Africa what is absolutely recognizable in the modern mind as genocide, as the sort of depraved, lunatic violence of fascism. Fascism, first and foremost, was a response to World War I. World War I was a continent-wide bloodletting on a scale that was frankly unimaginable to anyone who had come before. The closest thing that you could compare it to is maybe the 30 Years' War of the 1620s through the 40s. And that even had the patina of sort of religiosity around it. There was nothing sacred about the First World War. There was no way that anyone involved in it could convince themselves that they were embarking in a holy crusade on anyone's behalf. It was brutal and horrible realpolitik that resulted in the deaths of tens of millions of young European men. A bloodletting that had basically never been conceived of before. A situation where you saw bright-eyed aristocratic hussars astride chariots of glory being mowed down mercilessly by Maxim guns. A situation where all of the prestige and honor of warfare that had persisted in Europe all the way through the Napoleonic era and everything was just chopped into nothing by mustard gas and by trench warfare and artillery shells. And the trauma of that war is something that is hard to really conceive of because we all live in its aftermath. We all live in a world created honestly by the basic trauma of World War I. These people who were alive at the time were introduced into the modern world basically in the most violently horrible way possible. And what it led to was a continent of Europe that was basically traumatized from stem to stern. And that led to people seeking extreme answers to the questions created by this war. So let's go through the two countries that became fascist, quote unquote, after World War I. Other countries can be brought into what we consider the Axis powers during World War II. Japan, of course, but also Romania and Hungary and Spain and Portugal. These are all, to one degree or another, can be put into the fascist orbit. But really only two countries after World War I were seized by political movements that we can point to and say, this is fascism. This isn't just reaction. This is not just the old guard trying to reassert power through a veneer of popular support. This is a new political formation that we can identify as fascist. Those countries were Italy and Germany. Italy and Germany were ostensibly on opposite sides of the Versailles Peace of 1919. Germany, of course, was the pariah state that had been defeated by the Allies in World War I and were considered by the Versailles Treaty to be the cause of the war, who were required to give massive indemnities, who were required to demilitarize, who were required to give over huge percentages of their industrial economy to the Allies. Italy had started the war on the Axis side, but had switched. They did a classic face turn in the middle of the war and ended up fighting with the Allies. Poorly, I must say. They got their asses kicked. They're basically the only people. The Italians were the only army in World War I, that the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians actually beat. Like, they kicked their ass. What they shared was a sense of being injured by the peace, by Versailles. Obviously, we know how Germany was insulted. The indemnities, the loss of the demobilization of the Ruhr, the lack of ability to have an army, the requirement of admitting war guilt. It was a stem to stern humiliation. Italy's humiliation was less overt, but still deeply felt, because Italy went into the war on the side of the Allies with the idea that by joining the winning side, they would gain the spoils of victory. But the Versailles Treaty didn't really give Italy much in the way of reward for having participated on the side of the Allies. And that feeling was deeply stinging to the people who had pushed Italy into joining the war, who had said, Italy, fight the war, it'll be worth it. One of the people who made that argument during the war was a former socialist named Benito Mussolini, who split with the Italian socialists on the question of the war, who said, I believe that it is Italy's destiny to fight this war, win it, and to gain spoils from it. And by doing that, Mussolini essentially divorced himself from the mass of the Italian socialist movement. And he emerged after World War II basically as a man without a country. But the country he was in was one that felt deeply insulted by their lack of territorial gains and, like many of the countries of Europe and the rest of the world after World War I, economically dislocated by the war. Italy was a classic case of a country that had a uneven development. The south of Italy was largely agrarian and almost even quasi-feudal. North of Italy was a burgeoning industrial hub, which meant that you had a situation where Italy was in a large, the southern Italy was dominated by the remnants of feudal orders, and northern Italy was rapidly industrializing. And with that industrialization came the realities of a modern society and class conflict, strikes, labor organizing, militancy. And this is where we get to the real definition of fascism. And that is this is what Robert Paxton in his book, The Anatomy of Fascism, which I highly recommend to anyone listening to this, says. It is the suppression of the left amidst popular enthusiasm. Because this was the central problem for the ruling powers of European countries after World War I. It was that the ineffable and unstoppable force of popular mobilization, popular political organization, meant that the old days of limited suffrage, of voting being only amongst the elect, only amongst the landowning, was no longer tenable. Everyone was going to get the ballot. And if everyone got the ballot, then Marx's calculation was going to be correct, because Marx saw in the expansion of the franchise essentially the doom of capitalism. He saw if the working class got a say in government, their numbers would eventually overwhelm the numbers of bourgeois and the numbers of landowners and take over control of governments across the whole world, wherever this reality of universal franchise pertained. This was a problem for the landowners, for the capitalists, obviously. And men like Mussolini and later Hitler came along and solved that problem for them. And this is another essential reality of fascism that must be remembered by anybody who wants to understand it, is that it was a postmodern movement. It was a movement of people who wanted power above all. Before fascism, politics and political parties were understood to represent specific class interests. Even people who hated Marx, even people who despised the concept of socialism, understood politics and political parties as a battle of interests. In the emergent democracies of Europe, there were farmer parties, labor parties, bourgeois parties, and they contested on the electoral battleground. And the ruling class despaired of their lack of numbers, because to them, the only way to understand politics was to understand it in these terms, in the terms of numbers, in the terms of interests. Fascism in Italy and in Germany was the product of people like Mussolini and Hitler, who understood that they could marry the rabble-rousing popular energy of the left with the economic and social support of the ruling class to create essentially an unbeatable combination. And this saw its first fruits in 1922 in Italy, when Mussolini led the March on Rome, when his black shirts, which is what he called his street fighters who had made their bones after World War I, beating up strikers and lazy farm workers all throughout Italy, and gaining the support and economic backing of landowners and industrialists, marched them. Mussolini marched his black shirts into the heart
of Rome. And the king, Victor Emmanuel, responded by offering Mussolini the prime ministership. Now, there was nothing making him do this. They could have suppressed the March on Rome easily with the army if the ruling classes of Italy thought there was any other force that could be effective in suppressing the popular ferment created by the end of World War I, the demands of the peasants, the demands of the industrial workers. But there wasn't. There were only these black-shirted thugs literally marching into Rome and saying, we are here to do your bidding. And so, instead of firing upon them and dispersing them and arresting them, the king and his supporters and the Catholic Church and the industrialists and the landowners gave him the portfolio of governance. And this created the first fascist government in history, something that Mussolini called corporatism, the bringing together of workers and ownership and landowners and peasants into one corporate body. Fascism essentially conceives of society as a body. It says that every class is an organ or a part of a whole body, and that the body cannot survive without all of them together, but that they cannot also be overcome. Like the Marxist concept of a class of society, a society where the exploiters are overthrown and all that's left are workers democratically managing control of the economy. That's not possible. What's possible instead is a harmonious social corporate order where everyone is part of a body that functions together. So that was the idea of fascism. And that is why it was critical of capitalism, because capitalism, especially in this moment after World War I, when capitalism was seen by millions of people throughout Europe as not only the thing that had disrupted so much of their understanding of the social order, but led to World War I and the deaths of hundreds of millions of people, was a plague and needed to be contested and needed to be contained. And at the time, the main force arguing against that was the left, especially after the Bolshevik Revolution, the communist left. And what fascism offered to the bourgeois and ruling classes of Europe was a way to square the circle, was a way to banish the anxieties created by capitalist dislocation and by the exploitation of capitalism through channeling violence outward in the form of colonial expansion, and also by suppressing an internal enemy, which, of course, would reach its apogee with the Nazis and their scapegoating of Jews. So let's turn to Germany. Germany was in far more dire straits than Italy was after World War I. It was the loser. It was the pariah dog of Europe after World War I. It was the force that had been broken at Versailles, had been forced to give up its army, had been forced to give up a massive indemnity to the Allies, had been forced to admit war guilt, had been forced to hand over a demilitarized Ruhr Valley to the French, at the same time that it was suffering from a massive starvation caused by the blockade of the North Sea by the British. And in this moment, you saw a glimpse of a German socialist revolution. It started with the overthrow of the Kaiser in 1918. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia had been predicated on a general European revolt. And there was a moment there where it looked like it was going to happen. It was after the Kaiser had been overthrown in 1918, and when a naval mutiny in northern Germany had spread throughout the country, and where radical socialists allied with the Spartacist movement and the independent Social Democrats who had been opposed to the Social Democratic Party that had allied with the war effort and voted war credits, seized control of many cities and filled the streets of Berlin and demanded first the abdication of the Kaiser and then the overthrow of the bourgeois regime in Germany. There was a moment there where it really looked like the tipping point had happened, where the domino effect that was going to start in St. Petersburg and move all the way through Europe and to the United States and across the world was going to happen, because Germany really felt like it was the next domino that was going to fall. There were masses of army, mass people, strikers in the streets throughout cities all the way through Germany who were horrified by the war that had been inflicted upon them by the capitalists and wanted to create a new democratic socialist society that would never have that happen again. But that rebellion was put down by the normal Social Democrats, by the Social Democrats who had supported the war effort, and a collection of traumatized war veterans who were basically not willing to be demobilized, called the Freikorps or Free Corps, who were at the direct orders of the Social Democrats, sicked on the revolutionaries and massacred them en masse wherever they popped up their head. The whole years of 1919 and 1920 were is essentially a whack-a-mole, where a city would come into rebellion, a spontaneous socialist rebellion against the regime, and then the Freikorps would be sent in to massacre them. These traumatized World War I veterans who basically only knew violence at that point, and they would massacre them. This is, if anybody is in DSA and they've ever wondered why some random Spartacist on Twitter says, "Oh, you killed Rosa," this is what they mean. Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, who had been leaders of the Spartacist rebellion, were indeed tracked down by these Freikorps and murdered during the suppression of the rebellions. And this was done by the Social Democrats with the idea that revolution was too far a move. It was too radical. It was too drastic. Instead, we should work within the system. And what they created was the Weimar Republic, which they controlled off and on over the next decade or so, until Adolf Hitler and his National Socialists, national quote-unquote socialists, came to power in 1933. This is like the exhibit A for anybody who wants to say that fascism is actually socialism. It's that, well, the Nazi stands for National Socialist. Duh. And that's supposed to be the end of the question. That's supposed to be the end of the argument. Boom. Nailed it. It's socialist in the name. You're fucked. But Nazism can only be understood in the same context as Italian fascism, which is as a opportunistic, essentially, basically a postmodern political movement. A political movement that, instead of arguing from an ideological position, begins from a position of seeking power. For guys like Mussolini and Hitler, in the horrible, traumatic aftermath of World War I, when modernity had run aground and all it had produced was dislocation and horror and trauma, these men saw these broken husks and said, I can gather them together into a force that marries the street mobilization, the popular passion that had before this point only been the province of the left, with essentially reactionary economic and social models. That's what fascism was. And it worked brilliantly because it's so much easier to organize people when you have money on your side. That's been the problem for the socialist left and the communist left everywhere, is that who is funding any of this? And the answer is no one, because it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to overthrow capitalism. So a unscrupulous figure like a Mussolini or a Hitler or the people around either of them who are willing to gesture towards the curtailment of the most rapacious elements of capitalism that inhibit people's lives, while also playing to reactionary themes and nationalism above all, because that is the most important part. And that is why anybody who tells you that National Socialism means that the Nazis were socialist is full of shit. It's that nationalism in the core countries above all, there's a separate question about nationalism and radicalism and socialism in imperial countries, in countries that have been colonized. In colonizing countries, nationalism is antithetical at its base to socialism. And the proof of that is World War I, when all of the socialist parties of Europe, which had pledged themselves to internationalism, were members of the Second International, all dissolved their allegiances in order to endorse their specific country's call to war. An absolutely meaningless, idiotic, awful bloodletting that meant nothing to anybody. World War I, one of the stupidest and most brutal and sadistic jokes in human history. These quote-unquote socialist parties were willing to give up their international commitments in order to support it. So that is all you need to know about socialism and nationalism. In the imperial core, they're incompatible. Because what fascism is, above all, is it's capitalism's response to trauma and crisis. That's what happened in Italy. It's what happened in Germany. These were countries that were, after World War I, were in economically distressed situations that did not allow for the creation or maintenance of a social sphere, of a political debate. The failure of capitalism to deliver meaningful livelihoods to the people in Italy and Germany led those people to want to seek alternatives. The number one alternative was Soviet communism, which was being imported from Russia and which made a very clear pitch to the working people of Europe. You don't have to live this way. You can have livelihoods that are guaranteed if you overthrow your leaders. Capitalism had no response in traditional political models to this appeal, while they were failing to deliver. And that's the chief point, is that they were failing to deliver. It was Italy, after World War I, was a barely developed economy that was deeply riven by internal contradictions. And the Nazis did not become a meaningful power in Germany until the Great Depression. In the absence of a capitalist response to this leftist critique, the only way of salvation for the ruling classes of these countries was to embrace these cynical street brawlers who had married reactionary social forms to left-wing street organization. And that's what fascism was. Fascism was a way to square the circle, essentially, of popular conservatism in an era when capitalism was failing